You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The Media Network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all. Never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health, and see if we.
The podcast on CTR Media Network.
That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
To 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR.
Discover new workout classes in your community through the Let's Workout app. With the app, you can easily find classes in your area and sign up for them. The app sends alerts about new classes within a 10-mile radius of your location, so you never miss out on an opportunity to get fit. Let's Workout is also a great platform for trying out new types of classes or finding a new favorite instructor. You can filter classes by type to find the perfect fit for you. Plus, the app handles all the payment details, so you can focus on getting the most out of your instructor in class. Download Let's Workout today and take the first step towards a more active and healthier lifestyle.
Our CTR Media Network sponsors.
A special shout out to our platinum sponsors, Eleanor and Leroy Mason from HappyAndHealthy.Global. HappyAndHealthy.Global is a health and nutrition business that educates and provides essential natural wellness products to build your health and wealth. To find out more of what they have to offer to you, go to HappyAndHealthy.Global.
Thank you to our CTR Media Network sponsors. To learn more about our sponsors and CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Group, I would be Beyond Beautiful World, Sapphire, Illinois. Okay. You would get your crown, your sash, your crown pin, and then you represent for your local title. The third annual Beyond Beautiful World pageant is being held November 3rd and 4th in Country Club Hills, Illinois at the Atrium, 4143 183rd Street. Now, Friday night is not open to the public, but Saturday night is. And we have optional areas of competition as well as mandatory areas. The mandatory areas of competition are the opening dance number, which I make sure I can do it. And if I can do it, anybody can do it. Seriously. Okay. Then we have the fun fashion, which is a display of your personality through your attire. We have the evening gown, which is self-explanatory, and we have the onstage question and answer period. The foundational piece that is mandatory is the Phoenix Rising testimonial area of competition. This is a 3-minute conversation about something that each delegate has achieved, overcome, or a combination of both. Because what we find is when someone speaks their truth, another person's light shines brighter. And they affect someone with their testimonial that they may never see. Because people are able to watch virtually. We have virtual tickets as well as in person. Now, our optional areas of competition are talent. As long as it's no smoke, fire, or live animals, we're fine. We also have Living My Life Like It's Golden, which is a fashion interpretation of that statement, being in gold attire from head to toe, and the Black Pearl Pitch Competition, which is for entrepreneurs. Any delegate that has a for-profit business, wants to start a for-profit business, has a not-for-profit organization, or wants to start one, would literally do a Shark Tank style presentation 2 to 3 weeks before the actual pageant and present themselves in front of a panel of judges who would then determine which of the delegates is the winner. And the winner would be announced the night of the pageant. So we encourage women's entrepreneurship. We encourage women's testimonies about their own lives. They also each have an advocacy, a cause for which they champion. And we encourage leadership skills. We have workshops twice a month via Zoom for our delegates, some dealing with the pageant details themselves, but some dealing with life details. How do you become a more effective leader? How do you get over your fear of public speaking? Because these are things that are going to carry you past the pageant and into your future. So that is the difference between the Beyond Beautiful World pageant and so many other pageants. We also foster sisterhood because I tell each delegate, you are not competing against any lady on this stage. You are your only and own competition. And you are striving to be the best woman that you can be that night.
Okay.
That's it.
Do you have any other people from other states? Can they participate if they wanted to?
Absolutely. We have actually one of our sapphires this year is from Georgia.
Okay.
And we are recruiting actually nationwide. So they would come in that Thursday or Friday, be ready to do the first part of the pageant Friday night, and then the main pageant Saturday night. And then they can fly back out Sunday. We have a room block at a hotel. So we are prepared for delegates locally and nationwide to be delegates.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's it. And it looks like to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you have taken that the transformational coaching and kind of applied it to the Beyond pageant. So you've incorporated some of those skills and techniques. You're really trying to make them become innovative and see their own self-worth, you know.
That is actually the reverse because I started the pageant
first.
Not first.
Okay.
Technically, it was first. But you're right. In my speaking with my clients over my career as an adult probation officer, I was dealing with decades differences in ages. Some of my clients were as young as 17, some of them were as old as 75. And I had men and women, as well as people that were transgendered. And my goal for all of them was the same: to not let your past dictate your future. And that conversation led to so many breakthroughs and so many changes and so many positive transformations. But I did not formalize that under the banner of the Dusk to Daybreak Transformational Coaching and Speaking International Organization until late last year. So the pageant technically preceded the transformational mindset coaching and speaking, but the gist of both of them started well before. Like the pageantry started 9 years old. And my godbrother now still rolls his eyes when he sees me. He's like, But definitely,
work.
That's right. Work it, sir. But I'm so grateful to have the opportunity now to make a change in not just my life, but to assist other women in making that change that they seek in theirs. My main tagline is, you can achieve anything you want if you want it enough. Because I'm the first to tell people, I promise you, I want to lose these 15 pounds, but not enough that I'm not going to eat that cookie every now and then. So I'm getting there, but I'm getting there slower if I was a little more dedicated. But I didn't want it enough to sacrifice everything. But there's some things that I do want enough that I've given my all. I've borrowed the rest and done all I could to make it happen. Those are the things that make it worth your getting up in the morning and making it through your day. And those are the things I want people to discover about themselves. What is it that makes you the woman that inside that you want to bring out? Who is that woman? What does she want to achieve? How does she want to show up in the world? What respect level does she command and demand? How do you operate for yourself and for others? And get a clear understanding of who you are as a woman first, and then who you are to everyone and everything else.
Well, to me, it's all about self-care. And that's basically what you're talking about, taking care of yourself, being positive, thinking great things of yourself, thinking that you can achieve these things. I'm a firm believer in that as well. Now, I'm going to jump a little bit on something else.
Yes, ma'am.
Because, you are an author and you also are a realtor. So, people out here looking for houses and everything. So what can you kind of tell us about the real estate business?
I am licensed in Illinois and Indiana. I primarily work the south side of Chicago and the south suburbs and northwest Indiana. What I would tell people as a buyer, because I represent buyers and sellers, as a buyer, be very aware of what it is you want in a home, firstly. And before you get deep into looking, get your finances in order. Get your pre-approval, pay off some of those extra expenses. Make sure that you have not just a home of your dreams, but that it's not a home of your dreams that winds up stressing you out financially later.
Right.
Have an emergency fund. So God forbid, if anything happens, you can pay for it. A couple of winters ago, and it was January in Chicago, my furnace went out. And you know what January in Chicago can be like. And it was rough that day. And it was rough that week. And had my husband and I not had that emergency fund, I don't know what that would have looked like. You're looking at the possibility of burst pipes and a whole bunch of other problems that come from that. So if you don't have the home warranty, which I do advise you research before purchasing, because they are not all equal, they're not all the same, you definitely need to also have an emergency fund. You have to be prepared for home ownership. I found out early in my real estate career that a lot of people wanted a house but did not know what that meant. They didn't understand all the bills associated with it, all the maintenance associated with it, and got caught off guard. So I definitely, for buyers, ask that you do those things and research your realtor. There are realtors that have niches. For example, there are realtors that are really exceptional at working with people that want to purchase condos. If you're looking for a condo, and that means negotiating with the homeowners association and the property management, et cetera, You want a realtor that knows that process. So find someone that is familiar with the demographics that you want. As a seller, you want a realtor that's going to tell you the truth. I know your childhood home is dear to you, but the market says it's only worth $195,000. Don't buck and say, I want 300. I'm not going to give away Mima's house, because you're going to typically be sorely disappointed. Also, find a realtor that will look through your home and, with the assistance in some cases of a home inspector prior to putting it on the market, telling you those repairs that you need to make that will save you a lot of time and problems if a contract comes through, as well as can increase the value of your home because you may have some new things there. Find those small updates that you can do that don't cost a lot but add value. A paint job does wonders. I'll never forget, I showed a client a house, and that owner had to love Prince more than Prince loved himself, because he had 5 different shades of purple walls. And I appreciate that when it's your house, but when you're selling it, you need to be a little more neutral unless you find another Prince lover. And she was just overwhelmed with the purple. So that's something that the realtor will tell you. And if you trust your realtor, you'll listen. So basic things, lawn care, just what is your curb appeal for your property? Are you being realistic with what it is you're seeking? And are you really ready to move? I've had clients that had a house on the market and they were like, oh, we're going to go stay with so-and-so. And then that fell through. Where are you going? What's happening? Because now this house is under contract, it's going to be sold. You have to go somewhere.
Yeah.
So getting your plans in order, because it's not fun trying to scramble at the last minute.
No, it is not. And I can relate to the furnace because, I'm a homeowner, but mine was a little different. I had a pipe to burst. I traveled. I left and went down south for about 5 months. And when I came back, a pipe had burst because the battery in the thermostat went out.
Yes.
Okay. And so even though my daughter was kind of doing my house, she stays in Indiana. And so she did not come back often enough. And it was but it was in February. And like you said, and so I'm in the process still now of getting all of that done. They had to gut out the whole thing and everything. It is
right.
a process. It is a process. It is a process. So
that's right.
So you got to be ready. That's all I can say, or put it in the hands of the Lord. Either way, So those are that's some good advice. What about you talked about a little bit about the seller, right? Or the buyer?
I talked about the seller and the buyer.
Okay. So any other advice or anything you want to kind of like share with us?
I am a fan of doing your own updates. And by that, I mean for buyers. I would rather a buyer purchase a home that needs to be changed versus buying one that has already been rehabbed. Not because, and I have seen some bad rehabs, let's not act like I haven't, but I feel that when you do your own rehab, not only do you work with people that you trust and know, but you are putting your personal style into the home compared to buying someone else's style.
Right.
So I love to see that. And for sellers, I really appreciate, like I said, those small touches and staging in a lot of cases that gives a buyer the understanding of what the house could be.
Okay.
Paint, making sure your flooring is nice, those small things carry a lot of weight. So, and making sure that foundationally your house is sound. If I see a big crack in your basement wall, we are running out of the door because that's a problem.
That's a
So,
foundation.
yeah, that's a foundational issue. So those type of things should be addressed by the seller before you put that house on the market so that it won't come up later.
Oh, I'm hoping everyone is enjoying this. We do have a few listeners here. They're not making too many comments here.
It's okay.
It is.
Sometimes all you need to do is hear and operate. That's right. Listen and operate.
That's right. That's it. So I do want to, I'm just going to pause for just one moment. I'm going to take another commercial break.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I am going to come back. Tony, let me put this down here because Tony is saying that this is very, very important. I guess they must have heard me.
Thank you, Tony.
But he's saying it's very, very helpful. So we're going to take another commercial break, and then we will be right back to talk a little bit more.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Okay, we are back.
Yes, ma'am, we are back.
Yes, yes. So I want you to stay around. One other thing I want you to talk about because it's coming up, I believe, this Saturday.
Yes.
Yes, I want you to tell people what you're going to be doing this Saturday.
Part of my transformational coaching and speaking business is my masterclass conversation component. And so I do that monthly, virtually, or in person about various topics. And this Saturday, the topic is From Victim to Volunteer to Victorious, a domestic violence survivor's story. And it's my story. And I am telling about my life as a woman going through the dating world and what I experienced that led to this testimony, and to have that conversation with women about their lives and really understanding things like red flags, really looking at themselves about what motivates what they are doing and the choices that they made, and knowing that it is okay. There is no shame in having made a mistake. The shame is in staying in it.
Thank you.
And giving them inspiration to, depending on their circumstances, leave a situation that does not suit their needs. And let me say this, I'm speaking as a woman about it, but women are not the only victims of domestic violence. Men are victims, children are victims, seniors are victims. Domestic violence is about a familial relationship or a dating relationship. And so there are so many people that are impacted, but I am speaking from my personal story. So you can go to eventbrite.com and get a complimentary ticket to From Victim, the number 2, Volunteer, the number 2, Victorious, a domestic violence survivor's story. Because that's one of the things I talk about in my transformational coaching and speaking business. I speak about revealing your purpose, your plan, and I'm sorry, I couldn't hear
Could you
you.
put that? Could you put that in the chat for the viewers?
Yes, I'll put that in the chat.
Thank
But yes, revealing your purpose, your plan, and your passion. I speak about overcoming your insecurities. I speak about a lot of things that I find that women have allowed themselves to be impacted by, and to bring them to a different mindset about it. You know, from insecurities to inspiration, learning who you are and how you want to show up. So yes, I'm really excited about that.
Oh, I'm glad. I am just impressed with all of this information that we're getting here this evening. I'm going to do a thing. While I'm doing this, I'm going to ask you to write that in the chat so everyone can see it, so that they will be able to go. I think I might, when I showed the commercial, it was on the commercial, because I did try to pull that up because I thought it was something that was very, 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 very important for people to attend and use. So I'm gonna let you do that. I'm gonna come back to you at the end now. I'm gonna go.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna go back to the slides because I'm gonna try to summarize what you've said. By I'm hoping that I have the right things here on my thing, but the difference, now there's a difference between a life coach and a transformational coach. And what I've learned is a transformational coach tries to change things, whereas a life coach tries to improve. There is a difference there. There's a change happening with a transformational coach, but life coach is just working on something specific that's going on. They're not changing anything. They're just trying to perfect it. So let me go back to my slide presentation. You'll still be here as well. So these are some of the top attributes of a transformational leader. So they clearly define a collective vision and a shared vision. They unite people through a common cause, emotionally connected with their followers. They lead with influence rather than authority. They ensure that the team culture is ethical. All right. So there are some benefits of practicing transformational leadership. You give that person more hope and courage. There's a real change that's going on. And I believe that there's probably going to be a strong bond that forms because you are assisting that person. And it's also going to improve the well-being of an individual. And I think that it makes that individual, feel more safe. And then it reduces stress. And we all know that we need to have less stress in our life. It's not going to go away, okay? But we need to learn how to basically deal with it, with the stress. And this type of thing helps us. Now, remember at the beginning, I said that anyone, if you wanted to be, maybe I shouldn't have said anyone, but if, there are 5 ways to be a transformational leader. And if you wanted to be, and I think that maybe all of us might have a little of that. Entrepreneur, I believe, does have a little of that in it when they're doing that. But you want to create a positive vision and mission. You want to inspire and motivate change. You want to practice. Okay, you got to practice. I don't care what you do, you got to practice. Okay, to secure or do your leadership, you got to set an example. You got to be the example, and then you've got to think of solutions along the way to help people. And I think that Mrs. Harris has given us a great insight on all of those. And so here at the end, I thought that I would give you some examples of people who are transformational leaders. I already talked about Martin Luther King and all of those, but Mother Teresa, Richard Branson, Wilson Churchill, Nelson Mandela, all of these people. Now, it was not easy for any of these people. All of these people have had a hard way to go. It's been a struggle, but they have made changes in this country. So before I'm going to go back, somebody's saying something. She's saying, Cece is saying hello.
Hi, Cece.
And so I'm going to I didn't do this at the beginning.
The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong, listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. Steve-O, JB, B. Hudson, and T. Swin. Gon' get your mind right, let's dive in the deep end and attack the issues and problems that hound us today. Yeah, we out here in the field, but we ain't coming to play. We all shepherds trying to keep the flock from going astray. If you wanna be the change, then let's be it today. Now there's always obstacles that's gonna get in your way, but it's important how you handle it, maneuver and pray. We keep you up to date with current affairs. We all know that the structure been broken, so let's make the repairs. There's a culture trying to cancel us and give you a spin, but you can come and get the truth from this panel of men. We on 10, going in, let the speech be free. We about to knock down the doors, you can keep the key. God first, then man, so let's execute the plan and deliver the message so that people can understand. Like, the time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong, listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong, listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong.
What's up, everybody? Back again. It's the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast, brought to you by CTR Media Network. And this is your guy T. Swin. Tonight we have a really good show. It's gonna be very informative. We have a special guest, really cool individual, man, super energetic, brings positive energy wherever he goes. So I'm gonna introduce my other host for the show.
It's your boy JB. I'm gonna keep it really short, man. We got a really good show, man. A lot of good information gonna be on this show. So you might well get a pen and piece of paper.
Hey, peace and blessings. I'm excited about tonight. This is going to be a good one as always, and looking forward to chopping it up with our guests.
Hey, what's up, ZLDC1? Hey, shout out to everybody that's been supporting the podcast. And yeah, we got Mr. Mario Armstrong in the building. So it's going to be a podcast, like I say, pull out your pens, your pads, everything's going to be a lot of information out here. I'm gonna have I ain't gonna do too much talking. I'm gonna be listening myself. I know everybody used to me talking, but I'm taking this information like everybody else. So, you know, congrats and salute to all the gentlemen on the show too, man. Salute to y'all, man.
Yes, sir. Back at you. And man, now our special guest of the evening.
Yo, what's up, fam?
Mr. Mario Armstrong. What's up?
Swin, we've been trying to get this set up for a minute, right?
Yes, sir. It's been some time. Yeah, man, we appreciate you stopping by and coming on with us.
Man, this is a big deal. I appreciate you all taking out the time in your show. You could have had any guest on the show, but you decided to roll with me, so I appreciate it. And thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you. We all about spreading good energy and positive information and energy, man. So, Mr. Armstrong, man, so give some background on yourself.
Man, I mean, the quick background would be, you know, I'm a husband, married to my wife for over 10 years, over 15 years, actually. And we got a son named Christopher. And my wife and I are actually in business together. We went broke pursuing our dream and really fought through that, just like everybody else. Everybody's gone through some kind of dip or some kind of what feels more permanent than temporary at times. But everybody's gone through something that has really kind of pushed you to your limit. And that was us. Other people have had worse situations than we've had. But that was our bottom. That was our low when we were out of money, when we were bankrupt and my mother-in-law was paying for our groceries. My godmother was paying for my train tickets. I'm a Baltimore boy, born and raised in Bmore. And we had a lot of opportunity that I was kind of cooking up at the time in New York and trying to get onto these TV networks and all these media places, because I was like this person that could talk about tech in a way that was really accessible to a lot of people. So I was able to break down technology in a way that was really understandable. And at that time, there wasn't really anybody else. There was only like myself, maybe Omar Wasso, a couple other people. Very few people that was doing this. So it opened up a lane, but I didn't have any money to really execute the lane. So what's worse is when you know you got something of value, of something of a talent or a gift to share, but you're having trouble executing it because you don't have the resources or you don't have the access. And I just think that my story is kind of testament to not giving up, being resilient, and being creative. Damon John, who is now like a friend and also a business partner, he says in his book, you know, it's the power of being broke. When you're broke, you got no other choice but to get creative. Like a lot of people don't know, that same FUBU t-shirt that was showing up in music videos in the 90s was like one of 3 t-shirts that he had. He didn't have a line of them. He was just washing that same old sweaty ass t-shirt and putting it on another rapper and throwing it on a video shoot. People don't know that. So it's like they think that, you know, everybody was wearing something fresh. Nah, he was recycling stuff. Like, I got to get that back after the shoot so I can take it to the next one. Like marketing and through something. And I'm just happy that, you know, we kind of persevered through and we started building. For those that don't know, I create content for entrepreneurs and creators. And we teach you all how to everything from how to build your business, to build your personal brand, get into the media, and how to get access to money from corporate sponsors. And that's when we unlocked that, thing started changing for us. When we started understanding how to get funding from that non-traditional source, instead of just going into our credit cards or trying to get a loan or family and friends, that's when we really started getting some steam behind us. Because I was like, oh, wait, I can create an idea and I can sell the idea and I can convince a brand to sponsor it so I can actually get some of this money up front for the idea. And that kind of changed everything once I got kind of in on that particular angle. And so now today, you know, we got a couple of Emmys that we've won for some of the shows that we've created. And this is just kind of a testament to, like, it's really not about the Emmy more than it's about like persevering your dream and just kind of sticking through and staying, you know, straight resilient. Because when you get knocked down, it's hard to get back up, but you got to know who you're fighting for. And I think we knew who we were fighting for, and that's why we were able to rise back up.
So where did I would like to know, because I have a lot of quotes in my life, and you use the quote, never settle. So I want to know what brought you to the quote, never settle. Like, what happened in your life to say, hey, I'm never going to settle? Because, you know, a lot of people settle. A lot of people get stuck in their ways. A lot of people stuck in situations and say, man, I'm going to just settle and try to bump this. So what happened in your life that made you go with that quote that made that a powerful quote for you?
Yeah, bro, that's really a great insight because, I mean, look, it's easier to not have ambition. Like, it's just easier. It's easier to not have ambition. The problem is many of us know something about us that we're great at. We know we got some kind of gift. We know we have some talent, whether we want to believe it or not. Somebody else has told us. Some of us actually know what that is. And so when you actually are being true to yourself and you know that, then it becomes difficult. I think the hardest thing for a human being is to actually know what they're good at, but not be able to see how to execute it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's gotta hurt.
Yeah.
Like you can sing, but you have no idea how to get your music out there or how to build it. You know what I mean? You got people now like Toby and Wigway. You got LaRussell, you got other people kind of showing the way of like how you can do this now, but you didn't really have that several years ago. Really, you just didn't. You had to get signed if you really wanted to pop. So I think for me, what happened was one time I was on Twitter, man, and I said, I wish I could find. I need to go and try to find this tweet. I think we actually saved it as an image, but I got to go and look in our Google Drive to see if it's there. But I remember typing up this motivational tweet, and it was just like we were right in the grind of people telling us no to the show idea that we were launching. We were trying to launch a talk show that was going to have a live studio audience, but it was going to be all about entrepreneurship and telling stories about really people of color, but also other people, but mostly people of color and their stories as it relates to being an entrepreneur.
Right.
But we want to do it with a live audience, live interaction, people watching live online as well as being live in studio. And so it was a big production for us at that time. And I remember like getting told no by some of these networks that I had already built a relationship with. And I remember tweeting, and I was just like, if you believe in what you believe in, you got to put the work in. It was something like that. It was some kind of rhyme that I did. And then I was like, #never settle. And then nobody paid attention to anything I said in the tweet. Everybody came back with like, yeah, never settle. Yeah, never settle. And so we saw like this like response to those two words. And we were like, yo, what is that? Like we just tapped something. And so at that point, I think we just adopted it. And that's when we started the Never Settle Club. And that's when we started really just focusing in on what does it mean to not give up? Never settle.
No, that's dope. That's dope. That's dope.
But that really all comes from watching my dad, you know, as a Baltimore kid, being raised, for those in Baltimore that know, like being raised over by Mondawmin Mall and Druid Hill. And these are places where Drew Hill came from and stuff like that. Like not too far from where Freddie Gray riots happened, which is called an area called Penn North. Like I live like around, grew up around the corner from that. But then like my dad was always on that, like, I got to get us to bigger and better, right? I got to get us to bigger and better. And I just remember watching my dad go broke, pursuing his dream of like trying to create a Motown in Baltimore at the time. And he had a couple of music groups under him, and they did get to travel. Cause I remember a Christmas or two when he wasn't there, cause he was in Tokyo, he was in Japan with the group. But it didn't work out. Like he just didn't get those hits that really could send it off into a whole other thing. And watching him be able to kind of bounce back from pursuing that dream, having to claim bankruptcy. I remember riding around with him in the car, and he would go looking for home. Like we barely making ends meet, and he's looking for new homes, like in new neighborhoods that I don't even know about. Like he was just on that kind of level. And I think that impressioned me as a young Black male. I think it just made me see like, yo, you can really do what you think you can do. You just got to really have a vision for it, and you got to take some steps towards it.
Man, I think your dad gave you something that you just said happened in your future, because just like you said with the Fubu, with the dude with the Fubu shirts, he had to fake it till you make it, right? And I think your dad, and I do the same thing with my son, I show them stuff that I really can't afford or really good, but I try to show them, say, hey, you can do this, even though I can't. In my head, I'm like, man, I really can't. Like sometimes I got a family of 7 or 8. I know if I go out to eat, it's $200, $300 plus.
Right.
I do it, but in my head, I'm like, man, they don't know I'm straining. Like I'm trying to
throw
them, you know what I'm saying? You can do it. It's a better life without showing them I'm straining for it. So I think that was a
man, LDC1, that's powerful, bro. I talk about I talk about this often, that we gotta exposure.
Right.
Like, yo, everything that we've become is because of exposure. So the more we can expose, and I mean everything. So sometimes we just gotta taste something that we can't necessarily afford. We need to taste it. I remember the first time I was like, yo, I'm gonna bump up this damn coach ticket to first class. I need to understand what's going on up there. And this the
right.
I was straining to do it, right? I was straining to do it. And then when I did it, I was like, wait a minute, I get on the plane first.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I get to start
Yeah.
working or doing whatever the hell I want to do while everybody else is still loading on the plane for a good half hour, 45 minutes. Then I get drinks if that's what I want. They take my jacket, all that good stuff. I get off the plane first.
Right.
So I don't have to worry about missing a gate. So wait, everybody up here don't look as stressed. There are people in the back trying to grab their luggage. Can I get in front of you? Because my gate, my flight, I got to catch the, you know, I was like, yo,
they'd be the happiest people in the world.
so,
man.
so I was like, I need to fly like this forever, but I needed to taste it. And after I tasted it, I was like, how do I recreate that? The part is I couldn't do it right away, right? Like I couldn't continually do that, but I tasted it. And once I tasted it, I understood that that was a new goal. And now it's like, yo, I'm not, unless I have to fly coach for some reason, because there's no connecting flight or something, I'm trying to fly straight direct and only first class. Next one is private jets, but we ain't there yet, but that's next.
That's what's up. That's what's up, man. That's
Even
what's
if
up.
it's on a timeshare, I'll take the timeshare on the jet. I ain't got to own the jet. I'm not trying to stunt like that. It's enough to get on the timeshare of a jet. All right.
Yeah, I just need a few picks. That's all. I just need. For real. That's that Bow Wow pick, man.
Man, now that was a
exactly.
yeah.
That was Bow Wow. That was the Bow Wow pick.
And he didn't have to do that, right? Like we already
yeah.
just assume he's doing something, right?
Thanks. Thanks, man.
Exactly.
Man.
Man, now that was a quote you there's a quote you posted recently, man. It said it's not that you don't have the resources you need, is that you need to know how to structure deals with the people who have the resources. When did you figure that out for yourself?
Yeah. Damn, that's a good one. Not because it's mine, it's just a good one. It's just like that, because that really is it. I think I was always studying how people moved. I don't think that there was a time later on in my life as I got, I guess in my like late 20s or whatever, that I was really like kind of focused on that. But I think early on, I didn't know that that's what I was doing. I think I was just studying people, and I was just studying people that seemed to have their stuff together, and studying people that seemed to be moving in spaces and doing things that interest me. And I just became like a heavy student. I think that was partially because my dad was really on like reading. And so he was like, you know, who are you studying? Like, who are you interested in? What are you trying to do? And he would be like, you should get a book on that, or you should read a magazine on that. And so I think understanding when I really saw the inside is when I got on to the Today Show. When I finally got onto the Today Show and hustled to get like this one-shot opportunity, I saw like, first off, I just saw like how much activity was going on set. Secondly, I saw like how much money was moving in terms of like what's going on set, who's coming on, what's going out, lights, camera, editing, all this stuff that's happening. People doing wardrobe, makeup, hairstylists, security, like the whole thing. And at that point, I realized, oh, it's actually about knowing how to access the resources and knowing how to access the rooms than it is more in some cases than knowing the actual stuff. Like knowing the stuff is important, because once you get a chance to show who you are or what you're about, you want that to come through, that you've been a student, that you know what you're talking about, that you got some level of expertise or passion. But I know plenty of experts that don't know how to access a room. I know plenty of experts that don't get brand deals. I know plenty of people that have triple the following that I have, but don't get the brand sponsorships that I get. So I realized like there's something off balance about this. How am I able to access? And then I realized it's like, oh, I've been studying how these deals are made. Oh, I've been studying how to actually be profitable in my industry. A lot of people try to study how to get into the industry, but they don't study necessarily how to be profitable in that industry. And I think once I really started studying the deal making and the deal structure, it educated me really quick. And then you say like this, fake it till you make it. And I say like, act as if. So I just started acting as if I knew. And I just act as if I knew what the deal structure should be. I acted as if, I remember when Russell Simmons was talking about, what's his name that came to him? Birdman. Birdman came to him. And Birdman came to him and basically was talking about his label and was talking about Wayne and everybody else. And he was trying to structure a deal. And Russell was like, yo, what are you talking about? Like, there's no way you get to own 90% of this situation. And Birdman was like, I don't understand. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm the one with the beats. I'm the one with the production. I'm the one with the people. I'm the one with the staff and the team. Like, what are you talking about? And so Russell said the fact that he didn't know actually gave him a leg up. So I was always torn by like, how much do I need to know versus how much should I also kind of be ignorant? And then I was like, well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna know, and then I'm gonna act dumb. So I took both of them and kind of mixed it together. I was like, I'm gonna learn what I need to learn, but then I'm gonna act like I don't know, so they can try to fool me, but then they're gonna realize they can't. But by that time, I'm already in the door. So now we in the negotiation phase because you done got, we done got to that part. So now it's about, do you really want to kill the deal? Because we got all the way down to this part. And now you found out that, oh, damn, he knows a little bit about this industry. He's trying to really finagle himself in a way that can position himself better.
Here's my question for you. When you talk about vision, and a person like myself, I know my vision, I know my purpose in life. But then knowing what I come through, my lane that I'm in, I don't think there's no lane. No one can come into the lane because it's a whole new lane. And this lane is just dealing with restructuring the way police deal with citizens and how citizens deal with police, and getting the effective help and assistance to citizens in a way that police can't give or don't give. And what I have, it could be implemented right now all over the country, anywhere in the world, that can immediately help people in a time of need, proactively and reactively, against any solution of crime or any problem, even dealing with police. And then there's a way that is so set up that every community in every zone area can get a specific police officer, instead of having to deal with all these other different officers coming to your community or to your problem, and you don't know who they are. So now that I know I have these expertise, I know my vision, I know my purpose in life, because there's no one in policing that's ever done what I've done ever in policing in and of itself. So now how, with that lane, when nobody's there, how can I bring that vision, a person like me, bring a vision into in an atmosphere that is it's never existed. If that makes sense.
I mean, when you got a vision when you have a vision of something that already doesn't exist, the resistance to that vision is going to be super heavy.
Oh, it's already, trust me. You just hit it on the nail.
Because they're going to say it could have been, if that could be the case, if we could have done, it would have already been done. So I think when I hit situations like that, the one thing that I've seen, because we as a society, unfortunately for a lot of us, we've been addicted to acceptance, meaning we have to do something in order to try to get accepted by it. That could have been just, and even if in our own families, trying to get accepted from our brother or a cousin or our parents or whoever. So it's like a natural thing, but it gets really bad when it dictates how you actually move, and nobody gets to dictate your destiny. Only you do. So I think in those moments when I got a vision that's so big or so powerful or so unique and different that other people may not be able to understand or see, I go down to the smallest, I'm talking minuscule moment, one small step at a time. So I go into this framework of what's the next right step? Like what's the next, really in this case, what's the next smallest right step? So I would throw it back at you. What if you could take your vision and boil it down to what you could do tomorrow morning and actually achieve, what would that next smallest next step be for you?
Wow. Well, I know for sure. It's just a matter. Then the next step will be, it's a matter of, like you said, I've been listening. It's getting to the right connection to the person or activist or someone in a community, someone that knows who has a heart and knows the struggle and the pain of the people, to actually unite with that person to get that to the right politician or
okay, perfect. Stop there, because that's step 2 and 3 and 4. So you said the next right step is find a community activist that's down for this idea, that's down for this cause, that understands the pain. So they're looking for solutions. You know they need to solve the problem. So now you have a viable customer that needs your solution because it can help them solve a problem. So the first step is, okay, now we got to try to connect to that person. Okay, but that's not the step. That's great that you have that, but that's still not the step. So what's the step for that? Is it you're going to write down a list of people? Is it I'm going to reach out to some people in my own community to try to see, yo, who do you know is really doing things? Like, what is the step to the step? Like that you can do. You can do those things tomorrow. You can make that reach out, and you could start small, and then somebody will lead you to somebody, which will lead you to somebody, and then you end up at Robert's house. And now you're talking to Robert. Now you're talking to Robert, right? And then you're saying to Robert, and he's saying to you, okay, how do I do this? And you go, well, we need to find a politician. Who do you know? Or how do we get that? And then you're on your next right step.
I got you.
So it really is a matter of taking the vision. And what we don't really do, which is why I put together this whole new system, man. And I'm trying to build it into an app because we did it as a workbook just to really test it out and see how it was going for people. But it's basically called a Goal Buddy Planner. This Goal Buddy Planner is meant to have you kind of put down what is your goal? What are your goals for the month? What are your goals for the week? What's your goals for the year? And then what are the small steps that's going to get you there? What are the obstacles that could get in the way? We never account for the obstacles that could get in the way of the stuff we want to get done. But if you know where the roadblocks are, if you know what the blind spots are before you hit them, you can adjust so you can get more things done faster. And then when you do it with a buddy, that's like going to the gym. I'd rather go to the gym any day with a friend than go by my damn self because I know I'm gonna really put it in. I know they're gonna be looking at me. I know I'm gonna really put it in. So it's the same thing when we're trying to pursue our goals. So what I try to teach people is to reverse engineer the goal. So if you really see this vision, and I'll say, okay, let's say it's gonna take you 9 months or a year. It could take you 3. But let's just say you put some time frame on it. Then you just got to reverse engineer backwards. And what you do is you start thinking about the very smallest step that you can take every day or every week towards it. You look up 4 weeks later, you actually got some traction.
Yeah.
But the idea gets so big that we don't take the time to write it down, that we get frustrated because we're like, yo, how come nobody's understanding what I'm talking about? Can't they see this? Yeah. And it's like, if you just break it down in small steps, you'll be easier on yourself, and you'll get moments of momentum, and that's going to give you a lot of wind behind your back.
Yeah. My question is, I looked at your TED Talk recently, and it was a very good TED Talk. How to master the ask.
Oh yeah, thanks, JB. Appreciate that.
What opportunities have opened up for you for just by asking somebody?
Oh, bruh. Woo! Yo, that's a great question. I don't think anybody's ever asked me that question before. Not like that. That's for damn sure. The opportunities that have opened up. Oh man. So okay. My first opportunity to get on radio opened up because I asked. I literally cold called a small station and was like, I got this show idea. Can I get on? And they put me through a little bit of a ringer, but it was cool. I got on. Then I remember, and it was small. It was almost meaningless. But then I remember calling the ABC station in Baltimore. And I was like, yo, if I could get on TV, because I didn't graduate college. I went to college because I knew what I wanted to do. I knew I wanted to be in broadcasting. I knew I wanted to be in TV, media, radio. Like I knew that was my lane. But because I got shot at while I was attending the university in West Virginia, my parents was like, yeah, they just called us and said, you know, it's getting too risky out there. You need to get back. And I'm like, damn, how did I leave Baltimore to get shot at in West Virginia? Like, this is crazy. But nonetheless, that's how the cards got dealt. And so I left that college and never found my footing back into college after that. It just wasn't in the cards. So I had to fight for everything because I didn't have the sheet of paper. So I had to create. I had to get smart. So while I had a day job, I was calling other places to figure out how I could do this side hustle, how I could work for these other places or do stuff for free. I had the day job. I had the salary covered. So I was like, I just need to get these opportunities. So I think I just learned all they could say is no. And so many people allow the no to lock them up that they don't take the chance because they don't understand that it's a 50-50 situation. Like, and you can put it, you can make it more 70-30, 80-20 if you remove what could be an obstacle. In other words, I went to Channel 2, ABC local station, was like, I want to be able to do what I'm doing on radio, but I'll do it for you for free. Just let me get one Thursday. Let me just do it every Thursday morning. I'll talk about technology to your viewers. And they were like, for free? And I was like, yeah, for free. Well, I immediately removed any obstacle. So I had, like I said, I had the day job. So I was like, yo, they don't know that I need the experience. I needed the experience. They were getting free content from me. When you know why you're being used, let them use you. Too often, I think we get the ego gets in the way and we don't want to do things because we're like, yo, you should pay me for that. Or, yo, so-and-so is getting this, getting that. But it's like, why are you doing it? If you're doing it for the pay, then yeah, get your pay. I was doing it because I needed the experience, because I saw a goal for myself. How do I get to national television? How do I get to national media? And I was like, yo, if I can do it in local, then if I can break in, then I can get the experience. Then I can learn what it's like to be on a set. Then I can learn what it's like to be on live TV. Then I can learn what it's like when they go to a commercial break. Then I can learn what it's like to have to talk in 30-second bits. So that to me was like, every time I asked, I just recognized more opportunities were happening, bro. So I think every single thing that's happened to me has been because I asked. Getting these Emmys happened because I asked, bro. You're making me really dig now, bro. Like, I remember because I didn't have a studio to shoot the show at. We couldn't afford it in New York. It's just too much money. And I'm telling you, this is different than the studios that we got now with like virtual and StreamYard and all these things. Like, all that wasn't going on then. It was like Facebook Live and Periscope. It wasn't, none of that was happening. And so I had to ask. I basically called around to some companies that had like these large lobbies. And I was like, if we use can you let us use your lobby to shoot our show in the evenings? It won't be during the workday, so it won't mess with your workflow, making it easy for them. But what we'll do is we'll include your product as a commercial in the show for a trade, basically a barter. You give me the space, let me use it. I'll bring in the cameras, bring in the crew, bring in the equipment. We'll be like ninjas. You won't even notice us like that. But every time we come in for the next 8 weeks to shoot our 8 episodes, we're going to mention your product in the show. And if we have a special guest that you want to meet, like Damon John, if he comes on the show or somebody like that, then I'll set it up that your people can get a chance to meet them. Yo, after like the 3rd place that we went to, we got a yes. But 2 places told us no. So I can't, and then we end up with this. So I can't think of a time that asking did not create a mega opportunity for me. And I just think that people are hesitant. People think that you got to have it all together in order to make the ask. People don't need to see all of that. People just need to see your potential. That's what people really want to see, like your potential. So asking has become the most significant way for anybody, in my opinion, to level up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So how did you get into was you always a technology person for tech? So is something you always been into as a kid, or something you got into that later when you found out it was because back in the day, I was a toy person. I'm Ninja Turtles, right? I wish I would have known tech was gonna be what it was today. I would have been more technical. So that's something you was always into, or did you get into it when you seen it was arising from it?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it was always in me to mess around with it, but I really didn't like it to the degree that like engineers and programmers, it was this weird thing that happened to me. So let me answer your question first. I'll tell you why I got a little weird. First and foremost, I was just like you. I think I was just into toys and kind of like, I really liked television, and I was like, yo, how does that work? Right. So that interested me. And then I was like, radio seems cool. How does that work? But I didn't want to fix any of it. I didn't want to make it. I wanted to be the voices that was on the air or be the person that was being seen on screen. But I wanted to understand how it worked. So that kind of balance of wanting to be talent as well as understanding how the sausage is being made was kind of like just enough for me to learn. And then I started just like picking up little gadgets. For some reason, I always liked messing around with damn gadgets. I don't know why, man. I just did. And then it became this thing. Like people would just look to me. I was like in sales, and I remember having this little audio recorder. And like I was like the only salesperson that had one of them. And they were like, yo, why do you have that? I was like, because I don't have to miss Mr. Larry's drop off. He gonna be here tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. He gonna expect these cell phones. I was selling cell phones and stuff.
Right.
And so they were like, you don't write it down. I was like, nah, I just got it on this little thing I carry with me. It was crazy. So I was just up in the Radio Shack like that, I guess, man. I don't know. But at a certain point, what did change was I noticed that nobody was talking about technology in the thing I wanted to be on.
Okay.
And I think that's when the switch. And so the switch for everybody listening or watching is it's not necessarily about learning it's not necessarily about, like I talk to kids all the time and it's like, Mr. Armstrong, I don't really want to get into technology. I really want to pursue, this football thing, or I really want to pursue this music thing. And I'm like, okay, cool. I'm not going to dream kill. I'm not going to tell you not to do that. So do that. But here's what I want you to understand is like, how does technology play a role in it? Can you just also learn that for me?
Yeah.
And then it becomes like, oh, so I don't need to go and learn engineering for engineering's sake. I can go over here and actually learn as it relates to the sport of football, or as it relates to fashion, or as it relates to making music. And I'm like, yeah, now it's relevant. So I think that for me, I just started seeing that, oh, technology is becoming relevant in people's lives and there's nobody on the air really talking about it. Oh, this is a chance for me to make this run. And that's what I did. And then I think being Black, it was also just completely helpful because it just wasn't enough of us really. I mean, there was enough Black techies, but they weren't on air. They weren't on air. So that kind of made, and that's where, but what's funny is, to a certain degree, I think the real techies was just like, yo, I think he kind of pseudo tech. I don't think he really fully tech. But then everybody at home that was watching me on TV was like, I love this tech guy because he explains it to me in a way I can understand. So it was weird because it was like I was getting a lot of acceptance and understanding from non-techies. In a way that they weren't, or that I was breaking it down and I was watering it down. And it didn't matter to me. I was doing
skin tone. It was a skin tone, man. Skin tone.
I was getting some of that from my own people.
That's what I'm saying. That's like the dumb part for me, bro. Like, we the crabs in the bucket, man. Like, we always it's always us trying to pull us back in the bucket, man. I don't get that at all.
Yeah.
I don't get that part at all.
But that's a good question. So I think, you got to keep your eyes open for the opportunities. You got to understand what you're passionate about. And then that's how you can start to really maneuver yourself and kind of find yourself into these spaces where other people aren't really paying attention to.
Yeah, find your niche.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sometimes you got to create it. Yeah. I didn't even know it was a niche. I just knew people weren't on air doing it. Like, y'all know somebody's not doing something you want to do. And so it's like, okay, how can you do it that's really relevant to you? That's going to be a niche because it's relevant to you. Nobody else can be you, so it's going to be unique anyway.
Yep, you right. I mean, you speaking facts, bro.
Gotcha. We got a comment from the King Start of the Day. Let's see. We got a comment. It says, it's always good to be in a circle or common denominator or whatever it is that you are in to coincide in the field you want to be in.
That's powerful. And when we in these rooms, it's no time for second doubt. It's no time for like second guessing, no time for self-doubt. Like when you're in the room, you already got in the room. Like I'll see people get into a room and then they shrink. I'm like, yo, why are y'all shrinking? Like, this is the time to express yourself. Like, you already in the room. You're supposed to be here. I don't care if you're the youngest one. I don't care if you're the blackest one. I don't care. Like, if you in the room, you're supposed to be in the room. So max it out, take advantage of it. I completely agree with it's good to be in the circle of that common denominator, whatever it is that you're in.
Let me ask you this. When you in that room, is there some do's and don'ts that you should do or you shouldn't do, or what you should say when you shouldn't say? Is there a lingo? Is there like a protocol? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I think before there would be an argument that could be made that we know how to play the game. And I think that that's done now. I think that, there's no need for you to do that. You need to fully be you. And if somebody else can't deal with it, that's actually their issue. Yeah. And I know, how far, Mario? That's up to the individual. I can't tell. But what I can tell you is just read the spaces. Like what I do know is that I do know that we know how to read a room. I do know that. And I think that's just because of how we've had to move. That I think, at least for me, I know I can read a room. And I know that if I'm in the room, I'm not being quiet to be quiet. I'm not going to talk just to talk. I'm going to have something to say or some value to add or a question that hopefully generates some action. But I'm not just going to be sitting in the background. So I think that, number one, be you. Because at least if somebody's trying to play you for being you, at least you understand what that is. I'd like to know why I'm being played. And if I'm not being me, I can't tell if I'm being played because now I done acted fake or I did something that's not true to me. So now I don't know if they're playing me because of that or because of something else. And now I'm all confused. I'd rather just be authentically me and then understand exactly where it is and exactly where somebody else stands. Because then I know how to maneuver. I know how to work with that. And so I think, number one, I don't think you should be quiet in a room, but I think you should speak up when you have something of value to say.
Okay.
Cool. Have your lane became more difficult being that it's a more open world, like what I'm saying, you got the internet and got more powerful and you got more people in your lane. Have you felt the pressure? You're at your level, right? You know what to get there, but are you feeling the pressure? Like it's so easy for guys to just come up now. They see you, they'll look at you and oh, let me copy this, and I'm finna come up. Do you feel that pressure? Like you say, I work hard, man. I had to do this. I went through evictions, everything to get to, and it seems like it's kind of like the boxing world. People mad at forgot his name because I don't really watch him. The white box. What's that celebrity boxer? I forgot his name. Jake Paul. Like the real box man.
Yeah, Jake Paul.
Yeah. Get there, and you skipping up the ropes because you're a celebrity. So do you feel that pressure being in the lane? How hard until you get to the lane? But then you got all these tech people just doing it,
Well, you know what, man? I didn't feel that type of pressure. I felt different pressure. I understand how people can feel that too, though. But I started noticing, just like you said, paying attention to the market. I started noticing internet was becoming way more available. People were asking their kids more and more questions. Their kids were growing up on the internet, so now they can answer their parents' problems. So my job of being kind of like this filter that was able to educate all these masses of people was, I was like, yo, they got Google now. Things are going to change real quick.
Right.
And they got Google in their house. They got their sons, daughters, nieces, nephews. And so I was like, all right. And at that time, I was also ready to kind of pivot. I was ready to do more in entrepreneurship. I was ready to do, because I knew that I was more than tech, but I knew that was my way in. So what was actually happening to me is I was getting pigeonholed. What was actually happening was the networks and the media and all these other people that knew me only knew me for tech or only wanted to see me doing tech. So anytime I had something else to offer or to give up, they didn't even want to hear it. They had already boxed me in so tight. They were like, yo, just stay in that box. You killing it in that lane. Why would, what do you, and I understand how that happens to people. So I think for me, the pressure was, how do I leave something that's been so good to me? And can I actually make that step out on faith to change my whole trajectory? So yeah, I talk about tech, but nowhere near, now tech is 10% of what I talk about. Yeah. Nowhere near where it was 100% of what I talked about before. So that was a rough moment to be like, I'm going to actually walk away from what has been feeding me really, really well, because I think I see the writing on the wall and I think I'm kind of done with this. And if I don't switch now, I think I'll be typecast forever.
Man, you got some, I don't know what the word I'm looking for. You got you got a big belief system. It seems like you don't, and I get why you got that belief system, because you do have to take the chance. You got to step off the ledge. And a lot of people are scared to step off that ledge, And
because our brain is wired to protect us. See, the hack is this, right? You're so right. But a lot of people will operate based off of fear,
right?
Operate like based off of avoiding fear,
right?
As opposed to like actually leaning into the possibility of it working out.
Whew. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So it's it's like the same people that like, and I get this line too, where people be like, "Yo, I love it when the haters come after me because it gives me like that fuel." I get that, and I've had those moments in my life too. But you know what? I also like proving my supporters right.
Yeah.
So it's like which energy do I want to do? Do I want to do the negative energy of like, yo, I can't wait for these haters to see me get on. Like, okay, I get that can fuel you in the instant, but do I really want to carry that fuel for like 3 years trying to prove these haters wrong? Or do I really want to prove the people that do believe in me right? And so I kind of try to change and reframe the perspective. And it's because I found out through talking to a neuroscientist, and he broke it down. He was like, well, the brain doesn't know the difference. When it's afraid, it's afraid.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody walking up on a stage in front of 200 or 2,000 people could literally be scared to death. Right. And it's going to feel like they're being mugged at gunpoint. Right. Now, they're not being mugged at gunpoint. They're not going to die on that stage. Nobody's going to shoot them. They're on the stage. But it feels the same in their brain. And I was like, why is that? And he said, because the brain has been conditioned to protect us from the things that we're afraid of. But once you understand the difference between real fear and fake fear, then you can hack it. Because now you know what it is you're feeling. So now I know when my underarms get sweaty or when my mouth gets dry or I'm in front of somebody and I'm like, yo, I need to ask, this person or that person. Like sometimes I'll find myself in these back rooms or I'll be behind stages that I'm speaking at, or I'll be in these green rooms. And I've seen a lot of different people, man. You name them. I've seen so many people that I've been exposed to. And there'll be moments where I'll start to feel that sweat. Even though I've had no problem walking up to people, asking them questions or introducing myself, doesn't mean that I don't go through the process of feeling it. I'm not a damn robot. I ain't Chat GPT out here. So like, I'm like, yo, I'm glad somebody caught that. I'm like, yo, I was like, damn, that fell flat.
Now you good.
But I'm like, yo, I know that when I feel my palms getting sweaty or my underarms getting sweaty, I'm like, oh, okay. This is okay. There's a breakthrough that's about to happen right now. Like whatever you're thinking, keep going. Like I bumped into Byron Allen recently, and I got TV shows. I got stuff I've been trying to get in front of Byron Allen for a minute because people don't know on the low, this dude been killing it.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't until he got on the Breakfast Club, everybody was like, what?
True.
Before the Breakfast Club, I already knew he'd been killing it.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, yo, I'm getting sweaty palms. I'm trying to get my phone, my photo album in my phone right, because whenever I roll up on somebody, I got stuff in my phone, in my photo albums, labeled, ready. So I got video, I got testimonials, I got me on TV, I got me in the podcast, I got me with celebrities, I got like whatever I need to show people while I'm talking to them. I'm like, show you, my phone is right beside my face. So they can be looking at my phone and looking at me and be like, okay, this dude seemed to be the real deal. And so I was getting all nervous and I was like, okay, yep, you feeling that energy. But at that time, most people shut down. So I think if you could understand that that's what your body's just going through because it's just meant to protect you, but that you're not in a life or death situation, that you actually need to embrace that feeling because that means you're about to hit a breakthrough.
Yeah, taking it back a little bit about getting into the room. When did you come up with the idea that you're going to ask people for 11 minutes of their time instead of asking for just a minute or an hour or 30 minutes?
Because man, people ask for too much damn time from people. And it's like, okay, so really how I found out that this 11 minutes could work was partially a Jedi mind trick. It was partially like, I'm going to ask for something different. But I could have asked for 15 and that would have still been different. But what I found was when so many people would hit me up and they would be like, yo, can I get a few minutes of your time? And I'd be like, yeah, sure. Cause I'm just like that kind of approachable, accessible kind of guy. Like I don't play like that. So I'm like, yeah. But then when you tell me you're going to have me for 5 minutes, but then you go for like 20, I'm like, damn, this ain't really what you told me it would be. Like I can do it, but like, I got to actually get ready to go before I'm like late for my shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, no disrespect, but so I recognize that people, don't really pay attention. Many people don't pay attention to time. And so they ask for what they think they should ask for. They ask for what they think is common. And what I'm saying is, you want to do stuff that's uncommon if you want to get uncommon outcomes.
Facts.
So I ask for things that are uncommon. I'm asking you for 11 minutes. Why? Because 11 is a unique number. I'm not asking you for 15 because the last time somebody asked you for 15, you found yourself with them for 30. So people have abused 15. They've abused 30. They abused an hour. I don't need all of that.
Yeah.
Plus, I also know I don't need to shoot my whole shot in one moment with you. Let me just get 11 minutes. Let's just date for a second. Let's even just find out if we even should be dating. So let me
Come
just
on
get
now.
11 minutes with you. And then if that 11 minutes goes good, then we can go further on.
Yeah.
So I think asking for the 11 minutes really puts people off guard because they like, damn, if he's really serious about 11 minutes, I can give him 11 minutes. So number one, they're not used to seeing it. Number two, it's a short amount of time that I'm asking them for, but it's enough time just to get enough info. And number three, when I actually hold to it, they're like, damn, they believe me now. I just earned trust because I actually held to it. And in most cases, when I say thank you, our 11 minutes is just about up. I appreciate it. Oh, I got a few more minutes. We can go to such and such. Most of the time that happens, you actually get extended more time.
All right, I got this question. You jump in. Everybody jumping in. We got a lot of, we got a million questions. We're trying to get them in. My question is about your beautiful queen. My question about your queen, who you say been in the business for you. How did you, a lot of times what my struggle with, you've been in a relationship, right? When you're going through a hard time, a lot of people give up on you. They can't go through it with you. They like, I can't do it. So how did you, what was it that kept y'all so persistent, so strong? And do you think you'll be where you are without her? And if
Hell
not,
no.
What is her role? Because a lot of people need to hear what does she do for you to make you at where you at? Like, people need to hear what these queens doing because a lot of people think it's just solo game out here. And there's a lot of people in the background.
Nah, fam. Like, yo, I would nowhere be where I'm at right now if it wasn't for her.
Right.
Nowhere. Like, it's just, and it's not like, oh, why? Because she was maintaining the house. She was doing that and running the business. Truth be told, she's the CEO, fam. I don't have the CEO title. She does.
Woo.
So then there's also got to be some talk about brothers being having humility. Do you have enough humility to make your partner the CEO, or do you got to have the ego to go with it?
Yeah.
I had to learn that game. Look, I wasn't all like self-righteous. This ain't like Mario been on that for me. Nah, man, Mario was egotistical. Mario was selfish. Mario had to learn, like, yo, you're not getting somewhere because you're being selfish. And she was showing that to me. And then I had to come to a realization, like, is she right? Or am I going to continue defending myself until I'm blue in the face?
Right.
And at a certain point, I had to be like, yo, it's the common denominator is me. It's like the dude that keeps getting fired from every job, and every job is the problem.
Right.
It's like, yo, is it really every woman you with is the problem? Like, are you doing any work, bro? Are you doing any work? So at a certain point, I had to like be real with me and be like, no, I got to do this work. So she became CEO, rightfully so. And I think the difference was making sure two things. When you got a dream and a vision, I think people underestimate treating their family like stockholders.
Ooh. Yeah.
So I treat my family like stockholders. What does that look like? That looks like this. I have a dream. I got a vision. I would like to get you to leave your day job. She wasn't trying to leave her day job. She was actually making more in her salary than I was. So this was an uphill battle when I got laid off to be like, hey, this is my runway. I got laid off. I can pursue the side hustle thing. You come and join me. You can make this thing really work. I can do the marketing and da-da-da. You can run the economics and blah, blah, blah. And she was like, hell no, I'm not doing that. We got a kid. We got all this. No.
Yeah.
I sat her down and I did a presentation. I said, 2:00 Saturday, meet me in the kitchen. 2:00 Saturday, meet me in the kitchen. I knew how to use PowerPoint. I put the shit together. I put a PowerPoint slide deck together, and I showed her what the idea was, who I felt the competition was, what I felt the opportunity could be, what the business kind of could look like if we could work on this, and how she could play a role. So I basically did what they call in marketing terms a SWOT analysis. I looked at the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities,
Right.
and the threats, and basically put together. And to even make it more simple, it's just who, what, when, where, why, how.
Yep. Yep.
And if you
Facts.
just do one
Yeah.
slide for each one of those
Facts.
questions,
Yeah.
your family be like, oh, so you're not doing this tomorrow? No, we're gonna do this in like 6 months. I'm gonna pad my bank account. We're gonna do some savings. We're gonna not eat out. We're gonna beef it up so that we can get ready for this. Oh, now I understand why we gotta take this sacrifice. Oh, now I understand why I can't ask dad for that extra cereal. Like it all starts to make sense because the family has been brought in to see the vision. Now the challenge is don't just dictate it to them, make it a conversation. Show it to them, present it, but then, hey, what are y'all thoughts? What questions do you all have? Oh, and then the last thing I would say is show them examples, if you can, of other people that have also made it. Because too often we got to see that, oh, you mean you're going to be like Charlemagne? Oh, you mean you're going to be like such and such? Like that can somewhat help people to kind of get a frame around what you are trying to present to them if they can't get the idea based off of how you're presenting it to them without that.
Wow.
Wow.
Hmm.
That's
So now when my kid was like, hey,
Appreciate
Dad, I want to get a dog. I was like, okay, that sounds great. It's your 10th birthday. I understand you want to do that. I'm going to need to see a presentation. And that dude at 10, that dude at 10 was literally putting together, and he answered all the questions. Who is it? It's a dog.
Yeah.
Who's going to take care of it? Him, with the parents' help. What will I do? I will walk it. I will feed it. You know, it was like, you know, why do I want a dog? Because I think it would be fun. Like, I remember, like, yo, he did the presentation. I was like, okay,
Fam, that's
you
a TikTok
communicate.
reel, fam. That's a money avenue for you. You need to do a TikTok reel with presentations, man. That'll go live. Like, I'm gonna do one, bro. I'm like, yeah, you want me to cut the yard? I need a presentation why I need the yard cut. I mean, you really know what the benefit of me going out there to paying the lawn man. Why I need to go out there.
I'm saying if you show that to your queen and you sit her down and you treat her like 2:00 Saturday, you're going to meet me in the dining room or take it out the house. Sometimes you got to get out of the environment of where everything is so used to everything else. Right. And like, so go get a hotel room for the day and do it in the hotel room or ask a friend for a spot, like anywhere but where the normal chaos or the normal reactions can happen. Take it off turf, because then you really get them more exposed and more open. And so I think if you do that with the person you really care about, and if they can't see that, that doesn't mean that they don't support you. It just means they might be scared as hell. And you got to really find out, are they afraid? Do they believe I can do it?
Right.
If they don't believe I can do it, then we got to have a deeper discussion about what we even doing. like, what's this about?
You're right. That's what a lot of people stuck in, is they stuck in people who don't support. A lot of people, they don't support each other. So a lot of people are stuck in these situations where they don't even support it. Like, dreams have to be supported. That's just, for me, it got to be supported.
And that's why I'm like, there's two types of dream killers. You got the dream killers that actually don't want to see you be successful.
Right.
And you know what that feeling is like. You know how to avoid them. You know how to feel that energy. But then you got your parents or other friends that are scared for you because they don't see what you see and they didn't do what you do. So now it's fear. But it shows up as like dream killing, because it shows up like, why don't you do the safe thing? It shows up like, why don't you just wait for that? You don't really have the education for that. Like, it shows up like that. But what that doesn't mean like they really don't want to see you be successful. It just means they don't understand it. So, but they show, but then they open up their mouth and then we listen to it. And then we like, damn, maybe I can't, you know? So I think presenting the facts of the situation makes it harder for people to bring their opinions into your dreams.
Fact. And I see you got a background in music. I mean, I heard you talking about music. I think you're a lover of music. I see the hoodie. I like that hoodie you got on, for real.
Yeah. Shout out.
It's a lot. Being that you're interviewing, you done made it and stuff with these artists. Like they just said, I don't know if nobody read. They said they just got Salt Walk on RICO charges. What is your opinion on all these artists? Like, you see all the murders happening, and they saying it don't even make sense to even do a record deal. Like, all this stuff that's happening, the RICO charges. Why? I mean, what's your opinion on that and what's going on, you know, with today and all that, man? It seemed crazy to me to have that, even with someone that had that much money. It's like, I don't get with Frank Lucas. I said, man, how you make $1 million? They say, man, pull $1 million a day. How you don't pull out the game the next day? How you don't just work 1 week and say, you know what, I'm done. I done made $7 million Monday through Sunday. Let me go and go to Hawaii and chill.
Right.
And cops not on me. What? It's crazy what's happening right now, man. I don't. It's like the hip hop world is messed up. It's crazy.
I mean, look, man. I'm not holier than thou, right? Like I've made dumb decisions. I had a 9 in my hand a couple of times. I've been in like situations that it's just like, this doesn't seem right. Oh, okay. Better get out of this. And fortunately, at those like last moments, I made the right decision to kind of like get out of whatever those situations that I got myself into.
Right.
So I think that, when you're young, man, you think it's just going to keep coming, and you think it's just going to keep coming. You think money's never going to stop. You think it's going to keep coming.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of ego. There's a lot of pride. There's a lot of young brothers that are hurt because, they haven't been treated right. They don't have the right upbringing. They haven't had the right the father figures in the households, for some of them, not all of them. And so I just think like identity crisis is just, it's crazy. Plus, you got social media that turns everything into like astronomical comparison.
Ooh, Lord. Yes,
it's astronomical to compare now. I mean,
Yes.
to the point where you got Ja, Memphis, you got Ja.
Ja Morant, yeah.
Yes, bro.
It's
That story there.
You can go to the epitome of like, yo, what is he even doing? But it's like, okay, but do y'all know that everybody can carry in Tennessee?
Yeah,
like,
that's what. Oh my God.
like you can carry in Tennessee. Like, why
Bro,
are y'all tripping? It's not like he in Maryland doing this. Like,
they
you
on
can
the WNBA now. They on WNBA talking about they getting on wearing their nails and the hair in their head. I'm like, come on, y'all going back to the Iverson days.
I was going to say Allen Iverson already took care of this. I
That's
thought.
what I'm saying. We all now the ladies can't wear nails and stuff. They making their shot. What is the problem? Like,
We talking about IG Live. We talking about IG Live.
I'm telling you,
did I shoot somebody? We talking about IG Live.
Man,
Yeah.
Now I'm not
can't do
saying
nothing.
I'm not condoning it, right? Like I'm saying that's a stupid move for him to do it on a live. Why is he doing that? He's looking for some other acceptance. He's looking for some other validation. As a young kid,
validation.
I get that. But it's like, yo, this is where it's the fight that we have is against this validation. It's against this identity, and it's against support systems. Because if you don't have it from your home, you're gonna get it from the street. At least that's what you think you're gonna. At least that's what you think you get.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, it's a tough battle. I just really wish that there's any young people that listen to this, that if you got that even inkling of a feeling like I did, like, nah, this isn't right. I should be doing something. And you trying to figure out how to get out. You gotta go. You gotta talk to that older brother, that uncle in your neighborhood, that cousin that seemed to be on the right path. Like, you gotta go talk to somebody and say what you're struggling with, because you haven't figured out how to make the move yet, and you need some advice or somebody with other exposure to be able to see inside your world to give you some ideas on how you might be able to step out of that.
Facts. Hey, gang, I just want to let y'all know I'm doing the podcast. My battery, I'm on the iPhone. My junk just said low power. We know what that means. So it might die on me in case I blank out. But, man, I'm doing the show. Y'all take over in case I blank out. But, man, I enjoyed you. Definitely going to be reading your content, following more of your content. And I hope God keep blessing you and your family, your wife and your family, man. Y'all just go out on limits with them, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
I appreciate it.
Like I said, with our culture, I know with blacks, we have a problem sharing and helping each other. You see every culture help each other. Every culture help each other, but we the crabs in the boat. Like I said, I like what you're doing. You have very good points, and you right about what you're saying, man. You gotta have no fear. It's like going to the casino knowing I got $100, but I'm scared to lose my 100. Why I'm at the casino? Take the money and scared to lose. That's stupid. I ain't finna go and I'm shaking the whole time like, oh Jesus, please let me hit. This is my last 100. That's dumb for me to be. If you take something I can lose, or somebody ain't got fear or something, man. I appreciate everything you said. You done gave me a lot of input. Hey, in my own life. So, man.
Hey, man, I appreciate that too, bro. And I appreciate that you all are doing this podcast in this way and that you all are being vulnerable, because that too is something that we don't do. And, it can be frowned upon to be vulnerable, to show what's quote unquote seems weak. Like, there's a moment where you gotta stand up for your family. I get that. But you're a human being. And I think like this whole, the problem with, part of the problem, I'm not gonna say the problem, but part of the problem with the crabs in the bucket mentality is because we have been conditioned not to have stuff.
Ooh, yes.
And because of the structural racism, because of how it's all been done, when we get something, we like, yo, hold on to that.
Right.
But what we have to understand now is that game has really changed due to the internet, due to the access, due to the fact that we can buy from each other. We don't have to rely on somebody else to buy from us.
Right.
We don't have to rely on somebody else to take our products. So now that we know that, and now that we can be smarter about that, now it's like, no. Now we have to start getting international with our thinking. And I think that's where we get like limited. Even in our own team, I'm like, y'all, we got to start thinking about how we get this podcast on in India.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I want to get a book out, and then I want that book done in like 6 different languages.
Ooh.
So it's like, you know, we got to get exposure, and we got to get exposure. And so I think like when we do that, we start to understand that the pie isn't small at all. Pie is big as hell.
Right.
And when we start, like I asked Shaq one time, man, and no disrespect, but I asked him, I was like, hey, how come y'all don't get together with like other players and like y'all pool y'all money together and like invest in like, this is 10 years ago, invest in like entrepreneurs and other people with great ideas that look like us. And he said, answer to me, that back then, I'm sure it's different than how he would answer it now. But back then, he was like, well, my money guy doesn't necessarily talk to my friend's money guy. And I was like, yo, I don't understand that concept. Like, you the one with the money.
Right.
And I'm trying to tell you that y'all could pull together some money to make some really big change as opposed to you doing something here and him doing something over there. And you telling me your money guy don't mess with that money guy, so therefore y'all don't pull together. Like, I just checked out at that point. You know? Checked out because I was like, oh man.
Yeah.
No, that's real Hollywood, bro. Because even Stallone said, I mean, everybody know Creed 3. Shout out to Michael B. Jordan. Say he hit 100. You know, he made his number. They saying Stallone didn't work with. It was a money thing because he didn't want to work with the director or something with this movie. He's like, I don't want to do it with him. So you right about this. Like, it seemed like money gets so big. Now your money talk for you. Money talk. Now your money talk for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, we ain't finna go over here. We ain't finna go over here. And it's all the people that's like say you're not even controlling your own money.
Right.
But
and I'm sure that's different now. I'm sure because he's been invested in a ton of businesses. He's done a lot of stuff, and he gives back like crazy. But I may have just caught him at a moment, and he was being real and he was being honest. But now I understood why it was happening, and I understand like this whole crabs in the barrel mentality. It's even happening with people that got a lot of money.
Yes.
It's like, yo. So we got a lot of conditioning that we have to break down. And the way we break it down is by actually lifting each other up, by giving me a shot to come on your podcast. By now me being like, damn, is there a way that I can promote this podcast? Is there something I can do for them?
Right.
You know, so it's like, it's got to be reciprocated.
That's up, man. We appreciate you coming on, man. And I watch you live with Ash Cash. I watched the webinar, and man, you say, man, just, you know, you gotta have the strength, man, to just ask the question. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The courage to ask the question. I reached out, man, and we appreciate you coming on.
Bruh,
now, I'm gonna ask you another one.
Asking is the fastest, lowest cost way of acquiring info and creating new opportunity. It just is. You just gotta keep asking.
I like this guy, man. I like him. I like him, man.
Man.
It's common sense, but it's not common practice.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's common sense, but it's not common practice. And it's just like, when you ask, if somebody says no, and you go and ask somebody else, and they say no, and they're saying no for the same, there's only 2 reasons why you should be getting a no. If it's the same reason over and over, that you're getting the same reason, then there's something wrong with your ask. If it's the same reason. If it's a different reason, one time it's like, no, because it's the wrong time. One time it could be like, no, because it costs too much. Or I thought it had these features. If it's different answers, then that means you just haven't found the yes yet. You got to keep going. You don't change your pitch. You don't change your ask. You got to keep trying to find the right audience. Because a lot of times we are pitching the wrong people. We're not even asking. We're asking for people to give us a yes, and they don't even have the power to do it. So we got to be smart about who we're pitching or who we're going after. And then when we get that no, we got to understand, am I hearing that no, the same no over and over? Then I might need to change up, switch up what I'm doing. If I'm hearing a different no, Mario said, stay on that path. Don't change up what I'm doing. I'm just got to hit the right person. It's going to happen. So I don't know how many other people you asked
Now,
and they told you no. How many other people have you asked and they told you no?
Well, I asked a few guys for a
man.
white pair of glasses. So let me ask you, can I have them white glasses? I got 2 no's the other day. Maybe you say yes, because you just said.
Yeah, you can have them if you go to Zenny.com, you can pick up a pair. If these didn't have prescription in them, I give them to you, but they got prescription in them. But Tony, for real though, how often do you ask people to come on? Does everybody say yes?
No.
No, man. Majority don't respond.
Yeah.
But man,
But you
when
kept
we do
keep
get a
asking,
yes,
right?
it's good.
Yeah.
But you kept asking, right? And here we are.
Don't get discouraged.
Nope.
So, now I got a question for you.
Okay.
What was the first band that you secured?
The first brand deal?
Yeah, the first paid brand deal that you secured.
Oh man. Yeah, and really, oh man, first paid brand deal, man, that goes, I mean, that's probably that might have been Microsoft, that might have been that might have been Staples at the time. But the best one that we got, that really changed the game, because those were like all smaller ones. Those were like 5 and 10K. But when I got that 186,000 from FedEx office, that's when I was like, okay, this a whole other this a whole other situation. There's a lot that I can do. That was our first season of our show, and we needed to get about eight episodes done, and we put up some of our own money, but then we were able to get 168,000 from FedEx office. And I think that was the biggest deal for us, because when we did that, I recognized like, oh man, if you know how to package and you know how to present, then it's just a matter of making sure that you think you can solve a problem that they have and show your solution in a way that can help them solve a problem. There's money. And that's like nothing to them, but that was like everything to us.
Yeah. I have a question.
Yeah.
We're part of the CTR Media Podcasting Network, and we have multiple podcasters. When is a good time to reach out to these branding companies, or what are they looking for to actually do a partnership with them?
Yeah, they're looking for who's your audience is like the most important thing. It's not necessarily the most important, but it's like right there, like number 2 and number 3. Like, who are you reaching? And who's gravitating to what you're doing? Like, that's really, really important to understand who that person is. Like, what do they buy? What do they eat? Where do they shop? What kind of music they listen to? What do they get in the grocery store? Are they shopping in Whole Foods, or are they shopping like in Giant? Do they have it like that where they're getting like groceries delivered and using like Instacart and Uber Eats and Peapod, or are they having to go out and get like, so understanding what we call the psychographics, which is like the consumer behavior, the things that they're into, and then understanding the demographics, which is like the age, the income, zip code, education levels, things of that nature. The brands really want to know more of the psychographics than the demographics. The demographics are important, probably just for age, but then after that, it's more like it's all about like the buying habits and what your psychographics show for your audience. So brands need really 3 things. They need to understand who your audience is. They need to understand the alignment that you see with them. So if you got a podcast, like what's your podcast? What's your other podcast about?
T Swin, live with T Swin. It's mostly like about music, expediting the transportation world, and just like my life, just my daily life.
But it's also about the did I hear the transportation world?
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, I say to you, what are some of the products and services that people in the transportation world need? What comes to mind? Like what product or what service? What are things that people in the transportation world need?
They need equipment to secure the freight. And they need PPE, personal protective, GPS systems, electronic log systems.
Perfect.
Man,
all of these are the brands that are aligned. All of those, perfect. Those are your target companies. Those products, those services are the brands that you would be going to because you're a listener that's paying attention to that. JB, what's your podcast about?
I don't have this is the only podcast that I'm on. I'm new to the game.
Oh, okay. But that's the question. The question is, no matter if you're doing an event, you know, like if you decide, Hoverman, if you decide that you're going to do an event about violence or security or something where you're trying to bring the community together, like why wouldn't you get brands to support that? So like these got to be brands that are down with your mission. But there definitely are brands that are down with that mission. It's just a matter of, are you talking to them? Are you telling them who's going to show? Are you giving them a sense as to who that audience is? So you can tell a brand, I have an audience, like for me, when I say I have an audience of entrepreneurs, and some of these are side hustlers, some of these got like full-time jobs and they're working on a side gig. Some of them are solopreneurs, meaning they're an entrepreneur of one, and then others have like maybe 3 to 5 employees. Like that's who I'm talking. And they're trying to build their brand. They're trying to put out digital products, social media influencers. They may be authors, and they may have their own masterminds, and they may do events. Like that's who I'm talking to. And so then I can tell them, look, 80% of my audience travels, and they travel more than 5 times a year. So that tells me I can go after brands that want travelers. Even though my content might be motivational and inspirational, I'm not talking about how to get a plane ticket for free. I'm talking to the audience that wants to get the information that I want to give, but I did a survey on my audience and I asked them these questions. And that gave me information to understand what's my listeners' behavior like. Oh, I got people that fly a lot. Well, that indicates that they travel, that they got disposable income, that they need rewards points, that they need luggage, that they need hotels, that they need Ubers and Lyfts, that they need rental cars. So it tells me all the companies that I could be approaching to get for sponsorship. So it's that kind of structure that we, you know, how easy it is. And then it's once you identify who, like once you know who your audience is, and then you identify who makes the most sense, like who is aligned with that audience, then it's like then the third thing is how are you packaging it to present it to them? Because then everybody's like, yo, who do I contact? And I'm like, yeah, okay, there's so many different people that a brand that you could contact. So it's not about who do you contact. It's about when you get the contact, what are you going to actually send to them? What are you going to actually tell them? Especially if you're just a startup, or especially if your podcast is new, or you don't have a lot of numbers. How are you going to prove some value, even though you may not have a large following? Because it's not that you don't. I'm about to post up a reel tomorrow morning that shows that brands are actually spending more money now. 77% of brands are actually spending more on micro influencers than macro influencers. Like it's dropped. The big audiences with the big followings is now like at 64%, and people with like for people to do business with that got smaller audiences. And the reason is because when you got a smaller audience, they know that the listener or the viewer is actually wants to be there. They're actually engaged. They're actually going to buy something or support you or give to your Patreon or buy your merch or show up at your event. And since they know that, they're like, yo, how do we got to get a bunch of people with small numbers to advocate for our brand. So it's like they got to find you. And that makes it really difficult for you to be found if you're not putting your stuff out there to be found, or if you're approaching them. So I think the biggest problem is a lot of people think the deals come to you. Deals don't come to you. You got to go and get the deals. But once you start putting yourself out there, it makes it easier for other deals to come to you once you start getting deals. Just like anything else. Yeah. Once you got that woman one time and she was hot, you were like, yo, I actually pulled that off. You had the confidence you could do it again.
Yeah.
But you had to get through the one time. And when other women saw you with that fly woman, how T Swin pull that? now they checking T. Right? So like it's nothing different with brand deals. The minute I did the FedEx office, UPS is looking at me. Right. And then just last year I did a deal with UPS. So it's like it builds your credibility. The association starts to leverage your credibility, and you can use that credibility to another level.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember, man, in the webinar that you did, you said list the companies that you want to target and then list the competition. So, man,
that's the
I had
fastest
about
way to get a list.
30 companies. Yeah, I had about 30 companies on my list.
I forgot that I said that, because if you know like Verizon is, it should be a sponsor, then that means T-Mobile, AT&T. That means you go on and on. So you're right. The minute you come up with a list, all you got to do is think about, well, who are their competitors, and you're going to triple that list. .com, neversettleacademy.com. We got the program and everything in place. We really help walk you through getting those deals and making it happen. We're turning up a few things with the program too, where we actually make your materials for you now. Like we make your video reel, we make your media kit. We're doing a lot. We're doing a lot more than what we did even a year ago. So go to neversettleacademy.com or just DM me on Instagram at Mario Armstrong. DM me on Instagram. But what I don't want people doing is I don't want them taking out loans before they check with me. I don't want you dipping into the credit card before you check with me. I don't want you asking for family and friends for money, and then you have to run and hide when you got to try to pay them back and you ain't got it yet. And now they're getting antsy. Now nobody believes in the dream. Like, just hold off on all that. Let's try to get the money from another source that doesn't have to be paid back. That's the beauty of the sponsorship deals. Like, if you actually can get one, it can help to fund the idea. And then all you have to do is execute on what it is you said you were going to do for that brand. You just got to execute, but you can keep your costs really low in order to do that. So you can get a higher profit margin when you keep your costs low.
I have a question for you.
Now, man, so what do you, go ahead, Joe.
You're a really good speaker, Mario. I was wondering, what kind of training did you have? Did you have like this from trial and error, from constantly doing podcasts, or did you actually like read some books, or were you on a debate team, or?
None of it, bro. None of it. It was studying other people that seem to really have it together. So Oprah, Arsenio. I'm just trying to think of some people that I've watched over the years. Even more recently, even watching Kevin Hart interview people. I like watching Kevin. I like watching the dude. I forget the dude's name on Hot Ones. I forget that dude's name. Yeah. But just watching certain people and then asking, bro, like every opportunity that I got into, like when I got into the TV business and I asked, could I do it for free? And they say, yeah, then I would ask them, like, do you stare? Do I stare at you, or do I look at the camera? And they were like, no, just we're having a conversation. Only talk to the camera when you actually need to say something direct to the audience that you feel is really personal or needs to be intimate. Other than that, keep it as a conversation. Oh, okay, check. When I was starting to do stuff in radio, I would pick up on little things that I would read. I read that dude would put his stomach up against, like, he would put his stomach up against the back of his chair. So he have his chair, right? But he put his diaphragm like up under there, and then he would talk on a mic, and that would give him like more resonance in his speaking. So it was a deeper, more full sound. I was like, what? So I was just picking up on all these little things and just watching people, man. And then I would just watch YouTube clips, and then it was just doing it and just putting the action in. And then I would listen to myself. I would. And for public speaking, what I would do for a while is I watched myself on mute. So a lot of people will watch themselves to study themselves, but I would watch myself on mute because I wanted to see what was my body language communicating. And if I'm smiling when I'm saying something that probably shouldn't have a smile, or if my hands are too busy, then I'm distracting the message. Or maybe I should have stood still at that point and delivered that moment instead of walking back and forth across the stage. So I like to study myself, and I like to study others, and then I just do, bro. Like I think the best way is just by getting on the field. Like I ain't trying to sit in the classroom too long to learn how to catch a pass. I'm trying to get on the field and just get my head knocked off while I learn how to catch a pass. Oh, I won't run that way next time. I'm a juke and go left. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So to me, it's like the more you can do it and then pay attention to it. Like y'all get me excited. I like to talk, as you can see, and it's been hard for me, even in this scenario, to take pauses to like let y'all like actually have a moment. And that's something that I'm still kind of working on. Yeah. Because I know I can go, but I need to let it breathe. And I know sometimes I need to step back and like let people insert. So I'm still working on that.
Wow.
Yeah, I watch a live. You can go. I know you can go, but it'd be good information though. And so we all listening because we students right now, and we appreciate all the game that you're giving us.
Telling you.
Yeah, I appreciate what y'all are doing, man.
So,
you know,
what are some things?
I mean, coming off of Chris Rock special.
What are some things you got going on?
I'm like, man,
right now. Oh yeah.
I'm sorry. What'd you say? I'm sorry. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
I didn't mean to cut you off, man. You can finish about 20 minutes. We had a little technical difficulty right there. They got a delay.
Yeah, just a little delay.
But yeah, I seen the Chris Rock special, man. It was funny, man. He say the best for the last on the stand up.
He say the best for the last. He definitely went. I mean, this is the man's podcast, right? We safe over here, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we
certainly.
Yeah, we safe.
Yeah, I mean, look, man. I mean,
go ahead.
You know, I just think that was really number one. Shout out to Chris for keeping it quiet for that long, because that was strategic. And I bet you, I put 101 that Dave called him the minute it happened. It was like, don't you say a damn thing anywhere. Word that I got was that he was in the writer's room heavy with Dave and a bunch of and some other cats like that, heavy. And that's why Dave and him went on tour towards the end of last year. I think they was on tour together. And if you watch the special, you can almost hear a little bit of Dave come out and kind of like how the structure of some of that was done. Not to take away from Chris at all, but you could just kind of hear just a little bit of that different structure. At least I did. And then I'm looking at Netflix, and I'm like, oh, y'all are doing the bag right now. Like the story is going to be him talking about Will and Jada and the slap and all that. And I get that. And he bodied it. And people can say what they want to say, but from an artistic perspective, he bodied it. And I could see the rage that he still had. I ain't sitting here judging whether or not he should have done it, shouldn't have done it, whether Will should have hit him, not hit him, whether he did it because of Jada. I ain't even getting into any of that because everybody got their camps on that. All I'm saying is his art form came through and he bodied that. But what's really crazy is Netflix ain't playing. Netflix about to get into this live event production.
No.
Netflix about to get into the live streaming. And the fact that they did that on the back of Chris being a black comedian, whether you could say he got white audiences or whatever you want to say about Chris, whatever. What it shows me is that Netflix is about to go toe to toe in these streaming wars, because Amazon got Thursday Night Football, YouTube got somebody else. Like Netflix already said we can't do the sports. We don't want to get in that business. So I'm like, oh, y'all gonna do live comedy shows. Y'all gonna start trying to bring up other live events. So it was kind of wild. And then the fact that he did it in my hometown of Baltimore, I was like, damn, that's kind of cold. Because Jada from Baltimore. So I was like, yeah. I'm like, but yeah, I was peeping that Netflix game. I was really checking like how they did the pre-show, and then they did the post-show.
Yeah.
afterwards, I was like, man, it's a whole thing they testing right now. They testing this right
That's
now.
a beta test. That's definitely
Yep.
beta.
Yeah. Yeah. But when I saw it say it was live, I said, oh man, you trying something new. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want Mario for those. You said you hit rock bottom, you and your wife, but you had your wife with you as a support system. What would you say for those who don't have a support system? They're all by themselves. Because I remember when I hit rock bottom, I got pushed out of policing for actually standing up for truth, and fighting against some things that I did see. And by the way, man, I've done everything you can imagine in policing. Got all the awards, the accolades to go with it.
Damn.
But when I spoke out against what I saw was wrong, it got so unsafe that I had to leave.
Right.
And I'm glad I did.
Right.
So, and then the findings I had, everything it was a struggle for a long time, and I didn't have no one to turn to, but God, of course. So what would be your advice for those who don't have someone that they can turn to for support when they hit rock bottom?
Bro, first off, I did not know that about your background. That says a lot, bro. Like,
yeah.
Now I also understand why you're also fighting the battle that you're fighting and who you're fighting for and why. Like if I had a chance to dig into that story, I would understand even deeper why. Like the stuff you've seen, the stuff you've been through, and the stuff gets done. It's like you've been behind the Wizard of Oz. You understand exactly what's going on. To a level that was detrimental to your health.
Absolutely.
And your well-being. And I commend you for understanding and trying to figure out a way around it, and also taking that self-preservation kicked in, but at the same time, it's still a tough decision because you got no livelihood now. Yeah. And so I think when it comes down to support, man, I mean, you really said it best. It's faith. I really don't have an answer for how someone gets out of their lowest low without some form of faith. And I think the hard pill that I may suggest to people, and I'm being careful of how I say it because I don't want people to take it wrong. I'm saying this with love and empathy.
Yeah.
But sometimes, I don't even know if it's sometimes, if I'm being really real to what I'm feeling right now, I feel like all the time, whenever we go through something, even if it's bad, we were supposed to learn something from that. And I think that's the hard pill to swallow, because it's kind of like, so you mean I was supposed to go through that suffering? Like, I don't need, how does that rationally make sense? And it's like, I can't tell you until you end up using something from that moment in some new event that happens in your life. And unless you have that awareness that that's where that came from, you may not even recognize that that's what the lesson was that you learned. But if we are seeking to understand how, when that happened to you, the questions had to be crazy that were going through your mind.
Oh, absolutely.
And then I ask you now, and I don't know if you've completely recovered from that or not. So if this doesn't feel comfortable, don't answer it. But if I ask you now, did you learn a lesson from that? And if so, what was the lesson?
Oh, I learned a lot of lessons. The main lesson is that, man, when you know I mean, I grew up in the project, so I know tough times. My father wasn't there. My father died when I was a baby, and I know the struggles of life, and I know my skin color and my demeanor, how I carried myself. As soon as I entered the academy, I dominated, couldn't be touched. Got out of the academy, I dominated in all areas, and I did it the right way. But that's the key. And man, I'm gonna tell you something. I fought and put in jail some of the most dangerous criminals in Houston. And I had more worry, not about being killed or harmed away by criminals, but by those who wore the same badge. So it was a constant battle between the two.
Right.
But I'm gonna tell you something, Mario. But when that time came, when I had this sit before the chief and all the command staff, and all that transpired with that, and I'm gonna tell you, man, I just couldn't believe that all the sacrifices they know I made and everything. Officer of the year, everything, man, everything I've done, Mario. No one, and it's gonna have to be. They're not talking about it, but Mario, the things I've done, no police officer has ever done in the history of policing. And they know that, and they still, because I spoke the truth about injustice, they pushed me out. And the only thing I learned from that is Jesus had to face and be persecuted, ridiculed, isolated, abandoned, and forsaken. He said to me, "What makes you different?" That's what the Lord told me. And he just kept me, man, through all that. That's the best I don't, before I get too emotional, but
nah, brother, I appreciate you sharing, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate you sharing. I see Multifarious Studio says deep. I appreciate you sharing, because that level of vulnerability is important for us to understand. And I'm going to say this. I don't even know you. I just met you today. And what I got from that energy, your story, and I have no right to kind of claim what I think is a learning experience for you, but I'm going to say what I think actually may be a learning experience. Part of me wonders, I even feel more than a wonder, like I would bet on this, but part of me feels like you had to go to those heights. You had to be that decorated, and you had to be that clean for you to realize you can't make the impact inside of that system that you can outside of that system. But when your whole demeanor and everything was structured, I'm going to change it from within, and you did everything right to change it from within, and you did everything to get these accolades, to do what you did, to do things that haven't never been done before, and you do it within, and to still get treated like that tells me, like, oh, that means his real impact is about to happen, because he could only do, but so he did as far as he could do within. So all those people that you gave a second chance to, all those people that you gave a little bit of a lighter sentence to, all those people that you gave a pep talk to that we never got a chance to see you give a pep talk, all those people that you saw, that you picked up off the street and helped try to get them straightened out, all that stuff we never saw. We never saw. But you did it. We didn't see it. But I can tell you this, that impact then was felt for that moment, and you were supposed to impact those people the way you did at that time, but then you hit your max. You peaked. You peaked, bro. You hit your max. It ain't a bad thing. It's a good thing. And I know that's, I know it's gotta be tough for me to say that to you. But I see it as like, oh my gosh, bro, what is he about to actually achieve now? Because now you don't have those same limits. Now you don't have those same rules. Now you don't have that same structure. And now you don't have to worry about looking over your shoulder like that. So what is that going to enable you to do? So now it's getting back to what's my next right step on this big vision. Let me use, you got the credit. You already got the credibility that most people don't have. Your story is the reason why this thing should actually work differently. Your story is the reason why this credibility is that much higher. It should be taken that much more seriously. And it's not about being conceited. It's not about look at me. It's about, no, you got to understand, I've been to the height of that system. And I can no longer do within that system what I can do outside of it. But I had all the credibility in the world within it. But now I'm going to use that credibility, and we're going to make some real change on the outside.
Man, appreciate that.
So that's how God is using you, bro. That's how God is using you. He didn't want you to become a full-time cop.
Appreciate that.
That wasn't it.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, Dr. Tina puts it perfectly. You know, use the power of podcasting to tell your story with no limits. I would be telling I would get my story tight. I would get my story succinct. What is your story?
Yeah.
And I would be looking for people to help with that, shape it, just like you saw that Chris Rock structure. Whether you believe, you know, whether you disagree with him as a comedian or not, that ain't the point. The point is the storytelling structure. And so if I were you, I'd be really working on how in less than 3 minutes can I tell my story? How in less than 2 minutes can I tell the moments of my story that you can feel the gravity of it, the credibility of it, my emotion in it, and my solution for it?
Yes, sir.
The more you share, the more you're going to find people that's going to want to help. The less you share, the less people know.
Okay.
Man, thank you for all the gems you've been dropping tonight. And man, we appreciate you coming on.
Man,
what you got coming up?
Being on with y'all, man. I felt like I just jumped into the barbershop or something, man. I felt like we was just, you know, except I ain't got no fly fade. I ain't look at JB. JB look like he probably the only one that got a fresh fade, man.
Only one, he's one of two people that can get a fresh fade.
I hit so strong. So strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I appreciate
man,
being on with y'all, man. So whatever I can do to help promote it and put it out there, just let me know. And if there's some other guests that you're trying to target that you'd love to have on, you know, let me know about that. I'll see what I can do to help. But don't make it the last time. And you know how to hit, you know how to reach me. You got all the contact info.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, what you got coming up? What's next for Mario Armstrong? Never Settle? What's going on?
Oh man, I'm cooking two things. I'm cooking up a new show. I'm really excited about this. I just gotta man, it's been a rough one. Like normally I can get a show idea and get it on paper and get it moving quick. For some reason, this one is like taking longer in the kitchen. I'm like, okay, I get it, but like I need to start getting some samples out there for people to taste. But this will be a new show. It's gonna be kind of fast paced. It's gonna be like ESPN meets entrepreneurship. So it's gonna be like commentary and opinions from people that are experts in branding, marketing, e-commerce, and entrepreneurship. But we're gonna be talking about like the hot headlines that a lot of people aren't talking about, like the stuff that y'all talk about amongst yourselves, but like nobody's talking about it inside of like a broadcast production about entrepreneurs.
Gotcha.
So that's one. And then the second one is I'm working on a new show that's going to be a little longer to get done unless some things happen. So it may be 2024. I was really hoping for 2023. And that one's an entertainment show. So that's more of a talk show, live studio audience, but it's going to be me sitting down with people in film, music, and basically the arts, but mostly film and music. But it's going to be a different discussion. It's going to be a discussion based around really how to break into these positions. And it's not just going to be like actors and singers. It's going to be casting directors. It's going to be makeup designers. Yeah, it'll be a lot of because that's where a lot of roles and a lot of opportunity for a lot of people is at. So it's like, how do you become a graphic designer for the next Avatar? How do you end up working for Lena Waithe out there? And you know, like how do you position yourself? How do you get your music to be heard and to get a syncing deal with some of these TV shows and movies? And so it's like it's really trying to uncover a lot of the things that aren't talked about in these big entertainment spaces in order to try to help people get access to those spaces.
Man, well, we appreciate you coming on with us, man. And we're gonna have to do this again. And I'm gonna reach out to you. We're gonna be reaching out to you. And man, God bless you. And thank you, man. Thank you for dropping the gem. Thank you for preaching.
Yeah,
bro.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, man. Thanks for looking out for me and asking me. I was honored to do it, so I was glad to be here. And oh yeah, the other thing I'm working on too, man, is I'm turning that Goal Buddy thing into an app. I got to get that into an app, so I'm looking to launch that this year, so that people can actually have an app where they can put their goals. Like y'all can share your goals with each other and hold each other accountable, and you can see like, yo, I wonder if Tony got anything done today, or if you did get something done, when you check it off your list, then JB's gonna get a notification. And JB's gonna be like, damn, Tony over here checking things off his to-do list. I ain't got nothing done today. Let me get to work. So to get you that motivation and accountability. So I'm looking forward to launching that app at the end of the year.
Right.
Man, well, we appreciate you, man. And this has been the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast with special guest Mario Armstrong, brought to you by CTR Media Network. And we out.
Love y'all. Peace.
Peace.
Thank you, bro. All right.
You know what I'm talking about? I don't know. Do you think about me? Smoking on trees, sipping on Hennessy. Switching lanes, though, had to hit the heartbeat. Almost bit the siren, so my baby started to scream. Told her calm down, cause you know I got that lean. Gasoline in the tank, and you know I dropped the screen. Peanut butter on the seats, that's the mix that makes it cream. Getting chopped, effort out, we about to make it sing. You on top, we don't stop, this is what you see in dreams.
Stand still and be buried in the landfill. The wrong circles could really hurt you or get a man killed. Watch who you align with, run, hustle, and grind with. Share your ideas and choose to spend time with. Team players, or are they playing for the other side? Would they even come to your funeral if a brother died? The road to success might require no passengers, no plus ones, no leeches, and no scavengers. For real, them people want you to chill. Don't sleep behind the wheel. The devil trying to make a deal. Don't sleep behind the wheel.
There's a new sheriff coming to a city near you, and I'm well on the mission to bring the new era to policing that will change everything that you know it as it relates to communicating, assisting, helping, delivering the correct and justified acts to remove crimes and to help you as a citizen against every crime that comes against you with the solutions to impact your community, your city, and generations to come with CPIIA, Citizens and Police Immediate Interactive Assistance. I cannot do this on my own. I need your help, and we together can for certainly make the change needed for a better city, a better country, for a better future.
CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health, and shit.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today. CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
The world is hurting right now, and it's time to rise up. As we lift ourselves up in body, mind, and spirit, we can reach out to others and be a light in a sea of darkness. Welcome to the Movement for Global Health with your host, Dr. Mary Zenit.
We are good. Dr. Dolores Fazzino has dedicated her life to bridging the world of spirituality and wellness. She is a healer, a medical intuitive, and a visionary with over 40 years experience in healthcare. She earned a Doctor of Nursing practice in 2008 from Case Western University, one of the top nursing programs in the nation. Recognizing the many gaps in healthcare, Dr. Dolores Fazzino takes us beyond the mind-body paradigm and integrates spirituality in wellness. She is a highly talented and powerful coach and healer, and we are absolutely privileged to welcome her today.
Well, thank you, Dr. Mary. I so appreciate that, and Happy New Year to you and to your audience.
Yes.
It's been a ride, hasn't it?
We're fastened our seatbelts, and yep. But this is a perfect opportunity to really launch in the new year and be in alignment and stay grounded. But it sounds like this is a huge opportunity to spread our wings and in ways that I think we may have never thought possible.
Very true. And my tagline is healing in ways you never thought possible, which is interesting. And I love my tagline because how many times do each of us individually think that we have it all figured out and we got these blinders on and we're going down this path and we're missing what is possible that's the blinders are hiding. There's many ways to accomplish things. It's not just a one straight shot path. There's many times people get sick, and that's a given. We're human beings and our physical bodies and we nourish it and stuff like that. It's a beautiful alchemy of the mind, body, spirit, and it all working together. It's not compartmentalized and everything's in a separate box. And being in Western medicine and Western medicine trained myself, and I believe you are as well, Dr. Mary, is that, we've been taught that things are in boxes and they don't communicate with each other, but that's not true. They do.
And is that what you mean when you say a glimpse of what to expect? Healing that you never thought possible.
Exactly. And, I'm going to just share a very brief story. I'll try to make it very brief, but, believe it or not, I was on a trajectory as a young person to become a concert clarinetist. And in the 11th hour, I changed my, my educational track. And it was because my father, who had been ill for a very long time, and this goes back during the 1960s and 70s, before we had a lot of the advanced technology that we have today and all the medications and stuff. He ended up getting a hospital-acquired infection with a back surgery back in the 60s and had every so often he would just get very violently ill. And what was happening was when his immune system got compromised, his body would react and form abscesses in his abdominal cavity. So this went on for about 4 different times. And each time this happened, he was in the hospital for at least 2 months on his deathbed. And so my mother was not happy with what Western medicine was providing for her. And this is back in the 1970s at this time. So this is way before what we have today and what is even accepted more so today than ever. And so what happened was she ended up doing some reading. And at the time, the Google of the day was the National Enquirer. Okay. That was like where you got all your information, because we didn't have electronic and all the Google searches that we have today. But they were featuring an article about a minister from Cairo, Michigan, who had the gift of laying on of hands. And at that time, in about 1975, he had been doing this type of work for over 25 years with a high success rate. In fact, he assisted his brother in healing from leukemia. So that's why they were featuring him. And my mom was fascinated by this and said, this is what we need to do. We need to get this man to come to see, your father. So of course, my dad, being the skeptic that he was, he should have been from Missouri, because you needed to show me what was going on. He said to my mom, only if the surgeon agrees. So at that time, my mother and father were both in the hospital. My dad was, an inpatient. The surgeon that they were working with was sitting at the nurse's station. Yeah. So my mom went out to the nurse's station, and the surgeon was there, and she announced to the surgeon, I'm thinking about having a spiritual healer come in to assist my husband with his condition. Would that be okay? Surgeon's writing, didn't miss a beat, looked up at her and said, sure, that's fine. Those were the words that my mom needed. So my mom went back into my dad's room and shared that news. Not 10 minutes go by, Dr. Mary. My mom goes back out to that nurse's station, same surgeon sitting there. She announced to the surgeon, my husband agreed to have the spiritual healer to come to make a visit. He dropped his pen and looked up and said, what are you talking about? I never agreed to that. That's what I call a God moment, when there's like a opportunity for the spirit to come in to speak to somebody to do that. So of course, my mother didn't share that piece of the information with my father. And a month later, Reverend Holmes came to our humble little home in Connecticut. I grew up in Connecticut. I'm a New Englander, and I currently live in San Diego, and I've been here for the last 35 years. But anyway, so what happened was he came to our home, and at that time I was like 17, Junior and my brother and my 2 sisters and my 2 grandmothers were there. The minister was a very humble, but I loved his energy. I don't know how he knew this, but he looked at my father and said, one of your legs is shorter than the other, which we all knew, because my dad used to wear a lift in his shoe, but he was barefooted in his slippers and no lifts or anything. So he had my father lift both his feet up, and you could tell that there was like a 1-inch gap when he put a book there. He had my dad lower his legs, and he said some prayers over my father, touched his belly, his solar plexus, basically in the top of his head, his crown chakra. And he said some prayers, and he had maybe 3 minutes passed. He said, now put both your legs up. And in that moment, both his legs were the same length. Now, you remember, my father was the skeptic. He needed to see something tangible so he could start believing.
Exactly.
And so he started bawling like a baby. And that's one of the 5 times that I probably saw him break down emotionally ever in my life. And at that time, I just knew that it was my initiation that what I was witnessing was something that I needed to share with the world, and also to integrate that into health and wellness. So it was a life changer, my initiation. And I knew from that point I needed to go into healthcare. And so I've dedicated my life to bridging what can be seen and what can't be seen, the physical with the spiritual, in order to offer hope and healing for people.
That is remarkable.
And the best part was, after that was complete, My father went back to the hospital and they ran studies. They showed no evidence of where he had the infection that he had back in the 60s. He never had to revisit that problem. And he actually passed away about 10 years ago at the age of 80.
Wow. And he had good quality of life?
Yep, absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. It's a miracle.
It was a miracle. I witnessed a miracle.
You witnessed a miracle. Exactly.
I did. And, you know, just the way the universe orchestrated that through that one physician, you know, giving the permission basically, and then having no recollection of it. I just crack up about that because I knew exactly what that was, like a God moment. Something happened on a bigger scheme that allowed it to line up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And so
that is remarkable.
Thank you, Dr. Mary. And when you're open to receiving that information and you follow through on it, this is where the miracles in life happen. It's learning how to trust that wisdom that we all have, that inner knowingness, you know, that
And
voice
is that what you
talks to us.
mean, that inner knowingness?
Yep. Yeah. We all have intuitive abilities. We have been programmed in our world and society not to trust that, to give our power away to something outside of ourselves. Okay. And, you know, we see this in healthcare a lot. And I could say this because I witnessed this personally and professionally, how people give their power away to, you know, the physician because they think they know what they know. But you know what? You as an individual have lived in your Taj Mahal for your entire life. If you're tuned into what's going on and tuned into listening what your body is telling you, you could tell whether or not this is in alignment with what you need or not. And I think this is the missing piece in our health and wellness today. People weren't, you know, listening to that piece.
Well, and you know, we live in a world where it's so noisy. It's very hard to disconnect so you can start getting in touch again with yourself, your own. But don't you see that it's like part of the work that you do? You're helping people to have that quiet time.
Exactly.
To begin to trust. I mean, the noise level is,
it's very distracting. And, you know, I don't know.
Extremely.
Yeah. And I don't know if you witnessed this too. You know, we all lived through the whole COVID thing. I found it very interesting when COVID kind of began and went down, basically, where everything was on lockdown for the first 2 weeks. And people just, you know, I'm going to preface this with, we've always been in motion.
Yes.
Constantly in motion, constantly distracted.
Yes.
Constantly thinking that in order to look like we're productive members of society, we have to be in doing mode all the time, which is pretty stressful. We know that when we're always trying to make something happen, you're in constant fight or flight, and you're in fight all the time.
That's right.
Okay, that's stress. That's a lot of stress. And, you know, you can't keep moving in that direction without repercussions. And you and I both know this, that when you have stress and anxiety, your immune system gets compromised. When your immune system gets compromised, it's a setup for catching a lot of different things.
Absolutely. And it's like you said, it's doing, go, 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 go. But then what happened with COVID, but some people embraced the being.
Exactly. Yes.
Some of them embraced, oh, I need to chill. But then others succumbed to the fear. And so it's like going from one extreme to the other, and none of which is good for your immune system.
Absolutely. And, you know, to add to that too, it was interesting. My observation was is that some people just couldn't be by themselves.
Right.
They needed to be distracted. So to me, that was really telling, because it's like, you know, it's about having a relationship with ourselves. And
Mhm.
I always tell this to my clients is that, you know, the longest relationship you're ever going to have in your life, believe it or not, is the one with yourself.
That's right.
And it's just like, and how's that going? It's just like, how are you treating it? Are you treating it like your best friend, or are you beating the hell out of it, trying to, you know, keep up with everybody and everything that's on the outside? Or are you coming within and loving and nurturing and being your own advocate? It's extreme self-care, but it's a necessity. It's the foundational piece that's going to allow people to thrive and move beyond surviving.
It really is. It really
Yeah.
is. And I don't think so, you know, we got out of that COVID phase, but there's still a tremendous amount of residual.
There's a lot of
deep
fear.
scarring. Oh, yes.
There's a lot of
yes.
fear still. Yeah.
So the
Yeah.
people you're working with, you're doing all you can to empower them
Absolutely.
to embrace themselves.
Absolutely. And the thing is that there's no bypass. Okay. There's no magic pill to take. You have to be brave and courageous and take a step into it and claim your power.
Exactly.
It's your sovereign right as a human being. And the thing is, so many of us have just given away to, you know, things outside of ourselves. And it's kind of interesting now to look at, you know, I'm still in the healthcare industry. I assist in surgery as an assistant surgeon, but I also have my coaching practice and stuff like that because I like to keep a foot into that world just to observe and to assist in any way that I can with people and empowering them to take their power back. And I've seen a lot of people, you talk about great resignation. A lot of people have decided to take their power back and just decided that enough is enough. I can't be going in this direction anymore. It's no longer aligned with who I am. I'm not being respected, valued, or appreciated for what I bring to the table. So they're out of there. And I don't blame them. I say, bravo, good for you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that is true, validating yourself.
Absolutely.
And you know what? We're all born with a mission and a purpose and things, gifts that we have, and no two of us have the same gifts.
Absolutely. And that's what makes it so delicious and wonderful, because what's going to work for one person may not work for somebody else. That's why it's great to have all these choices. And it's about us individually learning how to tap into what we're leaning into and interested in, because that's a hint that maybe that's where we need to go. So it's teaching people how to embrace that intuition, that intuitive part of themselves, to make the right choices for them, not for everybody else, but for them individually.
And is that part of what you mean by trusting your inner wisdom?
Absolutely, Dr. Mary. Absolutely. Yeah. Because we have been told, oh, that's just airy fairy and it's not, you know, realistic. It's not evidence-based. It's evidence-based for me. You know, and you know, I've been in a world where they really practice, you know, Western medicine, you know, everything is perfect the way it is. Everything has its good things and its not so good things. And the thing is that when people, it's just information. It's like, it's about you aligning with what feels right for you.
Exactly.
It's about feeling too. We've also, you know, have learned how to intellectualize our emotions, keep them way up in our head and think about it instead of actually being in your physical body and experiencing them.
You know, I want to talk more about that because you talk about embracing all your emotions.
Yes.
And now I want to share so that people, because I know some people say, well, I can easily get derailed by my emotions. So how do I embrace all of our emotions?
You know, I'm just going to elaborate on just emotions before I really get into the meat and potatoes of this, Dr. Mary, because I think this is important. Emotions have been given a bad rap in our society. We have been told from an early age, don't feel. I know I grew up in a household where my mom's MO was ignore it, it'll go away. And it never went away because energetically it never was experienced. So it's still lingering. So I think a lot of times when people have PTSD, this is what's happened. It's like the fear or whatever has been locked away in a time and a place. Now, fast forwarding to now is that sometimes we get triggered and things come up, and sometimes it's not pleasant things you want to be experiencing. I encourage people in your audience to experiment with this. Okay. So that emotion is part of who you are and an experience. Instead of trying to stuff it away, put it in a box and put it on a shelf and save it for later or ignore it or whatever, I embrace you to take it out of the box and just embrace it and love it like your favorite pet, your favorite child, your favorite grandchild, your favorite thing. Just love it up because it's a part of you that wants to come back to home to be reintegrated with you. It's very shamanic in its aspect, okay? Because it's calling back parts of yourself so it could be reintegrated within yourself. So number one, you become more complete and whole within yourself and you're more present in your body.
So you're saying don't put a lid on it, don't put the covers on it, and don't pretend. Don't pretend everything's fine when it's not.
Exactly.
When it's not.
People, when people, for me, I could tell looking at somebody what's going on. That's one of my gifts as a medical intuitive. And just like it's all feel. For me as a medical intuitive, I'm very fluid in reading energy. So it's like you're able to feel and sense what's going on and give them insight as to, have you ever considered this? And, I've noticed this, what's going on, and all of a sudden the tears come, because it's like, it's been it's been identified. I wouldn't say labeled, identified.
Right.
And now they could do something with it because it's like, it's an unconscious thing that's driving a person to do things. And what's beautiful of what's happening in this moment of time is that the unconscious is becoming conscious. Okay. A lot of light is being shown onto our planet. So we're seeing all the stuff that's been covert and hidden, individually, but also globally, as what's happening in governments and, the things that have been going on for eons. The big beacon of light is shining in. So once the light is shining in, it can't hide anymore. The good thing is now we have a choice and we could do something about it, clean it up and move forward.
Yes. It's profound. It's a profound moment in history. It really is.
And we're all here witnessing it and experiencing it.
Yeah, and you know what? We're supposed to be here.
Absolutely.
Because I hear people say, this is because it is challenging. We're evolving. So of course, every aspect of our life, there's like an old part and a new part. There's a lot of, how would you say, stepping outside our comfort zones.
Oh, without a doubt, Dr. Mary, it's really about, it's like you're on the fringes of your comfort zone. And, for those who are brave of heart, I invite you to take a dive into it. For others, it might be just stick your toe in. It's okay. But it's just like, it's like, be courageous, be brave. We chose to be here at this time. And the thing is that, people are like, oh no, well, yes, it was a choice, believe it or not. Before we incarnated, we made that choice to be here. And I shake my hand at the universe sometimes saying, what was I thinking?
What? But then you know what? I hear some other courageous souls saying, I wouldn't miss a moment. And believe me, the circumstances are not easy. The life is not easy, but they say, I would not miss a moment.
And I'm growing into that because, and I think many of us who are on this path right now have had some very challenging years in our early years that we've had to overcome things and move forward. And what's beautiful about it is that once you get to the other side of it and you look back and you could see how everything lined itself up to where you're at. And, you know, many of us are now teaching people, helping people maneuver through things that we all went through because we didn't have any reference point. We had to experience it and live it. Now we could teach it. So I know, Mary, you're probably aligned with this, is that I don't expect people to do things or that I haven't personally done myself. You know what I'm saying? Because I know, you know, I've been there, I know, I feel it, and I experience it. And now it's time for me to light the pathway for you, to encourage you to walk.
Exactly. And you know what, Dr. Dolores, everybody's circumstances are different, but we're united. Like you say, we had our early upbringings. We needed tremendous obstacles. And now these past few years, it's really been extremely challenging. But what we're doing and what I'm hearing you say is be less focused on the externals and put the spotlight on the internal.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Your own inner self, you're knowing what you're here for, where are you at this moment in your life, and what should you be doing that would more enrich you, that's part of your own purpose and destiny.
That's very true. And in order to be able to listen to that, you have to be able to quiet the noise. Okay. And the thing is that sometimes it's a nanosecond to nanosecond thing. And it's very possible. It's about learning how to do mindful activities. A mindful activity may be learning how to meditate. That's not the only mindful activity. Being out in nature, if you're like an animal person, connecting with animals in nature. Let me tell you, if you take a walk in nature and animals cross your path, they're giving you messages. It's a very, I go back to the shamanic thing, but animals carry messages. You're able to commune with nature. If you observe nature, they're in harmony with their environment. They really are.
Yes.
They're in being mode versus doing mode.
Wow. Well, that's a really important tip, being in touch with nature.
Yep.
What others? What are some others?
Some others, plants, go out talking about nature, spend time in a garden. If you're able to, even if you live in an urban or in the city, you could have a patio and just get some plants and garden. You do an herb garden or something like that. But also, I invite you to turn off the news, turn off the electronic devices. Make sure that you leave your phone home sometimes. It's like, this is like an appendage that we grew. It's
so true.
I'm guilty of this myself, but the thing is that I really make it a conscious effort to, sometimes leave the phone in the house and go out in the backyard. Believe me, my emails and my messages will be there later.
They will be there. I think that's so important. And you know what, Dr. Dolores, all this electromagnetic radiation is not the best for us anyway. It's our inner being.
Absolutely. And how many people, put their phones in their clothing, like their pockets?
I know.
And, it's great now that we have like Bluetooth technology, but when we used to put it up to your phone, that can't be good for you.
No.
So it's just like, be mindful of where you're putting your phone too, because you might start having challenges with your health in those areas.
Mhm.
So, which is an interesting thing too. So moment with our electronic devices than we are with ourselves.
We are. So what I'm hearing you say is, it's a must to shut this off.
I think so.
On a regular basis.
I would, if it's difficult for people to do it, I just invite you to take baby steps. Do it for 15 minutes.
Exactly.
Do it for 15 minutes every couple of hours. Set the timer and just
Exactly.
walk away, sit on your couch, just be quiet and just allow yourself to sit in the quiet.
Exactly. Be present.
Sometimes for some people, being in a car driving is a very mindful activity, as long as they're not blasting AC/DC in the background, or, if they are, they're consciously doing that. I mean, but my point is that sometimes sitting in silence is where you are actually being, but you're receiving those golden nuggets that lead you to the next place that you need to go.
Dr. Dolores, while we're talking about this, tell us about your book. You wrote an amazing itty bitty book.
I did, and it was published in October of 2022, and it made Amazon bestseller. And it's about, I call it Healing in Ways You Never Thought Possible, 15 Tips to, I have to get this because it's such a long title. It says 15 tips. There we go.
I see it. Healing in ways you never thought possible. 15 key steps to manifesting true health and lasting wellness.
Yes, and it's available on Amazon. But what it is, it's one of those books that you could actually put in your backpack, your purse, or whatever, and keep it with you. And just even when you're going through anything that's stressful or is pushing your buttons, people have said that they've used this, they just get it out and just open it randomly, and it's just, they get what they need. It's one of those books that it's very short, sweet, to the point, very bullet pointed, meaning that it's not like a big novel or a big book, because let's face it, our attention span today is so less actually more. So if you're able to get your point across in concise units, people will embrace it and learn it. I've written several other books and they were much longer, and I'm just finding that, short, sweet, and to the point. It's like the KISS approach. Keep it simple, sweetie. You know what I'm saying? We make things way more complicated than they have to be. And that creates so much drama and chaos.
And anxiety.
And it's just like, is it really necessary? It's not.
No, it's not.
And it's just retraining people to look at it from that perspective, because once you're in your physical body, you're more grounded in yourself. And you're just more, you're in your body. But interesting, you probably experienced this too, Dr. Mary. It's like once you're there, it's like you're actually everywhere.
Exactly.
Do you know what I'm saying? It's like you have this expanded awareness, but you're planted right in your body instead of being out there in your head, because you're grounded. And that's huge, because you could make in the moment decisions, and you could trust that inner wisdom, because that's when you're able to tap into that. And that's when you're able to experience your emotions and then determine what you're going to do with it. Instead of reacting, you're more contemplative.
So before we close, how can our listeners get in touch with you and learn more about you?
They're welcome to go to my website. It's drdoloresfazzino.com. And I also have a free gift, and I'm going to leave the link for that too. And that is a guided meditation that helps you stay in the present moment.
Oh.
And it's a very short and sweet one. It's probably maybe 7 minutes total. And that's what I
Okay.
mean by short and sweet. It's very doable. And I invite people to sign up for that and to get a copy of it because it's free, and just use it whenever you feel like you're getting rattled or you're not in your body, and you're going to notice a huge difference after you experience that.
Is that right on your website?
It is, but I'm also going to leave the link for it as well.
Oh, beautiful.
And it's
beautiful.
there. So yeah, and my book's available on my website, and through the website you can get to where it is on Amazon. But I also have several others too that people might be interested in. Yeah, it's if you're ready to make some changes in your life and embrace who you are, I'm the person for you that could help you. I've helped a lot of people.
Well, and I'll be honest with you, everything you've spoken about here is doable for every single one of us. Because I hear too many, in our mind, it's like, oh, I can't afford this. I can't. And I get it. Trust me, I truly get it. However, you can afford to take time for yourself. These resources that you're talking about, that meditation is free. You're giving a gift. You're giving a gift and a little itty bitty book. How reasonable is that? But there's pearls in there.
That's right. And the thing is, it's like, it's a new year, a new beginning.
Yes.
And,
yes.
If people want to create more certainty in their life in an uncertain world, it's time to come within to exercise and develop that muscle. We all have that capability. It's, I look at it as a continuum. You either have not accessed it or you're fully accessed it, and everybody's along that way. And even when you get to, the other end of it, you're going to be blown away because you're still going to be learning stuff.
Yes.
It's like I learn new stuff every day. It's just mind-boggling. I had to crack up because, I work with a lot of people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s, and I'm in my 60s, and I have to crack up when a 20-year-old tells me this. It's like, well, I'll be doing this another three months, and I'll know everything. And I looked at them and I said, well, you know what? You may want to change your mentor. I said, because at my age, I still haven't learned everything, and I'm learning something every day. I just had to laugh. It was so funny.
I know. But see, that's a limiting belief. It's limiting because you're thinking, oh, I'll know everything.
Exactly. Well, good for you. It's like, could I touch you? But that's just not how it works. But I have to chuckle because it's like I'm entertained daily. It's
exactly.
And I love people too. So it's just like you just have to love human nature. But yeah,
it's so true. All right. Well, it has been a joy having
you.
Thank you,
Dr. Mary.
Dr. Dolores.
I appreciate the opportunity
for the audience.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, please, just be gentle with yourself. You're on a journey, and just take baby steps. And sometimes it just takes that first baby step in order to create something different. And speak brave and courageous. And you just also know that you're loved more than you can imagine.
That's so powerful. And again, this is so significant. The start of the new year, 2023.
Yeah, absolutely.
So significant. So we'll have your resources below, and I encourage all of our listeners to get them, embrace what you're learning in them, and share with others. Share with others. There's so many people who would so greatly benefit from these resources that Dr. Dolores is offering, and your wisdom and your insight.
Thank you so much, Mary. I appreciate the opportunity to share with your audience.
All right, then. All right. You have a wonderful day. Thanks again, Dr. Dolores.
Thank you. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
The Finkley Experience, an education. For more information, visit their website at thefinkleyexperience.com. Father to Father Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that strengthens families through father engagement with a goal to help men in our communities to be great dads. For more information, visit their website, fathertofatherinc.org. Ablaze Entertainment. The goal of Ablaze is to take emerging artists and develop them to the next level of their career. For more information, visit their website at ablazeentertainment.net. Thank you.
Hey everybody, this is Bashir Hogue. I am your TV host of The Culture List, and you are watching the Michael Finkley Show.
On the next Michael Finkley, from Paramount's Mayor of Kingstown, Marcus L. Brandon is with us as he gives us all the tea about his character Dietrich and so much more. Next Finkley.
There's a new familiar face this time. Say hello to the new daytime. See it everywhere you go. Doing the greatest show. It's no other than the Michael Finkley Show. There is no other. He's like no other. I'm so glad that someone resonates with me. Come celebrate with me. Let's tune into Michael Finkley.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Michael Finkley Show. Thanks for joining us today. As we talk about biggest dreams, that's what we talked about on season 5. And I was able to actually sing my theme song as well and produce an amazing product that I felt good about because I wanted to share my thoughts and my words with the world. And I was able to do that. So in talking about your biggest dreams, what are your biggest dreams? Did you already accomplish them? Right? Then if you have, what is your next biggest dream? Right? We're always thinking about the next thing that we can do to please self. And if pleasing self, we can then be more effective for others. I love having this conversation with individuals, especially the ones that come across my platform. And we have another guest that is doing that as well. He's following his dreams. This conversation was incredible. We have none other than Marcus L. Brandon with us. And you've probably seen him as Dietrich on the Paramount series, Mayor of Kingstown. I'm telling you, he portrays this character like no other. And if you're not watching, you need to watch. So we talk about that and so much more. So Fink Fam, don't you dare go away. Back in a moment. Coming up, Marcus is with us. Don't you dare go away.
Hey guys, it's your girl Rama Montakabi, aka Peaches, on the hit show BMF on Stars, and you are watching the Michael Finkley Show.
On the next Michael Finkley, you guessed it, we have the gospel duo themselves. The Fisher Girls are here. They tell us about their unique style of music and gospel, their up-and-coming singles, and so much more. Don't miss it. Next Finkley. Hey Fink Fam, it's your favorite host, Michael Finkley, and you can listen to us on CTR Media Network. Go listen in. Everybody, it's Finkley from the Finkley Experience, educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first-generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first-generation population for an easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thefinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, you have seen him on his recurring role as Dietrich in Mayor of Kingstown. He is Marcus L. Brandon. How are you, Marcus?
Hey, how you doing, my man? I'm just enjoying the day, enjoying this time, and happy to be here.
Sir, listen, I'm so glad that we have this time together. You know, so much is happening, so much is going on in the world, especially that look like us. So and we can proudly say that we're among the land of the living. I'm so excited to say that. I really say that. So Marcus, did you always know growing up that you wanted to be in this entertainment field?
Yeah, I think for the most part I have. I've been wanting to be an actor since I was like a little toddler. Since the times when my parents used to throw me in front of the TV because that was our nanny. You know, they didn't have a nanny. It was like, hey, go watch something real quick while while we need an hour to do something. And just being engulfed by all the actors on several TV shows and seeing how it influenced me. You know, sometimes, you know, you watch a kung fu movie as a kid. Next thing you know, you think you're a kung fu martial artist or a ninja, you know, those type of things. And I realized that I wanted to be that person in that screen that influenced people in that way, you know, being able to use your imagination and create this magic. And ever since then, I was like, yeah, I think this is, I would tell people all the time, I wanted to be an actor, you know, ever since then.
So nothing else. Nothing else.
There were some short stints with different things. I mean, I randomly I just like to have different experiences, which is why I like being an actor because I could live different lives through the screen. But there was a time when I thought about being a dentist, but then I was like, I don't want to go to school that long. I thought about being a lawyer. I was like, I don't think I could be a lawyer to go both sides. And then football became a passion. Wasn't as passionate about it as I am about acting, but I happened to be somewhat good at it. It paid for my college. Got to try out, pursue it professionally, and then one of the teams wanted to send me to Canada to play, and that's where it ended for me. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to go to Canada and play in the cold. I think this is where my football days stop. So I was like, I want to be an actor. I've always wanted to be an actor. Even if I went to the NFL, succeeded in the NFL, I gave it like a 5-year max because, you know, I want to protect my body. And, you know, some of those, I know, have friends who are veterans of the NFL and they, you know, they sit down for 10 minutes and they can barely move. And that they're not old, you know. And I was like, yeah, that's not the life for me, you know, to each his own. But for me, it just wasn't what I had planned. So it's like, I want to be an actor. And the universe, God was telling me I need to move to one of the Meccas, either LA or New York. I chose New York, and the rest is history.
Bing, bada, boom. We see that. Yeah. We see the history in the making. We always see the glitz and glamour, right, of the actors that we love to watch on television or in our movies as well. And we never talk about the struggle. What was Marcus's struggle to get where you are today?
Oh man, don't have me start a testimony on here, bro.
Say so. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
My parents come from humble beginnings, so we didn't have a lot growing up, and bless them, they did everything to shield us from feeling poor or feeling like we didn't have money. They worked like, I see my parents work like 3 jobs each. You know, my parents getting up at like 3 a.m. and then come home until nighttime, you know, missing them. And coming out of that, I was like, I want to change not only my life, but my family lives and be able to provide a better life for me and my loved ones. And, you know, I used to have a authority problem. I used to have a problem with authority. And I'm not sure where it stemmed from, but in most of my like teenage years, 20s, I had a problem with authority, with somebody telling me how to do something. And I would automatically put a wall up and be like, nah, you can't tell me. You know, I'm doing my way. And a coach, one of my football coaches set me down. He was like, yo, you're talented. You're an amazing football player. You just can go so far in life, even outside of football. But if you do not get out of your own way, you will not achieve anything that you dream of, because you are the one that's standing in your own way. And I really took that to heart. And I said, and I have so much respect for him. His name is Art Kaufman. So much respect for him. And I don't think he realizes how much saying that to me changed my life. And because of that respect for him, I was like, he must be telling the truth. It must be something. And I was young, you know, your ego, you know, we bring the ego. And I would say that ego was probably my biggest obstacle just getting past my ego. I had hardships and adversity, like with financial things or sometimes playing with the law here and there, being a troublemaker, but it all boiled down to me being there to keep my ego in check, which is hard for a lot of human beings. We naturally we're multifaceted human beings, and that ego is not a joke. But once I was able to conquer my ego, it didn't go away. I still have an ego, but once I was able to somewhat keep that boxed in and realize that I was in my way, that's when paths started to flourish for me. I started to see a little bit more clearer, and I was able to overcome a lot of the troubles that I was causing myself.
Yeah, that's what I love about life, though, right? We have our ups and downs, smiles and frowns, all that good stuff, but it all works together for our good to realize and to get to the point of the person we are today. Right? We don't appreciate it at times, but when we look back on it and reflect, oh, wow. Oh, okay. I get it now. That's why to get to okay, cool. I get it. Get it. And some of us are fortunate to learn that. Some of us are not. And some of us get there a little bit quicker than others, right? Some of us get shorter than faster than others as well. So it just depends on the individual. What did you learn from this character? Because I talked to a lot of actors and actresses, and they play these roles that are sometimes opposite of them. But in the midst of them playing, it's like, well, that's kind of like me. Or, oh, I like that now. What did you learn from this role?
I hear it's a narrow way.
Hi, I'm Alma. Hi, and I'm Raquel. And we are the Fisher Girls. And you're watching the Michael Finkley Show.
To be in your glory, to stand in your glory.
Hey, did you get your merch yet? Michael Finkley merch. Visit our website, michaelfinkley.com, and click Finkley Store. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Father to Father.
The mission of Father to Father Charleston, South Carolina is to help fathers in the Low Country area of South Carolina to be a positive and consistent presence in their children's lives. Father to Father provides community-based programs and support groups for fathers free of charge. They also help fathers connect to other resources they need so they can meet their responsibilities and secure their parental rights. Father to Father offers job coaching and employment connections that benefit fathers. Father to Father is a resource for local organizations that want to provide family support and father-friendly services. If this program is a fit for you, visit our location in North Charleston, South Carolina, and meet our friendly staff here to help and assist. Or visit our website at fathertofatherinc.org. And I see that because you're well disciplined, right? And you love what you do in this amazing craft, you get to land roles and commercials and voiceovers, all these different assignments that you do. And that leads us to Mayor of Kingstown, right? You're terrific in this, sir. Your character, Diedrich. Tell us about your character, and is Diedrich like Marcus, or is Marcus Diedrich?
I would say every great actor pours a little bit of themselves into every character. But with that said, I'll lay the floor for Diedrich is what they would describe as a dangerous man, a very intimidating, dangerous, lethal guy who can create and do the worst of your nightmares that you can imagine. However, Diedrich has already been through a lot of hard times. He's the leader of the Bloods, rival to Bunny, who's one of the lead characters on the show, who's the leader of the Crips. So Diedrich's been through some things, and they haven't touched on in the show yet, but he he turned the leaf a little bit. I mean, he's still involved. He's still the leader of the Bloods, but he's more trying to go on a more, lawful path where he doesn't have to necessarily break the law or do stuff that it would have been stereotypical of a gang leader to do in a crime organization. So he has that battle, kind of like he's been there, he's been to prison, he's been in violent situations, but he also knows the benefits of going the right path of how, if he creates a legit business, what he can do for himself and his community. So he battles with that a lot of times. He has a good balance of the good and evil. And I would say that I can relate to that in that aspect of a balance between the duality of a human being. As positive as I think I am, as good of a guy that I think I am, there's, you always have these thoughts, you have negative thoughts, you have thoughts, sometimes, I would never do that. But sometimes I used to think, man, if I only had $100,000 and I just gave it to so-and-so and they go do whatever with it and just bring me back my money, I won't ask questions, just give it to me. You have these things that you want to do for your own protection and advancement in life. And sometimes some paths that are not lawful seem easier from the outside looking in. And I don't battle with that now, but I say all that to say that we have those thoughts and we have negative thoughts and positive thoughts. So Deidrick battles between that, and I do as well sometimes, even on a simpler level of being in the acting industry, seeing some people getting roles that I wanted and being like, he's not that good, or I should have got that one. And realizing that, things happen as they are meant to be. At least I believe so. And for whatever reason, I didn't get that role for one or another thing, and I might have missed that role to get mayor of Kingstown. It might have been, there was a reason, and it might be above my head, but that's not for me to stay in that place and worry about, because I need to focus on my current blessings. I need to focus on things that are happening for me and be grateful for those things. And I know so much more is coming, and I'm excited about that. But Deidrick is a dangerous man. If you haven't seen the shows, please watch. You'll see a little bit of his evolution as they introduce him. They have been making him look like a pretty cool dude, and I can't wait to wait for everyone else to see the rest of the season, because I think he's a good contrast to Bunny.
Yeah, we are excited to see the rest of it, and I'm so glad even more change to the character is coming, because I feel that makes him more three-dimensional, right? We change.
Yeah,
right? We definitely change. We have that power and mindset to change. What did you learn from this character? Because I talked to a lot of actors and actresses, and they play these roles that are sometimes opposite of them. But in the midst of them playing, it's like, well, that's kind of like me, or oh, I like that now. What did you learn from this role? You can bring to Marcus.
Yeah. I think Deidrick, we are both like pretty reserved human beings, both Deidrick and I, but I would say the one thing I learned from playing Deidrick is, he's not seen as a villain in this show like that, in that way. I guess a villain to Bunny's character, but playing villains are people who are perceived as evil, dangerous. You learn that there's a good in all of them. There's good intentions behind their actions. There's these characters don't necessarily see themselves as bad people, because they have the reasons for why they act they do and why they do the actions perform. And learning that, I think I can learn to have a little bit more compassion for human beings who may not necessarily travel a path that I see as being right, or do things that I wouldn't necessarily do, but people have their reasons. And I'm not saying you should forgive people if they do something bad, or you should automatically excuse it, but it just gives me more of an open mind to not just close the door as soon as somebody do a certain action, versus trying to understand why they are doing that.
Definitely. There's always a reason that sometimes we don't even know about, right?
Yeah.
Actions. What's next for Marcus? You know, this is success right now, but what does success later look like for Marcus?
Oh, I hope they continue to expand on Diedrich into the further seasons. But I also have an indie film I'm about to shoot in the Philippines, which is going to be a crazy adventure. I'm looking forward to that. Spend a couple of weeks there. I've never been to the Philippines, so it should be a fun time. You know, and I've always wanted to do a war film. And play a soldier. So I think that's going to be amazing. I'm looking forward to that. I'm writing and producing my own stuff. So hopefully you'll see some stuff. You know, I'm being inspired by all the Issa Raes and the Quintas and
aren't we?
Yeah.
Black magic at its best.
Yeah, they are killing it, and seeing their journeys and seeing what they are able to create from nothing, and seeing how far they could go within a certain amount of time is very, very, very inspiring. And especially as Black women, you know, and seeing them grab and make their mark and carve out their space in this industry is beyond phenomenal. And people, I know people can see how tough it is, but they're doing what some would revere as impossible not too long ago. So I want to get in. They inspire me. I want to do the same, create my own stuff, produce my own stuff, and make more spaces for people, melanated people like us. Because just having that more material on screen, you never know who gets inspired, man. You never know. You know.
You don't know, and that's why we do it, right? We do it to fulfill our passions, but and to pay it forward as well for the next individual that's behind us. So please keep us updated.
I will, man. It's very important. Same for your platform. You know, having people like us on this show, and you never know who's going to. It might be a little Marcus somewhere watching and being like, "Oh,
you never know,"
like that guy. Yeah, for sure.
You know, so we do our best, and again, we continue to pay it forward. Marcus, how can the Think Fam follow you on social media, and also too, please give us the details of how to watch U.S. Diedrich on Mayor of Kingstown.
Definitely. Catch me. IG is the best place to get in touch with me. Marcus Lorenzo Brandon. All one word. I'm trying to find a shorter handle. Haven't been able to find it. If you have suggestions, reach out to me and say, hey, do this. Marcus.
Inbox, y'all, inbox.
Yeah. And then Mayor of Kingstown on Paramount Plus right now, airing every Sunday. You'll catch me as Diedrich. If you haven't missed it, you just missed some cool episodes. A recent episode directed by Tasha Smith. Killed it. Check that out.
Tasha.
Yes. Catch me also on Peacock on a show called Poker Face. I'm in episode 3 playing Sheriff McDonald with Lil Rel and Natasha Leon. Catch me there. And other than that, keep your eye out for me. I'm definitely planning to be all over your TV screen.
All right, because you already are. So we're praying that God continues to enlarge your territory.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, sir, definitely. He's family now. He's Marcus L. Brandon. Thank you for being with us and just being who you are as an individual. Thank you for being a role model to individuals as well. Your brother now, your family now. If I can do anything, my platform can do anything for you, please reach out.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All love, man.
All love, all love. Think Fam, don't go away. Back on.
I'm Joey Marie Urbina, and I play Xiomara in Snowfall. And you're watching The Michael Finkley Show.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
I want to talk to you about vision. So one thing about vision that I've learned, bro, vision is something that you see down the road, right? You get me? Vision is something that you're seeing down the road that you're trying to get to. Something that you see that is before you. Something that's not here yet, but I'm working towards. And a lot of times people don't have vision. And when you don't have vision in your life, you don't have nothing to look for. You don't have nothing to go after. You don't have nothing to chase. And as long as you live your life with no vision, you will have no purpose in life. You will have no reason to be great. You will have no reason to get up and do better. And so therefore you, what's the word? You complacent with just sitting down. You complacent with just being there. You feel me? So you have to understand that you need vision in your life. And with your vision, along with it, go come with purpose. It go come with discipline. It's gonna come with consistency. It's gonna come with all the things you need to be successful. And so the first thing first is, with your vision, figure out what you want in life. Honestly, figure out what you want. Figure out the kind of person you want to be and how you're going to get to that. Because vision is like a road. It's just like a road. We going down the road and I'm looking way down the road, but I'm back here. I need to figure out how I'm going to get down there. What speed I have to go to. If I got to swerve potholes, if I got stop signs, if I got lights. Like, you have to look at all those things and be able to see the vision and focus on the vision so you can get through the stop signs, so you can get through the lights, so you can get through the potholes. So when you retransferring that to life, and life is a big road, it's a journey. And you got to focus on your vision, because your vision is going to allow you to get through the storms. Your vision is going to allow you to get through the setbacks. Your vision is going to allow you to get through the heartbreaks. The vision is going to allow you to go through whatever you need to get to when you focus on that and you all in. When you all in your vision, you're not worried about the storms. If it's raining, I'm going to put on a raincoat. I'm going to put on my rain boots, and I'm going to keep going down this road until I get down there, until I achieve it, until this vision becomes reality. See, a lot of y'all just still in that point to where you're not moving. You need to get moving. You need to get moving towards that vision. You need to get moving towards those goals. You need to get moving towards that house you want. You need to get moving towards the life that you want to have. Your time is leaving. We're not getting any younger. We're only getting older by the days. So you don't have time to waste. Chase your vision.
So this is your Louisiana girl, Denise Boutte, coming at you on the Michael Finkley Show. And you guys may know me from Why Did I Get Married as the really sweet girl, Trina, or maybe Meet the Browns and Sasha. But I'm coming at you guys from the great state of California, but originally from Louisiana, because you know I can't lose that Southern girl, baby. All right, you guys stay tuned to Michael Finkley.
On the next Michael Finkley, you guessed it, we have the gospel duo themselves. The Fisher Girls are here. They tell us about their unique style of music and gospel, their up-and-coming singles, and so much more. Don't miss it. Next Finkley.
But I want to be the one who...
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. I hope that you learned something from this amazing interview. Thank you so much, Marcus, for being with us, being who you are as an individual, and just being that person that we can look up to, right? If we were wanting to accomplish a major dream, and that's what you're doing. You're doing it up. So much success to you, my friend. If you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, The Michael Finkley Show. Ring the bell for notification. We'll see you an email saying, hey, new content's available. Listen to us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And for more information about what we do, visit our website at michaelfinkleyshow.com. Always, Fink Fam, thank you so much for watching. And please remember to always pursue your dreams. Have a good one.
Podcast. There is no doubt that podcast popularity has kept growing since its inception in 2005. Accordingly, there are over 48 million total episodes. Over 424 million homes are podcast listeners, while smartphones are the most common devices used for watching, listening to, or downloading a podcast, stated Statista.com. Given these numbers, many business owners, entrepreneurs, and marketers have been interested in capitalizing on this form of media. By utilizing podcasts, you can leverage your competitive position in the market, providing you with authority in a specific topic or field of interest. Also, podcasts are a cheaper way to promote and market your products or services. It strengthens your credibility with your target audience and enables you to grow your network by collaborating with other experts in the field. So, you may be wondering how you can monetize from your podcast? How can you utilize it to grow your business? Here are 6 steps in building a business with a podcast. 1. Start with a goal. This may sound basic, but it's essential. You can't start anything without a clear goal or vision. Ask yourself, what is it that you're looking for to grow in your business? Knowing what you want and why enables you to understand what you want to accomplish. Therefore, it helps you come up with concrete decisions regarding what your podcast show would look like. 2. Identify your target audience. Treat your podcast as a business. Identify your target audience and try to make it as specific as possible. Create an audience persona as you like. That would help you have a clear picture of your ideal client or listener. Visualize what your ideal audience looks like. What is their age? What is their income level? What are their interests? How familiar are they with your brand? Using segmentation to identify your ideal audience will help you develop a clear concept of the content of your show. 3. Invest in podcast equipment and tools. A podcast is a modest and simple way to promote and build your brand. However, it also requires investment in basic equipment and tools like a good quality microphone, a laptop or PC, audio editing software, MP3 encoding software, a hosting service provider, and a website. To appeal to visual learners, you can also set up a podcast show on multi-platforms such as YouTube. So aside from the essential equipment mentioned, you can also use a good quality camera, a smartphone or webcam, a memory card, and a tripod. 4. Invest in a podcasting platform with training, distribution, and production. Now, this is an area in which so many new or seasoned podcasters miss. I had to learn this point myself. As you scale up your podcast, you need to make sure that you are a part of a community that is invested in you and the growth of your podcast. CTR Media Network is setting a new standard of podcasting and distribution. We provide our podcasters with beneficial assistance with starting a podcast, podcast coaching, podcast distribution, podcast monetization ideas, and so much more. This is crucial because as you grow, life happens, and you will need a team to help you maneuver the power of podcasting that already has the experience to help you soar. CTR Media Network is the new standard of podcasting with 30+ podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms that have featured over 1,000 guests. We want you to take advantage of podcasting and media to change your business and life. Join c.t.remedianetwork.com today. We are currently training and accepting new podcasters. 5. Launch and promote. First, plan your podcast by getting a domain name and creating a clear theme or format for your show. Then outline the content and start preparing your script. The next step is to identify music, royalty-free, that you want to use for the intro and outro, including other essential brand collateral such as cover art, logo, a backdrop for your show, etc. When everything is ready at your end, it's time to launch and promote your podcast. Combine podcasting with old-school marketing strategies, such as downloadable PDFs for your audience. You can enable them to subscribe to your email list and other social media platforms. Also, you can use discount codes that are uniquely available for your listener to track the effectiveness of your product or service advertisement. It navigates traffic to your website and creates a funnel for future marketing campaigns. Listen to our CTR Media Network podcasters on YouTube. 6. Conduct interviews. One way to establish your podcast credibility is to interview guests on your show. However, keep in mind that your interview should be full of value and not fluff. If your 30-minute show looks like a commercial promoting someone, that will affect how your audience perceives you as a podcaster. As much as possible, try to make a list of potential guests for an interview, assess their expertise in a particular field, and create a meaningful and focused flow of interviews with them. Produce a quality episode that your guest can share on their media platforms. Thus, it's a win-win situation. Watch our CTR Media Network live stream on YouTube daily.
Aluva G-Burn is an all-in-one weight loss supplement. If you're looking at a weight loss supplement as a whole, in my opinion, you have to target 5 or 6 different areas. And Aluva G-Burn does that. And it's the highest quality ingredients with the best absorption technologies with the highest bioavailability in each and every ingredient.
Hi, my name is Jen. I'm 47 years old. I teach musical theater classes to children, and I've been using Aluva G-Burn for a couple months now. I have 4 kids, and it seems like with each pregnancy, I gained a little more weight, a little more weight, a little more weight, and it's so frustrating to try to get that weight off. You know, I'm just hungry all the time. I crave stuff that I shouldn't be eating. I've tried everything, and nothing has worked. But as soon as I started Aluva G-Burn, I was finally able to lose the weight. It suppressed my appetite. I wasn't having to snack all day. The cravings were gone. I felt great. I now have the energy to do the things I want to do throughout the day.
Good evening and Happy New Year to all of you. Welcome to the Speakeasy Podcast. I am your host, Constance Willard, and this is our series on relationships and Christian dating. And tonight, our topic of discussion is, if loving you is wrong, do you want to be right? Let me say that again. If loving you is wrong, do you want to be right? Big question, good question. So tonight I have 2 of my panelists here with me. I have 2 more that will join later. I have Tracy Carr. Good evening, Tracy. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great. And I have Pastor Robert Cockfield. Good evening, Pastor Cockfield. How are you?
Doing great.
Okay. And so you 2 heard our topic of discussion. And so let's talk about this thing. You know, relationships happen every day. Relationships start, relationships end. Relationships are kind of teased with a little bit and played with. Innuendos are made, hints are thrown out, sniffing takes place. You sniff a little bit here, and sniff a little bit there, and all kind of thoughts run through your mind, and you're like, should I go there? Is it safe for me to go there? Do I really want to go there? Now, I know this thing is not right for me, but do I really care about being right? If loving you is wrong, do you want to be right? So, Pastor Cockfield, talk to us for a minute. Give us your thoughts on the subject.
Well, to be truthful, I've been on both sides of the fence where you do it the right way and you do it the wrong way. And so let me start with, it depends on what your benchmarks or standards are, and that can be at any given time. And what I mean by that is, it's a lot of folks that know what the Bible has to say. They can quote scriptures. They can talk about, I was raised a certain way and my doctrinal position, all that stuff. But they still find themselves in relationships that they shouldn't find themselves in, be it if they're married and having an extramarital affair, even if they were not married, but they're, and from a biblical perspective, fornicating, as they call it, or fornication. Or it could just be that, and I use this term very lightly because I don't want it to be misconstrued, but as some street folks would say, being a whore, just out there, just doing your own thing and just, just ripping up all kind of geographical locations just to find sexual pleasure. So my take on this is, really depends on where is your body, soul, and spirit at the time. That's one. Who you're connected to. Is it God or yourself? That's two. And three, when you are indulging in those type of things, and if it's the flesh or your body and soul and your heart without the connection of God, you're gonna do it. And what's gonna really sustain you from or stopping you from doing it? I'm a firm believer in that, and I think we lie about that a lot. You know, we'll try to justify it. No, to answer your question, it's many times I knew it was right, what was wrong. I did it because I wanted to do it. It wasn't a mistake. It wasn't. It just happened. It snuck up on me. No, I wanted to do it, and then God forbid if you do it and it's good or it's better than what you had or have, you're in trouble. You're on fire, and that's and that's the God honest truth. And I've seen a many go down in flames because it was better than what they had or what they have, and so I think it just comes back down to transparency. And let me just throw this in here too. I think too much blame gets shifted when we know we want to do the wrong thing. Like I've heard many people in relationships say, you know, if it's consummated or not, and say, "Oh, I fell into it," or it just snuck up on me, or it was, she did this, he did that. Quit lying. At the end of the day, it was a choice that has to be made by that individual, and you got to own it. And that's why I teach my kids. I tell everybody else, if you do it, own it. Just say you own it, instead of just lying to people, because it really does no good for you or the other person or anybody else that's attached to that.
Okay, fantastic. So let me ask you this. Where does maturity, and when I speak of maturity, I'm speaking of age-wise, growth-wise, spiritual maturity. Where do they fit in this whole gambit here? How do they fit?
They do fit, and it really comes down to. Let me start with this. So, for me, because I grew up in the church, when the spiritual maturity plays a big part, if I so desire to let it. So it's not that the maturity is not present. Do I want to be mature at that moment or time or space and place in my life? That's one. Even from a natural perspective, there are certain instances where I might feel that what I'm doing is mature. The famous line is nobody's business what I do. That can be an endearment to say that I'm mature, that I'm a big boy, and this is a choice that I have made. Does it make it right? No. It really is it's a heart matter. It's what we use to justify what maturity is. For me, are we talking the village? We talking biblically? Are we talking the way I was raised? I think it really just comes down to, again, what are you subscribing to really define what that maturity is. And I'm gonna throw this out here. We talked about this before on your show. I'm the first to tell you, I come up from the streets, and I came up where parents, siblings, everybody said, it's okay. Do you, long as you're not messing or bothering nobody else. That's a sign of maturity. So see, it just depends on your center of reference and the environments that you are in and what you're subscribing to that really defines from an individual perspective what is maturity when it comes to that.
Okay, so now I'm thinking more of from life experiences, and maybe something I would have done in my 20s, 30s, 40s. Now where I am in this stage of the game, I won't entertain it. So that's my interpretation of maturity. Spiritually, it's wrong. Yeah, it may look good, but as we all know, everything that looks good is not good. True. It looks good, sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
You got this person talking to you, and I mean they coming on hard and they coming strong, and it sounds good. But we all have that little inner being that tells us, don't go there.
Well, I mean,
leave that alone.
Let's be transparent about this too.
Okay.
Okay. So you're right. There's certain things I did early on in my 20s, even from a sexual perspective, that no, I wouldn't do now. But the act may be the same. It's just that I'm not, I'm just being clear about this. But say I won't have 4 or 5 friends or women or whatever you want to call it.
Friends with benefits is what.
Yes. I mean, I just won't have 5 of them or 10 of them or whatever.
Okay.
So I wouldn't do that like I did in my 20s. Or here's another one. And from a male's perspective, okay, I'm not gonna mess with somebody in their 20s or 30s or whatever because I'm hitting 60. So that's almost like child molestation. I mean, I don't want to do that. I mean, that could be my child. So no, I wouldn't do that. So I think again, it just depends on what you define as, going back to what you just said, maturity and what rules of the game that we want to play at this point in our lives. And it's not to say that I won't do the same act. It's just that I would just do it different. And that's transparency. And I don't think we want to talk about that kind of stuff. We don't. We just want to. The mature thing, it seems nowadays, is just to lie about you doing it, period, and say stay out of my business versus just be transparent enough to say no. I'll do this. I just won't do it the way that I did it before. I just changed the rules of the game. That happens every day, and I don't care who you are. It's happening in churches. It's happening on the job. It's happening in family dynamics. That's the truth. So I know some old heads that's still doing some stuff that, I would consider, is that, man, aren't you too old for that? And then they older than me. But I have to be careful with that because I don't know the history behind them. It just may be whatever they're doing now. That's maturity to them.
And it's a matter of being non-judgmental.
Yes.
It comes down to being non-judgmental, but at the same time, being transparent. Because, I've listened to a lot of people talk and verbalize things that have happened to them or things that they have experienced and that they are still experiencing as a result of past things that they've witnessed or been a part of. And they are searching for truth. And no one has given them that truth. And so that's why I felt that this topic was so important. I had a gentleman tell me one time, and at the time we were both in our 50s. And he said to me, well, I prefer younger women. And I looked at him, I said, oh, yes, that's what I prefer. I said, okay, no problem. If that's your preference, we all have preferences. So I'm going to allow you to have your preferences. So I backed off. And then when he didn't hear from me for a while, he's like, what happened? I said, well, you told me that you had preferences and that you preferred younger women. So there was no need of me further entertaining a relationship with you because of what you said to me. And he says, no, you misunderstood me. Listen to what I'm saying. I like young women. Don't get me wrong. He says, young women are fun. They're exciting. But when it comes down to building the farm, young woman is not it. You need a woman of substance. Okay? You need a woman that stands for something. You need a woman that knows who she is as a woman and as an individual. That's what I'm talking about. He said, a young woman, 1 o'clock in the morning, she thinks it's fun to get up and run to McDonald's. He said, well, I'm not going to McDonald's at 1 o'clock in the morning. He says, first of all, I don't eat McDonald's. I'm not going to McDonald's at 1 a.m. in the morning. He says, so you misunderstood me. Yes, I like looking at younger women. They're nice to look at. They are fun. But when it comes down to me and the perfect mate that I choose to build the farm, Young woman is out of the question. Out of the question. And so, Tracy, you have been quiet tonight. What are your thoughts on this topic?
Ooh-wee. That's a powerful question, and you know me. Sometimes I can be very deep
Well, come
and
on,
wonderful.
come on with it.
Yeah, for me, it's a lot of angles you can go. If loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right.
No, I don't want to be. Do you want to be?
Look, I said I don't want to be.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You know what? It's a double-edged sword when it comes to that. Even something that Robert was saying. Sometimes you find yourself in situations that you don't even know how you landed there. And it's back to maturity. It starts out one way and ends up another way, and then I have said this before, something that feels so right can be so wrong. And once again, some of the things that you spoke about was the word of God, living the standard, you know, the means of knowing what is right in God's eyes, but, you know, dealing with the past, dealing with things that you have seen growing up, you know, is one of those things. It's a challenge. And you have to be mature about it because of the people that surround you, that can be involved as well. And you just don't want your good to be evil spoken of. And so because of those things, you do have to be careful, but at the same time, you know, is like you said, I don't want to be right, but it's so wrong. The other thing that I thought about, let's talk about us as individuals. If loving you, me, is wrong, I don't want to be right. A lot of times we put ourselves aside to accommodate, to help and fix somebody else. And it's one of those things that you know who you are, but you deplete yourself, kind of like we discussed before. You deplete yourself to complete somebody else. And it gets to a point in your life where you want to learn how to complete yourself. It's not that you're not being mature. It's just that sooner or later you grow up and you put yourself in a position like I have neglected myself for so long to make sure everybody else is taken care of. And then you have to ask yourself, well, what was your expectation of taking care of that other person? Because it comes off like you don't love you, but you do. It's just a part of your characteristic, you know. So it's like, what do you do with that? And so that is something that I'm learning. And I think I had said on a different show about 2023 about me, but I was sharing with I believe it was Robert about, it's not that it's about me. It's the fact that if I'm no good to myself, how can I be good for anybody else? So that's the type of thing that, you know, I think. And for this year, I said, God, I want to be better. I want to be more mature, even when it comes to your word. I want to live by the standard of God, but at the same time, we don't always get it right. And you don't know what life obstacles. That's why I said, you know, I was saying something about chapters in a book. And when you talk about chapters, I'm like, man, there are so many chapters and you don't know what page you're about to turn into because you don't know what's inside that chapter to get that person to where they are. So even back to, if loving you is wrong, it can be wrong, but the situation sometimes make it so right. So it's just a self-reflection. It puts you back in a predicament, like opening up that book, open up the chapter, and the truth actually sooner or later reveals itself. And sometimes I even talk to God and I say, God, in that process of knowing, sometimes it could be what God has assigned you to. Not necessarily knowing that if that person is strong enough to be with them themselves. A lot of people make things about sex, and it's not about sex. Sometimes it's just somebody just being accountable and just making sure that, hey, that person that you do love is a-okay, and that person that loves you is a-okay. And so I think sometimes we take it out of context, and because of the way we look at things from a biblical standard, and yes, I get it, but at the same time, like I said, when the truth reveals itself on how things actually transpire, sometimes I say, okay, God, what do you do with this? So if it's wrong, I don't want to be right. And I yield my mic.
Okay, now you mentioned an interesting point. You said the situation sometimes makes it right. But what if talk
Oh,
to me
yeah.
about that?
Okay, so what makes it wrong is when you start letting them body parts get involved emotionally, physically. You know, it's the sexual content, and that's the part people don't want to talk about. It's the sexual part. You it could be something simple. Like I said, sex don't just start up in the bedroom. Sex starts over the telephone. Sex could saying, "Oh, how was your day?" And next thing you know, and I think I was sharing this with somebody before. I was saying like, I think the discussion basically was about how do two people end up in the wrong situation. And so I said, well, it takes two people to take their clothes off. So it's a decision that you make because ain't nothing gonna slip and flip and dip unless you make it happen. So, you know, you get to a point in your life where those are the obstacles and those are the decisions that you make and you enjoy it. But it's back to that thing that I was saying. If this is if loving you is wrong, why does it feel so right?
Well,
That-
let me say something.
Go ahead, Pastor.
So first of all, let me make this clear. Purpose and intent plays a big part in this. And if I'm supposed to be accountable to the people that I am to be accountable for, and even as a shepherd, I'm wrong. Period. I can't. You can't. There's nothing. No justification in it. That's number one. And number two.
No,
even,
no.
yeah. So that's one. Because at the end of the day, I was purpose for what God brought me here for. But here's what I want to throw out here, right? So I'm just gonna give you an example of a scripture and how things can go south. So Proverbs 31:10-11. An excellent wife who can find, she is far more precious than jewels. We've heard this. The heart of her husband trusts in her, and he will have no lack of gain. Now, just in reading that scripture, there are variables in that could just make it wrong. For instance, is there trust between you and this person? What do you do when there's no trust in him or what got you there? You could just start off the relationship lying, saying, "Oh, I trust you." I don't, because of previous experiences before you got married. It's how things are brought to the table and what you do with them, and that transparency. It's going back to transparency. So if I'm in that situation, if you married for a long time and then you turn around and say, "Okay, well, we don't trust each other," and then hypothetically, say a person say, "I don't want you no more." Well, then in my heart, I could take two positions. Okay, God, I'm going to do the right thing and see what the end going to be and see how this going to work itself out and just leave well enough alone. Or I could take this position and this disposition, and I could say, well, you know what? Someone else's trash is someone else's treasure. So good. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do my thing. There again, that's me making that decision. What we go wrong is lying to people and like God has something to do with it. God ain't had nothing to do with that. That was my decision. I chose to say, okay, well, you don't want me. Somebody else will. And then I have choices to make. How do I consummate and first of all, dissolve and resolve this first relationship that's in crisis? And then what do I do to do his will and way and do it right? Do I have the patience to do that? Do I have the will to do that? Do because of previous hurts? Do I even want to do it? That's being transparent. I might just say, you know what, God, you know what, hey, tired of this. And you dismiss God in the whole process. That's truth. We don't want to say it. God know, I know, and then when people ask, they should know. You should just be honest and just tell the truth. You know what's right. You said it. I don't want to do right. That's a choice we make. And let me just go one step further. And if you make that decision, is it right for me to say that I'm holding a standard of God. We don't want to be honest about that. We should just be honest and say, at this moment in my life, I'm not holding that standard because I just choose not to. Like Tracy said, is it really about sex or when it? No, that's just right now. I'm in the desert. I'm dry. This is where I'm at. That's transparency, and I think that's what people just looking for. That if we do more of that, where we're at, we all can learn something.
Tracy, you just threw out some terms. Flip, dip, and what?
Flip, dip. And I don't know the other one I said.
I forgot what you said. I meant to write it down. Flip, dip. I said, ooh.
You said flip, dip, and slip.
Okay. Flip, dip, and skip. Okay.
Dip. But what I was going to say, piggyback on what Robert just said, this is the thing that I believe, you know, especially when it comes to leaders, I think as far as being transparent and being very, very honest. You know, I was sharing once again, you know, when I would go through my little tests and trials, the first thing that people say, and you call yourself a woman of God. I said, no, I don't call myself a woman of God. I am a woman of God. There's a difference. But the thing is that I am not perfect and I do fall. But I have to ask myself during that time of that fall, am I trying to be the little God myself? Or am I fully like ordained or fully studying or fully covered? Like, am I doing everything to cover myself to keep me from being just in that rightful position? And sometimes, once again, you get in that position where, hey, here you go again. I mean, especially when you've been dealing with this all your life, what have you really seen? It's two sides of a fence. And when you say two sides of the fence, I said, I have my mother, that DNA, and I have my father. I have learned so much more and more every day. And my sons and I talk about it because of these generational curses. And you sometimes don't even realize that you're living the generational curse that has been going on. And then one day you get a phone call and it's revealed to you and you're like, what in the world? And so for me, I have decided, because of some of the things that I have learned recently, it bothers me because I don't want to live that same life that was revealed to me. And I know this, and some of this stuff has been going on for 40 something years. So
Wow.
it's okay. And no, it's not okay. So what does that look like? So it's, for me, sometimes it becomes very personal, very hurtful, because, and the other thing about myself is that I don't like living in a place where I'm thinking one thing is going on. Then when I find out that it's not, then I'm being in a place that, I mean, I'm thinking we going down the right street, and then boom, what? And then here you are, and sometimes life is too far gone, and saying you're saying, oh, okay, God, how do we fix this? You know, so I'm saying, as far as individuals, you know, you want something. I was told today, and I laugh because I'm like, why do people feel like they can read my book? And they say, Tracy, and I think I shared with Robert, and I think I may have shared with Constance before, you are so independent. And I said, okay, so what are you saying? You'll be fine with a man or without a man. You know how to take care of your own. And I don't like hearing that, even though I know that's just me, because a lot of times I be doing stuff and you be like, what the world? But I don't like hearing that, because at my age, I want to enjoy life. I want to share, you know, with that person or somebody that I can just go hang and just, like I said, enjoy living life. That's it. Enjoy living life. And I'm like, why is it that, Tracy, you'll be fine? I don't want to hear all that. I don't. You know, I just want to enjoy life. What's wrong with enjoying life?
Wow.
That's it.
Wow. And so I'm going to get with Juanita here in a second, but I have one more question I want to throw out there on the table. You know, you said you asked God to fix it. My question is, why wasn't God consulted from the beginning?
Oh, because let me tell you something, woman of God. I'm saying, because when you being that little G, you already feel like it's already being fixed. And you feel like, once again, you got to know the difference between an assignment and what you're really supposed to be doing. If you don't recognize that assignment and maybe that assignment is over, then maybe you're becoming the one who now has been stuck. Because what happens is you got to realize that we are being taught lessons. And if you don't learn that lesson, you're going to go deeper and you're going to go deeper. And then you're going to ask yourself, how did I get in this position? And you're so far gone when you haven't contacted God anyway. And for me, I'm a dreamer. So because I'm a dreamer, you got to be careful even what you dream, because what is really being revealed. So you have to ask God and know God and learn to hear what he's saying. And during my time when I was going through my little fasting and my surgery, whatever, God revealed a whole lot to me. And I'm like, wow, it's not that, because it started out, well, let me take that back. It may not have started out the God way, but God still gave me a discernment that there are certain things that I needed to do. When he called me, I answered. It was just certain things that took place. And now, now is what's Robert, his favorite thing. Now you have to deal with the consequences of some of the decisions.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to take ownership. And the thing about it is, what honestly, the truth is that when you have two people that may be doing wrong, what are you owning? Because you all, if there's no labels, there's nothing that you're just coexisting. You have to own what you have done, but what are you owning and where are you going?
So let me throw this out here. So what do we own? This is Ephesians 4:1-3. And I'm not trying to get deep and wonderful. This is first of all, no, I'm not. She asked a question. It was transparency. She asked, why didn't you consult me in the first place? Okay. So passes, I therefore, a prisoner for the Lord, urge you to walk in a manner worthy of the calling to which you have been called, with all humility and gentleness, with patience, bearing with one another in love, eager to maintain the unity of the spirit in the bond of peace. And guess what? If I'm not at peace, I'm gonna get a peace. That's just being transparent. I'm sorry. when we not in the right alignment with God, that's what happens. And nobody want to talk about that. So I done learned, done it myself, even as a leader. Guess what? If I'm not at peace, I'm not aligned spiritually. My spirit ain't connected to God's spirit. I am not listening to God. I ain't talking to God. And another peace is present. That peace is going to be the peace that you're going to be dealing with. Now, that's the truth.
Okay, so all right. Thank you for authenticity.
What scripture was that?
Okay. It came from Ephesians 4, wasn't it?
Ephesians 4:1-3.
Okay. All right. So Juanita, good evening, and thank you so much for joining. You've heard all this discussion. You've heard all the commentary. Your facial expressions have shown some shock. So come on and talk to us about it. If loving you is wrong, do you really want to be right?
No, to be honest, absolutely not.
Okay.
I want what I want, and when that flesh is rising up, that flesh is going to get what it's going to get.
Okay.
So yeah, no.
Okay. Okay. So she said, no, I do not. All right. So this is a very interesting discussion. Pastor Cockfield has given us some scriptures to consider, but I think I can say that the general consensus is that we don't consult God as we should when we entertain these relationships. We go for it. And Tracy, you said that you have to be able to discern whether it's an assignment. My thing is it an assignment or a hookup? And if it's a hookup, who put the hook out there? That's what I want to know.
That's what I'm saying.
Asking for a friend.
That's right. See, that's what I'm talking about. Hook up.
There you go.
Even Adam and Eve knew what they was doing. God told them, don't do that. And what they do? Oh, man, all kind of excuses, all that. That's what I'm saying. We know what we doing. They knew what they was doing, but then they got caught. So the hookup, and let me talk about that hookup real quick. Come on, man. This is what I've heard and seen so much, and it's ridiculous. Oh, I didn't ask for this. You lying wonder. Yes, you did. 'Cause you knew darn well what you wanted in the first place, and Juanita just said it. She said, "No, I want what I want." That's the bottom line. And if spirits line up, I'm talking about spirits. I ain't talking about the spirit. If spirits line up, oh, it's hell to pay. Cause I'm gonna tell you right now, guess what you gonna do? The kindred spirits gonna line up and see the enemy's smart. He ain't stupid. He know what your weaknesses are. He'll bring you just what it's gonna take for you to go down in flames or for you to do what you're gonna do. Where I got the problem is just be honest about it. Say instead of saying, Lord, I thank you, just say, well, Satan, that was pretty good. Huh? That's tasty. You know what? Thank you for the dish. Huh? We don't want to do that. We want to sit here and lie on God. That is crazy, man. Own your stuff. Sorry.
Okay, Tracy.
You can own it, but the reason why I said knowing if it's an assignment, because sometimes it is. Sometimes you don't even know you about to get hooked on the hookup. Sometimes your soul is back to what we talked about as far as being blinded, because you're thinking one thing, but when them scales come off them eyes, you try to figure out how in the world did I get in this situation, and it happens. I hate to say it happens. Sometimes, I don't know if I can speak about anybody else. Sometimes you can really be going to do X, Y, Z, and you get so comfortable in going to do X, Y, Z, and that's saying your comfort is getting very too close for comfort, and that's just being transparent. And once again, I hate to say about, like I said, leaders. I'm gonna say even leaders in the pulpit, because your cup has really overflowed, and when it goes empty, those are the most sneakiest, craziest times that before you know it, boom. And guess some of them, they may want it to happen. Hey, you never know. But at the same time, some people really go in with the right intentions of doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Okay, so if I'm a leader, and I've said this before, I blame parishioners just as much as the leader and leaders of the leader, because they give passes. See, we don't want to talk about it either. So let's hit that one. Now, I've been there before, been there and done it. So guess what? It's a lot of cats in the pulpit, him and her, been tearing up some stuff, and then the church know, and then the leadership know, and the members like, well, that Negro can preach. So you know what? We don't want another pastor. We're going to give him a pass. Or it could just be other leaders, him or her, hanging around, and they doing the same stuff, and it's all about the money. It's all about filling them seats. It's all about business. And they know doggone well that cat dirty, him or her. And they give them passes. And when you keep doing that, and I blame prostitute, you set them glass houses up, and then you just tell people, don't throw the rock. Don't break the glass. Nobody gonna get better. That's why the whole church ends up jacked up. That's true. So there again, it's transparency. We all are culpable in a lot of this stuff, because behind the scenes, we don't want to tell the truth. We giving passes and we saying it's okay. So you're going to have those jacked up behaviors, because church ain't nothing but a sample size of the community in the first place. So if you're hoeing, that means it's other hoes in there too. And then guess what? You got to be careful. And if we just give people passes like that, it's going to be a lot of hoeing.
Okay. All right. So once again, Pastor Cockfield has put it plainly out there for us. So, if loving you is wrong, do you want to be right? Now, back in the 60s, there was a young man by the name of Luther Ingram, and he had a song, If Loving You Is Wrong, I Don't Want to Be. Luther just went ahead and told the truth. He just went ahead and told the truth. Now I don't want to be right. I'm going to do what I want to do, whether it's wrong or whether it's right. He put it out there. But for me, I decided to put a twist on it. And guess what? I'm getting the same response. Question just kind of twisted a little bit. Getting the same response. So the overall consensus is, when it comes to loving, if that's what you want to call it, or as Pastor Cockfield say, hoeing, if that's what you want to call it. Tracy wanted to put it real nice, prim and proper, and say assignment, but no ma'am, no ma'am. hookup. It's a hookup. There's no other way to size it or shape it. It's a hookup. And we're getting the same response. People want what they want, how they want it, and they'll pray and ask for forgiveness later. Let's just go ahead and be for real. Talk to me, somebody. Juanita.
They'll pray and ask for forgiveness sometimes.
Okay.
If they want what they want, then ain't no being sorry on forgive me, because they're going to do it again. So sometimes they'll pray and ask for forgiveness.
Okay.
Most
So
times.
you said sometimes.
When
not
they're
all.
caught, yeah, most times when they're caught, then yeah, okay, now let me ask for forgiveness, because I knew I should have been doing this in the first place.
Mhm.
But yeah, now when you want what you want, you go get what you want, and don't care what nobody says about it.
So when the person gets caught and they say they're sorry, are they sorry because they got caught, or they're sorry for their actions?
That's a good question.
No, I can give you that one. You're sorry for both, because you didn't
Okay.
got caught and you're sorry for your actions. And let me explain this. And then guess what? You pray God don't break your, just go on and break your back. Just go on and smoke you. Because we know again, know what I'm doing. I'm just saying, can you give me some grace and mercy? Man, that's what we do. And people don't want to, they don't want to talk about that. Like, okay, God, now let's dismiss what I'm doing. Let's pray. Let's pray about the weather. Let's pray about the something else. No, let's skip that subject. It don't even have to be a relationship. We do other stuff that we know is sinful, and guess what we do? We dismiss it, still call ourselves communicating, talking with God, and hope and pray He give us a pass. That's because we know what we're doing. Now, I feel this way. Maybe this is too strong what I'm about to say, but Lord have mercy, church, the institution has taught us to lie so much. 1 minute they saying live holy, live right, don't do this, don't do it. Then when they then it depends on who it is. Then they say, oh, you know what? It's okay. God will forgive you. God, okay. Then the next minute, then it depends on who this other person is. Oh, you're going straight to hell. Well, which one is it? So I'm just like, it's some days I'm just like, well, what the hell? Are we all going to hell? What the hell we doing? What in the hell just happened? It's ridiculous. And that's that. I think that's riding that fence. You just ride.
You find yourself in this awkward, or maybe it's not awkward, in this position. And you, even though you know it's wrong, but you desire that it materializes into something. Number one, how can you have that expectation that it materializes into something that's going to be blessed by God? Number one. And number two, how can you expect that God will bless that mess? Talk to me, somebody.
Lying to yourself. That's what you're doing. Lying to yourself.
Okay.
Expecting God to
Thank you,
bless
Juanita.
your mess.
Thank you, Juanita. Pastor Cockfield.
She's right. And guess what? Now, and here's me. It comes to a point to where you have to just surrender to what you're doing and know it's wrong, and then just say, okay, God, what is right? And then be willing to do it. But we still stuck on the first phase of this, what you just discussed. Oh man, he can't, he's not gonna bless it until body, soul, and spirit line up with his spirit, and we get realigned back to what our purpose and intent was in the first place and why he got us here. And then I can't make it about me. This is not about my desires or none of this. It's about his will and way. And I think we just don't want to. That's hard on both parties, whoever it is. That's hard, especially when you have gotten so far out there and you don't even remember. No, it ain't remember. You don't even really know how to get back where you should, especially when you made a jackass of yourself. And I said just what I just said. You made ass of yourself. You go out here and do this crazy stuff, and then now people are like, oh, do I even trust him or her? Do I even believe what they have to say? There's a lot of ground that needs to be covered. Do I even have the strength? Well, in God I do, but do I even want to deal with God after I've disappointed him too? And I've been there where I just say, you know what? I don't want to read. I don't want to pray. I don't even want to talk to him. Now it's like you got an option because God ain't going nowhere. But these are truths. We put ourselves in those positions. We would love to get it fixed, but where are you at with God and where are you at with yourself spiritually? That's tough. That's the reality, being real. So,
And so let me ask this question: when you say I don't want to pray, I don't want to read, is it out of fear that you're running from God and trying to hide from God, or you're not ready to face God?
all the above. I don't
Okay.
want to face him. I don't. It's like having sex in a hotel and the Bible is right there in the drawer.
All
Now,
right.
you I'm sorry, y'all ain't never done that before, but this is what happened. I don't want God to see me, man. Dude, word right there. What you doing? That's the same thing. What am I doing? Where you hiding? God ain't going nowhere. He's still there. So that's me as a human being thinking and believing that if I just don't talk to him and shut up, that he gonna leave me alone. No, he is not, and the devil not either. So you got double trouble. And that's go back to the garden, double trouble. The enemy set you up. Jesus in the wilderness, what the enemy try to do? Jesus had some double trouble. I'm here to do the will of the Father, but man, the enemy is trying to trip me up with the word. That's reality. That's another thing from a spiritual perspective and natural perspective. We deal with both every day. And I think we just think that the devil is dumb. He's not dumb. Lucifer in his previous glorified state, Satan in his present state. He was in heaven, got kicked out. The cat know how the game is played. When we try to outsmart him too, we stupid. So it's double trouble. Double trouble. Yes, we think we can shut God down by being quiet. And we think the devil gonna leave us alone. No, he's not. He come to kill, steal, and destroy. Giving him a pass to do his job when we call ourselves shutting God down. It's impossible. So either way it go, you're done. It's
Wow.
trouble. That's the
Wow.
reality.
Wow. And I like the way you said that about Lucifer and his cats know how to play the game. And you're right. I never looked at it like that, but yeah, they know exactly how to play the game. They know exactly where to place you and who to bring into the midst to make that thing go. All right. You're absolutely right. Wow. So, does anybody have any final comments or anything they would like to add to this discussion? Tracy, I'll start with you.
Yes, Robert, he had said something very powerful. And one of the things, you're talking about God can't bless the foolishness. But I realize is that when you're dealing with two people, sometimes we lie to each other because of what we feel that we want. And if you already know that God is not going to bless it, why keep wasting your time? So my thing is God first in everything you do. If you can come up here and say what God is not going to do or bless it, then why keep putting yourself in a lie? So
Wow. Wow. Thank you, Tracy, so much. Thank you so much. Juanita?
Well, I would have to agree. I mean, why lie to each other? You know that God is not going to bless any mess. He's not going to bless a hookup.
Okay.
He believes in marriage. So stop lying to yourself and stop lying to each other.
Okay. Pastor Cockfield.
The lies we tell. That's
Okay.
my comment. The lies we tell.
Okay.
And listen, I appreciate what both of them just said, but this is going back to that transparency. Again, I am where I am. I do what I do. I gotta own what I do. And is it really about lying to anybody? It's just being honest enough to say, this is where I'm at. And yes, for every cause, there's an effect. For every action, there's a reaction. And are you willing to take it? Are you willing to deal with it? You got to own that. Because apparently you are if you let it go this far. Eh, That's it. That's being real. Like I don't know. I think the expectation is we all want to hear certain things, but do you really want to hear where a person's heart really lies? And can I handle that? Because if you are with somebody and they telling you, okay, this is where I'm at. And I want to you started out with it. I want to do wrong. There you go. Now we're
Okay.
talking a whole different subject. If you said, "Oh, I want to be right," that's a whole nother way of living. That's see what I'm saying. So you gotta just which lane we in. It's you gotta call it what it is.
Okay. Amen. Thank you so much. Listen, guys, I want to thank each of you for coming tonight and being honest and open and giving your insights on this topic. I thank each of you for participating in the discussion and keeping it real. That's the main thing. The three of you kept it real, and that is what people need to hear. People need to hear the reality and the authenticity of life issues. It's so much needed. So I thank all three of you, Tracy Carr, Robert Cockfield, and Juanita R. Williams. This is the Speakeasy Podcast, and I am your host, Constance Woolard, and I want to thank you so much for joining our first episode of 2023. We are here on Tuesdays, every first and third Tuesday, second and fourth Tuesday of the month. So until next time, may God continue to bless you richly today, tomorrow, and always, and have a good night.
Welcome to Melanated Homeschooling Families Podcast, a safe place for melanated families and homeschoolers, business owners, and overcomers to come together to connect, communicate, support, and introduce you to some amazing melanated families from all over the world that homeschool and more.
I'm your co-host, Simone Nopel from Hardy and Free, and today we're going to talk about living a non-toxic life with my husband and life partner, Jack Nopel. We will discuss why making the switch is so impactful and how we can embrace it with our young children. You might remember today's guest from our first episode, Jack Nopel. He is a retired Army officer with a passion for teaching leadership development to young men and women. He is going to share with us his experience of what it was to live with somebody who was making this drastic change in their life and if he ever jumped on board. Let's jump right in. Welcome again, Jack. I'm so glad to have you here today. Why don't you share a little bit about yourself for the audience members who may not know about you?
Thanks for having me again. I'm happy to be back. And a little bit about me is I just retired from the U.S. Army. I was a medical officer. I worked on leadership for the last 13 years, I'd say, and developing it and just having mentors and mentees. And yeah, it's totally different when you have a kid. That you're not a mentor, but you are a mentor and a teacher, and everything that leadership has and parents have. It's all kind of like a whole bundle of leadership, I guess, and guidance.
Yeah. So the topic that I want to dive in today, I got a lot of questions on Instagram about this, about making the switch to a more conscious way of living, a non-toxic life or a plant-based life, however you want to go about saying it. The gist here is that when we know that there's changes that can be made, or we know that there's alternatives to the things that we use in our life or what we do in our life, we know there's alternatives, but how do we actually take that leap of faith and kind of switch over our life to it? Like, how do we make that change, and then how does that change last? And for me, and personally, I made the changes kind of cold turkey, like very quickly, and you witnessed that. And so I want to share a little bit about my story on why I started living a non-toxic life, and then I want to hear from you on how it was living with me through that moment, witnessing my journey, and then how your journey was affected by that. So sound good?
Let's go.
All right. So I started switching over in about 2019 is when I started. I pretty much just trashed all of my hair products, my skin products. and cleaning products that had chemicals in it and were not plant-based derived. And for me, that was a change that I started again, like during pregnancy, and it just lasted. I saw the effects that it had on my body. My skin changed. I felt like my mood was more stable, and so these changes that were happening within me, I wanted it to last. And so for me, that was the first step, and it was a pretty easy one, just to be able to, go into the store and look for, laundry detergent or dish soap that, they have those in the big chain stores, and you can find them at Safeway, at Publix, at Kroger, at Fred Meyer, all these places that are easily accessible for most people. And so if you're looking to make that change in your life and you want to live a more non-toxic life, that it's actually know that it's actually easy. It's not very difficult. And financial wise, it's a pretty comparable price from using these chemicals and these cleaners and these products that have so much toxins in them. And a lot of these toxins, when you read the ingredient label, and if you start getting into that habitually, I read labels all the time. It's a second nature for me. And so when you start looking at these labels, you can Google on your phone or whatever, or use whatever search engine and look up what they are and where they came from, how they were made, and what effects they have on the body. And so a lot of these ingredients on cleaning products, skincare, hair care are actually linked to increased cancer rates. And so they have carcinogens in these products that we use directly on our skin. And one thing that I share often with my community and with my clients is that it takes only 26 seconds for something to absorb into your skin before it gets into your blood system and affects you. And so, cleaning products, cleaning products, skin products, hair products are all things that we can make simple and easy changes. And so, that's where I would recommend anybody start. And so, well, I'll pause there on my personal story and ask you, what do you use now, or how was that when you were experiencing me trashing certain products, and especially when it came to cleaning products like laundry detergent and dish soap? Like, how was that experience, and do you actually like the alternatives, like the plant-based alternatives?
It's funny because I just had this conversation with a friend yesterday, and he's going through the same thing where his girlfriend is throwing out stuff and putting more natural stuff into their house and products. So for me, I did not like it at all. When it first happened, I was so upset that you're throwing out all this stuff, and we could give it to soldiers and stuff like that. Obviously, hindsight, we knew that, and at the end, we actually did that with a lot of our food when we switched over. So it wasn't more about that. It was more about it just disappeared overnight. And the products didn't matter to me. A little bit, it was I missed my certain lotion because I just got used to having a certain lotion for 10 years. And then I realized, oh, this is not great. And then you gave me a new one, and I was like, oh, this is better actually. And it felt better. So finding a product that I actually liked and knowing it was better definitely kept me on board. And then that goes through all of them, from my deodorant, knowing that it had metals in it and it was not good for me, and then switching over to something that's non-toxic, it just became second nature then. But at first, it was a very hard bump in the road. And at first, it was not like a bump. It felt like a hurricane happening. But now I look back, I'm like, oh, it's just a little bump in the road, right? Changing over just these products, because then we had to go through food and all these other products that have a lot of toxic chemicals. So yeah, it was hard at first, but I knew that you're doing the right thing. It was the best thing for our family. And knowing that we had a newborn at home really was just like, all right, I need to make these changes, because I knew the system has been rigged to let Americans make whatever product they want without any real regulations and boundaries. They'll say they have regulations, but they don't. They just do whatever they want in America. And, that's kind of sucks, but it is what it is. And there is a lot of great products out there. And now I'm a lot happier.
Yeah, and that kind of brings up another point of in the United States compared to Europe or a lot of countries, even in Asia, that the approval list of what the FDA actually can approve versus what they will ban. Our list here in the United States is far, far, far more extensive and longer than lists in Europe. So here in the United States, there might be a list of 10 banned, chemicals or ways to put in products, versus in Europe, there's like a list of like 100 things that are banned. And so you start asking yourself that if you're listening and you're a citizen of the United States, then start asking yourself, like, why do we allow certain chemicals or synthetics into our products and our food, and other countries don't? Like, what's up with that, and where does that come from? Start asking those questions, because those are it's all part of our daily lives. Everything that we come in encounter with can be done better, to some degree. And so that kind of brings us over into the food, right? So the non-toxic way of living also is one of the most important parts, in my opinion, is our food. I kind of mentioned this in the last episode of, like, food is medicine. And so what we put into our bodies, especially when it's food, is so important. And so there's this constant back and forth when I'm in the grocery store or at restaurants, when it comes to reading labels and finding an alternative to the things that either I grew up with or that I've grown to love throughout my life, and trying to find an alternative that might not have those chemicals in it. And so what's it like for you shopping at the store when you know that your wife is very adamant about certain labels or certain ingredients and labels? Like, how does that feel for you?
Well, I mean, again, having our son helps, because it's like you don't go there with you in mind. It's more of a selfless, like, hey, I want him to have the healthiest foods he can have. And the ways to do that are to eliminate all those toxic chemicals that they put in food. So to me, it's super easy. I'm like, hey, most of my food's coming from the produce section. We're going to be where everything's raw and we just pick it out ourselves. And there's a whole organic section there. So that's super easy. And then it's funny because as you're going through the grocery store, you hit those aisles where it'll be like health food. Well, if health food's here, then what's the rest of the store for? Right? It's just like, I'm sure people have seen memes and stuff like that about the same topic, but it's serious. There's a whole health section in organic foods. So what's the rest of the foods? Artificial flavors, chemically made, GMOs, just stuff that's not good for the human body, and it's causing a lot of problems in human. I was gonna say children, but everybody, actually. It's not just us. So it's nice to be awake and be like, wow, holy crap, I don't need most of this stuff in this grocery store. And now I look right past all this stuff. So it's like if I'm going down a cookie and chips aisle, super easy to just walk right past all of that and not even want it. Mm-hmm. So and then if you want snacks, of course there's organic snacks that are gluten-free with less chemicals, more natural, and those snacks taste actually better than the ones that are old, because the old ones now, if I eat it, it's like, oh man, what am I eating? My teeth feel it, like my body feels worse when I'm eating it. And when I'm eating the healthy stuff, my body is like, all right, this is good. And a lot of times it may be like, oh, I'm still hungry, but I definitely know my body is at least taking it and using all the nutrients it can.
Yeah. And what's your, I love, we've talked about this before, and I would love for you to share here with everybody listening, is why do you choose organic? Like, what's up with organic, and why should people try their best to pick the organic version?
All right, there's so many ups and downs with organic. You could read so many things because journalists aren't accountable anymore. They can write whatever they want. So there's gonna be people that you're gonna read and they're gonna say organic is fake and you don't need it. But if you look into like the whole farming and agriculture of it, organic has 5 to 10 pesticides overall, and it can even have less than that, right? So it seems like a lot, right? But then you go to non-organic and it has anywhere from 50 to 70 different types of pesticides sprayed on it. That's a ton. That's way more. And then what you're getting with those extra 40, 50 pesticides are other chemicals that we just don't know what they are. We don't know what the farmers are using. And as we've seen in the last couple of years with Roundup, all of a sudden Roundup's the worst thing in the world, causing cancer. And if you have that directly onto your food, what do you think that's going to do directly to the body? It definitely cannot go and be beneficial for the body. So getting organic, at least you're getting less pesticides. At least for me, that's how I feel. I feel like I eat organic because I don't want those extra chemicals sprayed on there. And I think maybe consciously people were growing it with intention of being organic, of being in a better area, maybe better soil. I don't know. But I just like to think that way, that it isn't grown intentionally and a little bit better and not sprayed and genetically modified at all.
Yeah, and I think that's even a good point too about like, you know, we've lost connection with our food source.
Yeah.
As a society and in humanity, we've lost touch with that. So, you know, think about your great 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 grandparents. They were growing their own food in their gardens, and or they knew the farmer up the street or the family up the street that were growing, you know, tomatoes and onions, and but they were growing berries, so they swapped, you know, and there is a sense of connection with our food source. And so if you can get close, the closer you can get to your food source, the better. So if you're able to shop at farmers markets instead of these big chain grocery stores, then do that. If you're able to, you know, go to actually the location of where the farm is and say, hey, you guys have a farm stand. A lot of farms, you know, they'll have farm stands at the beginning of the property where you can go up and they can have their abundance, their extra, you know, produce or their extra harvest out there for you to be able to pick up right there at their farm. Get to know the farmers in your area and like try to connect with that community. Go to the farmers markets on the weekends or during the week, whatever it is for your area. Because the closer that we can get to the food source, the better. And those farmers will tell you exactly how they know their food, and they love talking about it. That's their passion. They love what they do. And so you can learn more about your food and where it's coming from, instead of, like Jack was mentioning, you know, being in this monocrop field and getting sprayed by pesticides on a daily basis. These are the things that we have to start thinking about, because it really does affect our bodies on a physiological level, on a mental level, and a spiritual level. Because again, with this perspective of holistic health and holistic wellness, we really have to think that everything is connected, even within ourselves as an individual person. And so if we're eating something that has pesticides or chemicals in it, and that's going into our blood system, that's going into our brains, how does that affect then our hormone production in our brains and our brain functioning? And those things all impact our mental health. And so if you're listening here and you're struggling with your mental health, think about the little things in your life that can change, the habits that you're doing on a daily basis that can change, that will impact your mental health. So if you've tried different things and you're like, oh, I'm still stuck in this funk, or I have anxiety or whatever it is, and you've tried all these things, like, think smaller, you know, think that what are the small things that I can change. And so what if a slight change in the way you eat can have a huge impact on your mental health? Think about no longer eating regular produce and only buying organic produce. So that's fruits and vegetables. Just that one change in that one category of food. What if just that can change your entire life? And so I think that's something that I want to throw out to the audience right now, is just like the simple changes that we can make to switch over to a non-toxic life can be a gradual process. You know, it doesn't have to be like how I am, kind of extreme and just, you know, cold turkey everything overnight. It could be where, like, okay, in the month of January, we're going to switch all of our cleaning products. The month of February, we're going to clean all of our skin, you know, hygienic products, like our shampoo, our conditioner, our soaps, you know, and gradually do that. And that's what I love to do with my clients, and the work that I do is so awesome, is because everybody is different. And so to cater to one person or one family's needs is going to be different than the other. So one plan I might have for a client might be switching up their things on a weekly basis, because they can do that and it's attainable for them, versus another person could be on a monthly basis. And so just, you know, take a moment, you can pause this right now, or reflect back after you listen to this, and like, what are those gradual small step changes that you can make? Can you commit to making a change every month? If so, then write that out. Say that to your partner or your kids, that, okay, in the month of February, we're clearing out all of the canned food in our pantry and we're going to switch it to organics. You guys can donate it to food banks, or whatever you feel is right for you and what's aligned for you. However, just make those small changes.
I also want to add, I know we're talking about more produce and vegetables because we have a high plant-based diet more in our family, but I do eat meat. And so the grass-fed beef has all those vitamins, all the nutrients still in it. So you're still getting all the good stuff. And a lot of the meat that you get at the grocery store, guess what? It's injected with all kinds of stuff. It's treated bad. So if you're eating food that is being mistreated, separate from their family, especially mammals like cows, they have feelings. So you think those feelings don't go into that meat, and then the hormones go into that meat, and then they eat corn and crap that they don't normally eat, and it's just not going to be good meat that you're going to eat, right? So a lot of times what they're saying is you're not getting the proper protein, you're not getting the proper nutrients that meat normally gives you. And so when you go back and get the grass-fed beef, it tastes different, it tastes healthier. Happier cows make happier meat, makes a happier belly after you eat it. So that's just something to think about. And as I added meat back into my diet after 2 years of not really eating meat, every time I eat something that's grass-fed or organic, it feels way better. And I don't really eat chicken or pork, but I do eat beef. And I could tell you that I could feel a huge difference doing that.
And what is that difference like? Why should people try going for grass-fed beef instead of like the regular kind? Like what's the actual difference that you feel? Is it like their energy levels? Is it your sleep quality?
Yeah,
Like, what is it?
everything. So for me, right away, and Simone could testify to this, that when I eat grass-fed beef, I feel like this surge go through me of just energy. I feel so good. My body was craving it. I don't eat it often, but when I do, it's just my body is getting that iron, it's getting the protein, it's getting all the stuff that it was needing, and I could just feel that. Now, if I eat something that's not so healthy of meat and it's not organic, not grass-fed, I don't feel anything. I feel sluggish, and I feel like my body is taking so much time to break it down, and it does take hours on end. And instead, that grass-fed beef feels like it's just my body's going right through it. I'm still hungry. I'm just like, wow, that was great. Surge of energy, and it was just night and day difference.
Yeah, and I think you brought up a good point that I want to make here too. With everything that is non-toxic, it's going to be absorbed in your body way quicker and faster, and then be able to also eliminate from your body faster. And so when you're using things with chemicals, it's like almost gets trapped in your body, and in order for it to get out, you have to detox by either fasting or taking some detox teas or supplements. And so it's like, what can we do? How can we help our bodies to be able to move through the elimination process, whether it's, like I said, through sweat or urine, feces, whatever it is that we're doing, eliminate. Our elimination system is so important for our bodies. What comes in needs to come out. So when it comes in and it stays in, see that stuck feeling is going to affect your whole entire system. It's going to affect, like I said, that leaky gut can, when things are stuck in our system, it will go into our blood system. When we put things on our skin, it's gonna stay there. And so, like, how can we help our bodies what they're naturally meant to do? And that's going back to natural ways of living. Natural soaps, natural foods, things that our great grandparents were doing and eating. That was what is meant for our biology and our physiology. And so getting back to that natural way of living and leaving behind the chemicals, leaving behind the synthetics, to me is just so imperative to happiness and to health through and through.
I agree.
Yeah.
Being intentional overall just makes you feel better.
Yeah.
Just knowing that you're putting in the effort to be intentional with all the product, all the food, makes you overall feel better. Now, is there a bunch of junk food and junk that says organic? Yeah, but you'll go through those waters yourself and talk to friends and figure out which ones are the best ones for you, and test them out. I think that's a big thing too, is we tested out so many products. You have to test the things out. It's like restarting over, and you can make it fun also. So when you're starting over, it's like, all right, now I'm going to find this new thing I like to eat. Or I like to find a new lotion that I use, or hair product, or so on and so forth, right? It's actually can be fun. And at the end, it's like you go to a store and your mind is totally different. It's like, wow, I don't even see all the junk and the synthetic crap. I see all the healthy stuff that is available, and now that pops out. And so it is a little bit fun. And teaching Destin, our son, is absolutely makes it better. So if you're a father or a husband out there, take your kids, go to the store, and explain to them why you're buying things. And if you're giving them Fruity Pebbles, say, for breakfast one day, and now you realize about red 40 dye and all the dyes that are in there that are bad for them, go find something that's maybe similar, and you want to stick to cereals, that's fine. It's organic, gluten-free, whatever you want is out there now and available, and explain to your kids as you're buying it. I think that's a great way to do it. I know when we take Destin, we're always telling him, hey, check this out. This is why we're buying it, because it's actually healthier for your body, and your body's going to be thankful for it once you eat it and absorb it.
Yeah. I think that's a great point of like making it fun, because it really can be like we were a big thing for us was the dairy alternatives. So when we first stopped consuming dairy, and we had to find a different milk, we had to find different yogurt, we had to find different creamer, different cheese. So there's a lot of plant-based alternatives, but like how do you choose just one? And that was part of the fun. It was like, okay, we've tried probably at least 8 different types of plant-based milks, and so we finally find our favorite one. And what happens if that favorite one isn't on the shelf, and like then you experiment and you find a different one. And that could be fun, like even for your children. Like it could be a game, like, okay, we're gonna pick out, you get to pick today which alternative you're going to do. Is it going to be this one or this one? And you go bring them to the store, and like you said, make it fun, because it is a really great learning opportunity. Instead of telling our kids, oh, this is just good for you, like explain why, or explain why what they were eating isn't good for them. Like what does it actually do to their bodies? Like I love this chart that I created and I share with my clients, but I also I think my son is now ready for it, right? Like you would say Dustin's ready to learn like why which foods are good for us. Like is it good for your heart? Is it good for your brain? Is it good for your bone density? Like what in particular is it that we want to give our children, and why do we not pick the other version? And so I think that will help, especially if you have children who have already been eating a certain type of way that you might want to get away from, like to help them understand why you're making this change, is to be able to actually communicate and explain to them what's going on in their bodies and why they should do it. And if they like certain things, like if your children are athletes, tell them that like you'll be able to run faster, you'll be able to jump higher, like whatever it is, because your bones are going to be stronger if you eat this instead of these fruit snacks that are full of all these dyes. Or like you'll be able to have a calm body, or you'll be able to focus on the things that you love to do better because your body is going to be stronger. And so try to get more specific, try to be just very honest on what the process is that you're going through, because change for anybody can be difficult, especially for children who may not have a voice, a voice in your family as much as you do, to be able to really include them and educate them on these things.
And I think one last thing is when you include the kids, you're going to see that they tend to find the ones that are actually healthier. Dustin always, when we offer options, this is another thing, when you're changing, offer options. So don't be at dinner or lunch or breakfast and be like, this is what you got to eat it or else. Because now you're changing your whole diet for the family. All right. So it's good to have multiple options. Say if it's berries and oatmeal, maybe, hey, if you don't want oatmeal, then we can make you eggs, right? Because we still eat eggs, and we try to get one from the farm if we can. Otherwise, we still look for free range organic eggs. So, yeah, you're going to see that the kids really end up eating the healthier stuff, and they seem to love the best version of it too. It's with our milk, it was Dustin wouldn't drink a lot of it, and then we watched YouTube explaining which milks are the best, right? And or non-dairy milks. And when we switched to the one that they recommended as the number one, he started drinking milk all the time. He loved it. I did too. I was just like, wow, this is so much better. And you find out there's like pea protein, magnesium, vitamin D, all these other great vitamins inside of there. So it's a lot of fun to watch your kids change their diet and pick what they think is their favorite, because you're going to find out if it's their favorite, it's probably going to become your favorite too. So it's a lot of fun. And fathers and husbands out there, or fathers and husbands, have fun with it. Don't let moms, wives just take over and do it themselves. I think at first that gave me anxiety and made it not as fun for me. Once I got involved and actually was doing the grocery shopping or going and doing other things like getting the lotions and hygiene products, it was way better. It made me feel I was involved in the change with my family.
Yeah, because there was actually quite a few things that you went and got on your own that I had no idea. Like, I think your deodorant was one of them, your toothpaste, like you found the plant-based versions of it. And, that's just so, for me, comforting on these versions, because, it's really nice to be able to know that we're also helping not only our bodies and ourselves, but also the planet. Because a lot of times using those chemicals and synthetics, it's just seeping into, like, where do you think it goes when you're done? It's going also into the soil, into our ground. Like all these things, like, don't just disappear, like they're still here. And so if you're able to get the eco-friendly version on, it's usually also going to be non-toxic, and so it's going to be non-toxic for you and for the planet.
families, just be intentional with everything and look into it. Don't be afraid to slow down at the stores when you're buying things. Look at ingredients. And a good thing that Simone taught me when we were doing the change and she was learning was look for products that have less ingredients. Let's stick to under 10 ingredients, and you're going to find out when it has less ingredients, it's always a little bit more natural, more organic anyway. So if you start doing that, it's going to be a great habit and it will lead you to success. Good luck with your changes.
Yeah.
See you guys next time.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. That's probably the best practical tip here is that if the ingredient label has less than 10 or less than 5 things, it's probably good to go. And just like you said, get in the habit of reading those labels. So thank you guys again for being here and listening to us share, and we'll see you guys next time.
CTRmedianetwork.com sponsors Melanated Homeschooling Show and Podcast. CTR Media Network is a marketing and podcasting network that reaches 350 million global listeners in over 40 countries. CTR Media Network specializes in helping entrepreneurs and podcasters grow and maximize their visibility. In addition, CTR Media Network provides access to impactful positive media and content designed to help you walk into your purpose while positively impacting the world with good. Go to ctrmedianetwork.com today to learn more.
Today, you're going to be really excited. We have Carmel Ecker as our guest today, and I can't wait to share all about it. So make sure you share the link for the Wellness Driven Life, and you share this with all of your friends and family. You ring the bell, make sure you get the notifications, and I'm looking forward to sharing Carmel Ecker with you today. Here we go. Welcome, everyone. I'm so excited to have you here. Let me share a little bit about Miss Carmel, who's a good friend of mine. Carmel is a life coach who focuses on helping you tame your mental gremlins. She's on a mission to help you untether yourself from all the shoulds and can'ts holding you back. She knows what it's like. For too many years, she believed she was meant for something big. But every time an opportunity to shine came along, she hid. She made safe choices, and she failed spectacularly at living the life she didn't want in the first place. By age 35, she was divorced, single parent, working a job that no longer interested her. She wondered, what the heck was she supposed to do? The more she developed as a person, the more she realized the supposedly safe path she had chosen was never the one she was meant to follow. When she finally got tired of hearing her complaints, she hired a coach and started taking full responsibility for the results in her life. That coach guided her from being a burnt out, exhausted, and bored 9-to-5 employee to launching her own business and dramatically improving the quality of her life. Now, as a mental fitness and life coach, she helps others change the unhelpful stories in their minds so they can perform better, feel happier, and improve their relationships. Please welcome Carmel Ecker. Hi, Carmel.
Hi, April. Thanks for the introduction.
My pleasure. It was a longer one, but it was great.
It was a longer one.
I love sharing about you. And so welcome to the Wellness Driven Life Show. It's just a pleasure to have you. Can you tell our audience all about you?
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, beyond the wonderful introduction that you already did, I am on a mission. Well, first, I live in beautiful Victoria, BC, which is now a little bit snowy, and we're all a little bitter about it.
Okay.
And I'm a cyclist. So, we get a little complainy when we can't get on the road.
Oh, yeah. Really?
Yeah. Well, we're on the trail right now. I have a friend who went riding this morning. She said it's ice. It's really icy on the trails, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm not riding today." So, but that'll all be gone in a day or two. So, but I'm a passionate cyclist, specifically into mountain biking. I'm also a mountain bike coach. I'll be working with the Norco Dirt Series this year, so I'm very excited to be carrying my passion in that area of my life. And I am just so, the reason that I transitioned from the work that I was doing, which was graphic design, into life coaching is because I just found that I was so much more interested in personal growth, both my own and that of other people. And I just wanted to play a part in helping other people embark on the journey that I had been on. And, in the intro, you talked about like hiring my own life coach and getting out of the 9 to 5 and into out of a job and into being an entrepreneur, having my own business. As windy of a road as it is, as riddled with unknowns and potential failures as it is, I am so much more fulfilled. I am so much happier. And I really want to facilitate, if that calls to someone else, I really want to facilitate them taking their own journey. And it might not be entrepreneurship. It might be something completely different. I was actually at a performance a few months ago, a jazz musician, a singer, and she told her story partway through the performance. And I thought it was so moving. For her, it took her getting cancer and being faced with what have I done so far in my life? And have I really lived the life that I want to? And after she recovered, she decided that no more playing it safe. I'm going to go and I am going to become a performer. And that was the life she was living. I just think, yes, like we need more people in the world who are living into that space of I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to do what fulfills me. And I think the more we have of that in the world, the more we will have people who are speaking up about injustices, people who are committing themselves to causes that they're passionate about. We'll see people in community. Like I just see the transformative power of it all. And it's exciting me. You can see me actually getting animated as I talk. Yeah.
No, I love how passionate you are. I mean, it makes sense that, when you chose to change and you started to work with a coach and you came about into this new self and into this new world of coaching others. I mean, you do a great job because you're so passionate and because of your experiences. So I love that. And I know one of the things that you like to talk about is really the power of negative emotions for good, and how we can use our emotions as information instead of letting them jerk us around, because it's all data. Can you talk a little?
Feel a negative emotion, and then we like forge a long-term relationship with it. Right? I feel this way and I don't know how to get out of it. And but at the end of the day, emotions, and even our thoughts are just data. They're just information for us to interpret.
Don't take it personally.
Sure. Yeah. Don't take it personally is a great one.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Don't take it personally. Let the information come. Think about it. Don't have that knee-jerk reaction. Like, someone might cut you off in traffic and you're like, I'm sure that's what everybody does, right? There's no signals or anything. We just get really angry. And sometimes we'll carry that through our whole day.
Spreads like wildfire.
It spreads like wildfire. And think about the impact that has on everyone that you come into contact with throughout your day, versus going, oh, that person cut me off, but you know what? I'm safe. Nothing bad happened. It's okay. I'm just going to let that go.
Yeah.
You know, or is there something that you needed to learn from that? Right? Oh, maybe I should leave more space, or I should, I need to pay more attention to my surroundings, or, there's a number of different reactions that we can have. And it's about having the pause to be able to choose your reaction instead of that knee jerk, well, that jerk cut me off, and then, staying in that mood for the rest of your day.
I love that. That's really learning how to be self-reflective and, like you said, pause and take a moment to really understand what your thoughts are and where we want to shift them, and if we need to. So I'm curious. I know that you worked with a coach. Not everybody chooses to do that, and but the more that I work with people who have truly excelled in personal growth, they have a coach, and they utilize others, to propel them. And so I'm curious, what is one of the most profound things that you received from your first coach?
I think it was, to some degree, it was self-belief. Because it was kind of like having that someone to lean on, actually, is a big part of it, right? When I decided I was going to hire a coach, the reason that I had behind it was like, I know I want to do something different. I just don't know how. I know that there's something different. I know I don't want what I have.
Yeah.
But I'm just not sure how to get out of where I am, and I'm not 100% sure where I would go. So what having a coach did for me was actually create a lot of clarity. First and foremost was get the clarity. Like, what is it that I want? What's important to me? What is the life that I actually want to live? Because it's really great data to know I don't want what I have, but you don't want to be running away from something. You want to be running towards something, because when you run away, there's 50 million different directions you could go. And how do you know which direction's the right one? But if you figure out where it is that you want to go, you're laser focused. You know exactly where you're going. And even if it's not perfect, picking that direction, and then things happen. Things happen to, refine, maybe even narrow down where you're going, as opposed to kind of a broad path. So that clarity was really, really important. And then having someone help me process how I was going to do it. Because she didn't give me well, this is how you're going to do it.
Hello, everyone.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I just wanted to see how you'd react with that.
Oh, I'm pretty good.
So she said, this is how you want to do it. You're going to do it.
Yeah. It was just helping me figure out how I wanted to make the changes that I wanted to make,
Right.
as opposed to having because coaches, we don't tell people what to do. And I think some people think that that's, well, I'll hire a coach and the coach will tell me what I'm supposed to do, and then away we go. And that's not actually our purpose. Our purpose is to help you figure out where you want to go, and then support you in taking the steps that you identify that will get
more
you
of
there.
a guide, or here's the map, and where's your North Star, kind of pinpointing the direction.
Yeah,
I
but
like
it's all
that.
self-directed.
Yeah. And, I love when you said, someone to lean on. It's almost like, you know that you're not alone. Somebody's there to hold your hand. I'm here with you during this process, because as many of us know, making a profound change in our lives when we're not satisfied anymore, and we know that we need to make that jump, and it's not easy. It's really a process.
Yeah. Yeah. It is a process. And sometimes there will be false starts.
Yeah.
Which is why it's really great to have someone committed to helping you get what you want. Right. no matter what happens. Because like we've all had those moments where, oh, well, that didn't work. And it's really easy to get sucked into the, well, I guess I suck at this, or I guess I can't have what I want, or, you know, I'm not good enough to reach
Yeah.
that goal. Whereas maybe that's not the right goal for you. Or maybe, you know, you have a different path. Like if you think of mountaineering, right? They talk about different faces that you can go up to
Right.
climb the same peak.
And elevation.
Which face
changes.
do you climb,
Mm.
right? It's not everybody's route to the success that they want. Even if the success itself looks the same, not everyone's route to get there is the same.
Oh, that's a cool way to look at it.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that before. That's very
Mm.
good. Well, so we're going to go to a short commercial. And when we come back, I'm going to ask you, what is self-sabotage and why do we do it?
Yeah.
Stay tuned. Hi, I'm April Hove, the Managing Director of the Fort Worth, Texas chapter of eWomen Network. I'm so excited that you stopped to watch this video. I've got good news for you. You have just discovered an international network of women entrepreneurs who are committed to helping you achieve, succeed, and prosper. We are on a mission to help 1 million women entrepreneurs each achieve $1 million in annual revenue. Here at eWomen Network, we have a complete success system that supports you every step of the way in building and growing your business. You being here right now is no accident. We're supposed to know about you. We want to meet you to find out how we can help you, as well as learn about what you have to offer. With over 500,000 women connecting through 118 chapters across the US, Canada, Australia, and the UK, you are never alone. If this is resonating with you, please go to ewomennetwork.com/Fort Worth. Notice too my contact information. I invite you to reach out to me and check out our upcoming in-person and online events. I am really looking forward to introducing you to our community. All right, welcome back. Well, going back into the question, what is self-sabotage and why on earth do we do it?
Yeah. Self-sabotage is essentially doing things that are not in our best interest at the very essence of it. The why we do it is a lot more complicated. And a lot of it has to do with early life coping mechanisms or survival mechanisms. Sometimes they're not about early life, but oftentimes they are. And it's, you know, you may have found that, you know, like I'll use a people pleaser because that's historically been one of mine, although I've gotten pretty good at taming the people pleaser. But if you find that you gain a certain amount of success or safety by making sure that everybody around you is happy, you're probably going to have that tendency to find ways to make sure that other people are happy, even if it makes you unhappy.
Okay, so you're saying a form of self-sabotage is actually being a people pleaser.
Yes.
Even though it doesn't really make sense, right? I think that we go into that assuming that we're doing the best thing because we're doing the best thing for them. And in turn, it's really doing the best thing for us. But you're saying that that's a form of self-sabotage.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be. I mean, and there's two sides to it, right? So people pleasing by itself is not necessarily doing nice things for other people is great. People really like it. Right? It makes people like you. It may make you feel good, right? Because we do like to help other people. It's when we push it past the point where we're feeling maybe taken advantage of, or we might start to feel resentful that we're not getting what we want. It's when it's taken to the extreme that it becomes a problem. But the act of like wanting people to be happy, wanting things to be in harmony, that's a gift. So there's a spectrum, and it's a matter of making sure that you're staying on the right side of the spectrum.
So a more balanced approach.
A more balanced approach. Yeah. Yeah. So you want to make sure that you're not defaulting to always helping other people or making sure that other people are happy. Right. And we've seen a lot of that in the, just say no, just say no as your default instead of saying yes. Right. Because you need to say yes to yourself sometimes.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit more about that, because I just recently saw you posted on LinkedIn this really cool article that you are yes and woman. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's actually both an improv and a coaching tool. And that's really about taking, no matter what happens in your life, right? Accepting, well, this is part of it. It's a large tool, but part of it could be, saying, yes, this happened. And what do I want to do about it? From an improv, it might be, to really maybe explain it as an improv tool. So when two people get up on a stage, it's a game, right? So someone says a line and the other person, automatically their response is yes, and to continue the story. And so it's about taking the maybe 5% in a coaching context. It's about taking maybe the 5% of gold that was in this other person's idea and building on it, as opposed to saying, "Oh, no, that's a terrible idea. That will never work." Right? Because it stops everything dead in its tracks. So it's a really great way to, when people are in community with each other or they're working together, to be able to keep things moving forward instead of having them stop dead.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And did I do that right?
Yes. But you forgot to add the piece after it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. And I love the content that you put out on LinkedIn. And speaking of, is your LinkedIn, if people want to check you out there, because you really do push out so much cool stuff. Is it under Carmel Ecker?
Yeah. So it's linkedin.com/IN/Carmel Ecker.
Okay.
Yeah. Or you can just search my name. I think I'm the only one on there.
There's not too many Carmels, but interestingly enough, I just interviewed Carmel Bell out of Australia. Yeah. And I kept telling Manley about the Carmel stories, and he was like, I am so confused, which Carmel are we speaking of? And so it's funny because it's not as common of a name, and yet I just so happen to be drawing in the Carmel energy. So
apparently, yeah. That doesn't actually have a little bit of a funny story about that, because I don't often meet someone who has the same first name as me. And I was doing a running, and this was like at least over a decade ago. I was doing a running clinic, and I'm not a runner for starters, but I decided I was going to do this running clinic. I was preparing for an adventure race, and there's a running component. So, okay, we're going to do this. And I ended up running beside this woman, and I was like, hey, so what's your name? She's like, Carmel. And I'm like, no, what's your name? And she's like, Carmel. And I think she had to say it 3 times before I was like, oh, your name's Carmel too. It's like I was actually pregnant at the time, but didn't know it. So I'm blaming it on
There you
go.
Absolutely.
Just like didn't register.
Well, my brain trails off into, you said I'm not a runner. It makes me think of, and I think it also goes into you talking about, really going out of your comfort zone, and even into the yes ands. But it makes me think of people that go into the triathlons, for instance, because we have 3 totally different sports. And, I know that you're a biker and you're an avid biker and you love it. And you state, I'm not a runner. And it's interesting when I read the stories about, these world winning triathlons, they did not start in all of these things, and they didn't necessarily have the desire to. And, they just had this spark and this goal, or something else propelling them where they were like, okay, I'm going to do this. But anyway, that's where my mind went because, and I would love, and I know I'm going a little bit off course, but I would love for you to talk about your biking because, when I ask them about some fun facts, this means living a life now that promotes my well-being and fitness. And Carmel, you've told me that before, that you want to be biking well in your 80s. And I thought that was one of the coolest things because I feel like people really project that far ahead. So tell me, what are you doing on a daily to really make this a reality and a goal?
Well, first, I want to say that I actually really struggle with long-term goals. So I like to set really near-term goals as far as like career and things like that. But lifestyle just seems to be this different thing. And I am just so passionate about mountain biking that I kind of just set that as, of course I want to be still riding in my 80s. And if I'm still alive in my 90s, like, I don't know if that's realistic or not, but I honestly don't care. I'd love to be the 90-year-old that, gets featured in Chatelaine or something because I'm the crazy 90-year-old that's just still biking, right? But really what it comes down to is doing things now that promote that, right? There's some people will talk about like a compound effect of the things that you do today, that they grow and exponentially impact your future. And it can go both ways. It can cause, a positive gain, and it can cause a negative gain. Someone who is smoking every day, they're going to see a negative gain because that's going to negatively impact their health. For me, I have made a commitment this year to cycling roughly 5 days a week. But that's my goal. And it's actually in my calendar every single day, go for a bike ride. And I set an hour and a half. So I have time to ride, clean up, show up looking fabulous for interviews or whatever, or for clients. My clients deserve for me to show up looking fabulous too. But it really is about making that commitment and it's not even about doing big things, right? Like I don't need to go for a 2-3 hour ride to maintain the kind of fitness that I need to be doing this in my 80s or 90s. I actually did a 7-day mountain bike stage race in, I think it was 2015, the BC Bike Race. And my fitness for that was strictly the 30 minutes going to work and the 30 minutes riding back every day. And then, definitely mountain biking on the weekends as well. But my son was like 2 or 3 when I did that. So I didn't have, and I was a single mom at the time. So I didn't have a lot of time to commit to training. And so I was like, well, if it's 30 minutes there and 30 minutes back, and that forms the foundation of my fitness. And I'd been doing it for years as well. And yes, I was not fast. It took me like 6 hours on average every single day to finish the course, where the pros were finishing in like 2.
Wow.
But I did it.
You did it, but you did it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the choices that we make every single day that support the lifestyle that we live down the road.
Well, and how does that make you feel? How does that make you feel when you cross the finish line and you've done it?
Yeah, well, there's the elation of, oh my God, I did it. And wasn't that fun? And then there's actually always the kind of the letdown of like, well, now it's over. Now what? What? And that is where, you kind of enter into when you set more short-term goals, like a year or less, that you celebrate and then go, okay, what's next for me?
Yeah.
Where do I want to go now? And for me, it's just everything that I do in that fitness, sport, mountain biking arena is really about that long-term goal of being able to do this when I'm in my 80s or 90s, which also means being very realistic about the risks of my sport.
Right.
And decide, okay, am I going to start hucking off 8-foot drops? Or am I going to stick to like 4 and 6 foot drops because I know I'm comfortable with those? There's that balance of pushing yourself within your sport or whatever activity you're in, and also managing, I'm a 45-year-old woman and I want to still be I don't want to end up a paraplegic or a quadriplegic.
Right. Well, I
right?
think that's really mature, and when we have long-term goals, it makes you think of those things like, what do I need to do to truly hit this goal and to maintain this? Because maybe I need to go a little slower and cut things back. And it doesn't mean that I can't still have joy and excitement while doing it now in the present moment. So yeah, I feel that that's really exceptional of you to be thinking that far ahead. And I think I would disagree with you that you're not good at long-term goals, because you're already doing it. You've been doing it for a very long time. And, listen, I know that a lot of your business has stemmed around being a mother, a parent, a single parent, raising her son on your own, essentially. So I know you've geared, your coaching services towards the same woman, a woman or parent who is raising their child on their own. And so when we come back from this commercial, I really would like to know how your business has impacted your life. So stay tuned.
Kim Jacobs, the host of the Kim Jacobs Show, and you all know who's right here with me, Dr. Les Brown. How are you, Dr. Brown?
I'm blessed and highly favored. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time you want to give yourself a competitive edge. If you got a message, you have some knowledge or experience, a story, or if you want to do something adventurous and exciting with your life that can increase your credibility, expose you to millions of people, I'm encouraging you to have your own talk show. I used to have a talk show. That one talk show catapulted me to another level. Now there are more people watching the internet, as you are aware, than television. Yes. Come on, somebody.
That's right.
Dr. Kim Jacobs, she trained people on how to have their own talk show. She will train you how to do that. And now with me partnering with her, now you have the combination of an audience, expansive audience. We have over 4 million people in all of our platforms, and the coaching you need to grow your business, to grow your multi-level marketing organization, to draw more attention to yourself in this noisy economy. Go ahead, Kim.
So in the training that I do, Les, I actually do a 6-week training. It's 1 hour per week. And each week I meet with the individuals one-on-one. We go through and we talk about all of the things that's necessary for a show to become a reality. We go from how to actually identify your focus area, what's going to be your ideal customer that's going to be tuning in. We'll talk about how to get guests, how to get sponsorship, how to go about getting your lighting, your branding, and your banners, and everything that you need to know. And guess what, Les? They own their own content at the end of the day.
And that's exciting. Now, if you're ready to create a shift in your business and in your life and increase your cash flow, I want you to go to KimJacobsConsulting.com. It's right there on the screen, KimJacobsConsulting.com. People say opportunity knocks on every door. Right. No. Opportunity stands by silently waiting for you to recognize it. So I want you to recognize that this is a time for you. This is an incredible time to have your own talk show. It establishes a level of credibility.
Yes.
And by being exposed to people on a regular basis, it allows you to strategically begin to impact and attract your audience. She can take you in a place in yourself that you can't go by yourself. So go to KimJacobsConsulting.com. That's KimJacobsConsulting.com. Did I say KimJacobsConsulting.com? Yes, you did. Very good. Make sure you go there and sign up for the coaching, and we're looking forward to working with you. You have something special. You have greatness within you. That's my story, and that's Kim's story, and we're sticking to it. Bye for now.
So I feel like I have to give our audience just a little bit of backstory on how we all met, because Kim Jacobs, who is one of the most beautiful souls, and so are you, and
love Kim.
Yes, and we all met, during our managing director training in Dallas, and there's a couple other of us, but we have like this powerhouse of women, and we're always supporting each other, and it's just wonderful. I feel like we have this unique bond.
Yes. Yeah, we absolutely do. And Kim is a gem, as are you. But we are, yeah, we had and we learned a lot, and it's been wonderful that we've stayed connected
Yeah.
the way that we have. Yeah.
I agree. So, moving on, tell me again, you were a mother on your own, and I'm sure that was part of the aspect of you wanting to make a change,
Oh,
because it wasn't just you who you were responsible for. You had this young child.
yeah. Yeah. Things actually really shifted for me a lot when my son was born. And it was kind of feel like he gave me the perspective that it would have been wonderful if I'd had it beforehand, just for myself. But it
Yeah.
really got me thinking, what am I showing him? What's the example that I'm setting for him? And I wanted it to be powerful. I wanted it to be one that he could both aspire to, and also one that, he could down the road, should he be heterosexual, look at other women and say, like that he had a good a model for the kind of woman that he wanted in his life. So that was really powerful, and it's actually the reason that I got divorced, because
Oh.
I saw a relationship that was not working. It was not improving. Nothing seemed to really be moving things in the direction that I needed them to go.
Mhm.
And I hit a point where I was like, this cannot be the example that I am setting for my son of what a marriage, what a relationship should look like.
Mm.
So when it became apparent that way, I was like, I gotta pull the pin on this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that has really moved you into service of people who have experienced the same situation.
Absolutely. Well, and even going before that, right? Before someone gets married, before they have a child, really getting to know who they are and what they want out of life, getting that clarity. Cause like I had never heard of core values or
Yeah.
coaching, or I was a smart kid. I did really, really well in school. I just didn't know what I wanted to do with that.
Ah.
I was like, well,
Yeah.
I think I'll go in this direction because I don't know, this is what I seem to be good at. Right? And I'm really committed. I've done a number of core values workshops for adults and for teens, because I think it's such critical information for people to know about themselves.
Yeah. Well, that actually makes me think of a simple 5-minute assessment that you like people to do. And I think that's really insightful. What is it called? The positive intelligence assessment?
Yeah, so it's actually a saboteur assessment. It's quite a bit different than a core values, but it's a really great assessment because what it does is it identifies the negative voices that are showing up in your head, right? Those survival mechanisms, those coping mechanisms that you have that you might not even be aware of, right? Like we talked about the people pleasing, procrastination. It can show up as perfectionism. Like those are some of the more common ones and easily relatable ones. But when we can identify those voices and recognize, oh yeah, this is actually showing up, and now I can see the impact that it's having
Right.
on my ability to be who I want to be, my ability to relate to other people, to be in relationship in a positive way with
Right.
other people.